For the upcoming right-hander, brake 30 meters later and ease off the pressure.
Ready for a race like no other, where the winner is those helped off the track. Welcome to the Make-A-Wish Drive for Wishes 2026. Last year, our drivers and teams raised around $35,000. This year, we're hoping to try and go even better as we head to Circuit Spa-Francorchamps and break out three very different cars of classes of racing. Our Junior Kenki party here in the RaceSpot TV broadcast booth, and joined alongside by Zach Sweeney. And Zach, we're in for a bit of fun. GTP, GT3 and MX5, and let's not forget the prizes and incentives that we'll throw on top of that as well.
Indeed, tall and small reunited once again, and yeah, very much looking forward to this one. GTP, GT3, MX5. Yeah, I mean, GTP, GT3 probably suited for Spa-Francorchamps. MX5 maybe not. It's going to be a lot of fun and ultimately for a good cause. The incentives, the prizes, they look absolutely amazing, of course, provided by some fantastic partners. And ultimately, yeah, competitiveness is going to be a bit of a factor, but at the end of the day, everyone's here to have a bit of fun, bit of banter, I suppose. And yeah, those incentives throughout the race, I'm sure, are going to cause a bit of an upset and a bit of carnage along the way as well.
You say competitiveness, I say wait for race control, aka yours truly, to start dishing out some stuff to the teams. These are the prizes though, not what will be dished out in terms of penalties. And a big thank you to our partners, including Secret Lab, Advanced Sim Racing, Gomez Sim Industries, Trophy AI, and IMB Racewear for helping to provide all of these. Top donor is going to sit away with a Evo model chair. Our cleanest lap driver is going to be able to survive the chaos and walk away with an Advanced Sim Racing ASR4 Sim Racing cockpit. The top solo fundraiser, raising money all by themselves, they'll win a Gomez Sim Industries base module and rim, while our favorite livery of the event, something that maybe Zach and myself can help influence, they'll win a pair of GSI gloves. Team Spirit, the team that will show the most enthusiasm through what will be a chaotic 6 hours of racing, some sportsmanship and creativity mixed up in there as well. Will win prizes courtesy of Trophy AI and Gomez Sim Industry, while the top fundraising team, currently the Potato Nation streamers with $1,127, will win a full set of team racing swag. You can influence those some of the racing itself, Zach, by jumping in, scan the QR code in the top right-hand side of the screen, and join the fun in maybe influencing the course of the race for one of our teams.
Yeah, this is probably one of the best bits of this event are the incentives. So obviously you've got move aside, which is where you're going to force a team to give up a position to the ones behind. Now, obviously that could be a loss of 5 seconds, it could be a loss of half a lap. Of course, we don't know. You can send a team back to the pit lane. This is probably going to be my favorite one, the flip it and reverse it, forcing a team to drive backwards for a whole kilometer. That's going to be a bit of fun when we've got 40 cars out on circuit. We have got Don't Drive Angry, which is going to be a bit of a factor over the 6 hours. I believe we've got all 6 that have been bought, so we will be having a full course yellow each hour over the duration of the race, which I think you have full discretion over, Arjuna. Wrecking Crew, which I'll be honest, I don't fully understand. I think you've got it's just a vendetta against another team, and then I really hope we see the last one, Mazda Go Vroom, where we just let the MX5s have their time in the sun.
Yes, the Don't Drive Angry is an actual full course caution. We'll turn the in-race safety car loose. The last one as well tell the GT3 and GTP classes, slow down, let the Mazdas whiz by you and feel like race cars for a race. total of 3 of those available, and can therefore be activated once every 2 hours. Can tell you, by the way, that some teams are doing their practice, and very important practice. I saw Drago Racing driving around the track in reverse, just making sure they understand the expectations before we get underway.
Yes, I have been seeing a little bit of chat as to where to do it. I mean, if you do it through Podium, fair play. Nicholas Bow, who obviously off the back of some very successful results in VC Infinity a couple of weekends ago, I probably wouldn't do it in this section of the circuit. I see a lot of teams having the consensus that they're going to do it up the Kemmel and on the racing line, which I would say probably the best way of doing it. However, if we do get some teams driving backwards through Sector 2, I'm all for it.
I mean, this is a great onboard perspective. Nicholas, someone we a bit more used to seeing in prototypes. He's definitely done more than a kilometer at this point. He's just kind of showing off knowledge of the track. As you can see the speed difference between the MX-5s and the GT3s. MX-5s even going in the correct direction, barely faster, although maybe just also playing some games with the GT3 car right now. When we talk about surviving this chaos, I'm a bit worried for some of the MX-5s with traffic, Zach, because you're going to have some of these prototypes coming in at almost 200 miles an hour and MX-5s struggling to get up to 120 miles an hour, I'm sure, in some places.
100, they're going to be bashing off Gear 6 by the time they get to the top of the Kemmel, let me tell you that much. If I was an MX-5, I would be chuckling that you're in danger for the best part of this race. It's... yeah, you are very much at the mercy of the GT3s, let alone the prototypes. Hopefully, touch wood, and I'll say this now, everyone's going to be on their best behavior, but the speed differential we just saw there is remarkable. And over the course of the 6 hours, if all the MX-5 get through cleanly, I will be completely astonished.
Well, I'm just trying to now look through to see if they have... well, not if they have. The question is how many fast repairs will they have available? The answer to that is no limit. So, no, they will have enough. There's no question of that. The question is how much time are you going to lose taking each of those fast repairs. Great view on board with Jacob Reed and one of our GTP machines. They are truly modern spaceships in so many different ways. The manual for those cars, almost 50, 60 odd pages of systems to understand. Fortunately in the sim we simplify it down quite considerably. Not quite to the point where it's just race car go fast, but point it in a straight line, put the power down, and it will go pretty quick. We do have a representation of a couple of the different manufacturers, so we'll have a Ferrari, we'll have the Cadillac as well as outside, of course, of the Porsche. No Acura that I saw, unfortunately, Zach.
No, a bit of a shame, but ultimately, how big of a difference is it going to make? We'll have to, of course, wait and see. I'll be honest, I haven't driven any of the prototypes in iRacing purely because they scare me, to be honest. So I don't know the differences too much between them, but I'm sure the teams have had their practice and know what's going to be best. Ultimately, I think the tenths or so a lap you're going to make from being in different cars is going to be completely offset by each of the incentives that you might have to face over the duration of the race. So attrition probably more important than car choice.
That's why I was a bit disappointed not to see the Acura. I thought we could have seen a representation from all our different manufacturers. We do see in the GT3 class, Aston Martin, McLaren, Porsche, Ford, Chevrolet, BMW. That's what you love to see. Our warm-up will come to an end, and 6 hours of madness gets ready to descend on the Ardennes Forest. Wow. An interesting combination, that's for sure, as we once again get set for Drive for Wishes, all in support of Make-A-Wish. Scan the QR code top right of your screen to learn more. Let's run our way down through the starting grid where Movano for Wishes, one of our staple sim racing teams, 6/10 clear of the field and will lead us to the green. Loic Marchand might get the starting responsibilities alongside of Samuel Ball in the Cornish Lawnmower Racing team. Brabham Motorsports and Vandelay Community Racing split row 2 with the Preservex 6-man team, hoping we'll see 6 drivers, one for each of the hours, splitting row 3 alongside of the Pit Stop Party Squad. Grid Up Black got a couple of the Grid Up cars in a couple of different classes. 7th for them. Team 922 Racing Team started in 8th with Team Lee Watson, I'm assuming doing this race all by himself, lining up 9th at the tail end of our GTP field. In the MX-5s, starting at the tail end of the field, will be Hyperion Racing and Project 91. Samantha Tan Racing Esports and Vortec Precision Racing split row 2, with Grid Up and Globe Oil 6-man team, 5th and 6th positions respectively. Behind them, rounding out the MX-5 field, Racing for James, both 7th and 8th sharing row 4, red wheels for the 838, white wheels for the 888, and Geezer 3D at the tail end of the class. And then in the middle, GT3s, where Hugh Barter, Drago Racing Team, we saw them driving in reverse. Well, 9/10 clear of the field in qualifying. We may need to BOP them and force them into reverse a bit more frequently. Perfect Pace Racing outside of the front row, Daniel Newman Racing and Potato Nation Streamers then behind them, with Vortex Motorsports under the radar racing through your top 6. 7th for DZ195 Motorsports, Grid Up Red alongside with the Joshamite RBS 6-man team and Daniel Newman Racing crew, your top 10. Grid Up Blue and another one of the DNR machines through the top 12 with the Simpit JR3 Team 922, sending it for IU and Team Matthias Moser and Accelerate Awareness, your top 18 in the GT3 class. And as we get ready to go, Zach, already we've raised $5,246. Long way to go in this race, and I'm expecting plenty of the teams to use the incentives as opportunities to get themselves back into the fight.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see over the next 6 hours, of course. Good thing is, so far, the weather looks pretty good, which is one less thing to worry about. They will be rocketing their way through 39 teams we've got registered for this one, and over the course of the next 6 hours, we'll see who's going to be the one to, well, triumph over the rest. And what I'm interested to see is how quickly we start lapping the MX-5s.
Won't take long, given the, almost 40-second difference in times in qualifying. All 3 classes will see the green at the same time. And off and away we go for Drive for Wishes in 2026. What a sight it is as our 9 GTP machines storm up on the climb into the opening right-hander at La Source and then plunge down the hill on the run towards Eau Rouge. MX-5's already almost 3 abeam as they switch back out of the final corner. Track limits, just a suggestion for the green MX-5 sitting in 3rd position. The Grid Up machine piloted by Bill McLean. GT3s descend down into Eau Rouge as well, as no one really brave enough to fight side by side. There's a McLaren parked on the outside of turn number 1. But we are officially underway for Drive for Wishes.
And so far, so clean. The MX-5s naturally are going to be, well, slipstreaming off each other all the way up through the Kemmel Straights. A couple of them actually going side by side up the hill through Eau Rouge. And Raddy on that is very brave, but I guess very doable in the MX-5s. Got to be careful, though, not to ask a bit too much of the car. It's a bit of drag race there. You can see Project 91 Hernando leading that in the green and white machine. Then, of course, getting involved just in behind that. Bit of bump drafting already in the MX-5s. And I think, at least for the first hour, that's what it's going to look like.
We have already got our first in-race change that will be as a result of you, the fans, helping to support Make-A-Wish International, who, in the build-up to this event, have already granted 615,000 wishes to critically ill children around the world. Wishes granted in over 50 countries. And so this is another great opportunity for our sim racing community to come together and help give some people fighting, some young children fighting, exactly what maybe they need. The Oreo car has been spat off into the gravel as they switch out through Piff Path. Ricky Paz leaves the scene of the incident as Dennis Ali struggles his way back onto track. The rear suspension looking worse for wear.
Yeah, not at all what you want to be driving. That's an Oreo that's been dunked in milk for a bit too long, I think, that Corvette, and he's going to be making his way back out onto circuit. Good thing, of course, he's got the fast repair, and was it completely of his own volition? I feel completely horrible for the Aston Martin that was on the outside. Had no part in that whatsoever, going into Piff Path, and just a little bit too much on that race to the apex.
Well, we've got our first in-race change as mentioned as we watch the replay from up above. I have the distinct privilege of being able to now talk to the driver, so I'm not going to abuse this responsibility. Zach, I will choose my words wisely.
Right.
Let's see if I can actually hit the right button as well. That's always important. Race control has instructed Movano to move aside and drop into second. I hope that went out over the radio.
We'll soon see, won't we, whether Marchand can move out of the way. At the moment, doesn't seem to be doing it.
I'm going to assume that probably hasn't gone out over the radio, so I'll fix my race control issues while we continue watching things. Oh, it helps if I turn voice chat on, you know?
Good start, actually, yeah.
Yeah, you know, the commentator. Turning their mic on, it's like it's job number one in your responsibilities. Let's take two. Let's try this again. Race control is requesting Movano to move aside and drop into second. Let's see.
Either that or he just doesn't like you, Arjuna. I don't know.
Oh, here we go. No, he's off the racing line right now. He's slowing down. Bam. First change from race control.
The power you feel coursing through your veins now, Arjuna, must be palpable, I can imagine. Very quickly as well, though, Loic Marchand is going to be very much under pressure from the Cornish Lawnmower Racing of Samuel Ball. Of course, Aidan Millward is the one to take the lead momentarily, so a three-way train for the lead. And then MX5's, goodness me, Hyperion Racing, Samantha Tan and Project 91, amongst others, all queued up in a very oval-esque race here at Spa.
Maybe this is why we included the MX5s, because this is going to be fun to drop the prototypes on top of in the first sequence through, which will probably happen next time by, I would assume, as on board with Vortex Precision Racing. Love the intricacies of delivery on the front end. This definitely one of the contenders to keep an eye on. Although, for the time being, patience and maybe not the worst thing in the world with Alex Rogers punching the hole in the air. This is a 6-hour race. We will see pit stops, although fuel strategy isn't that important given that we will have a safety car guaranteed in each hour of the race. It was only a brief interlude at the front for Brabham Motorsports and Aidan Millward. Loic Marchand has jumped back to the point.
Yeah, very easily, as we've got our first run in one of the McLarens. That's Steve Axman in the MX5 getting invited to the exit of P1. Oh my word, what a save. Did he keep out of the wall? I think he did, didn't he?
He did. The right side looks untouched and then just has to gather back up the emotions, not the momentum necessarily, and go once more. So 5 minutes in, we've had a decent amount of chaos, but remember, Zach, unlimited fast repairs for our teams to stick in this event.
We like to see. Also, just on the point of the safety cars, the MX5s will basically be pitting under safety car each time. From what I can remember, a tank is easily over an hour in the MX5s, especially when they're slipstreaming as intensely as this one. Down the inside goes the number 9, that's Samantha Tan Racing. Side by side through the bus stop, they're going to be keeping that one pinned all the way around. And because of the safety cars, I would very much back, obviously provided we don't have any GTP shenanigans, which again, probably counting on, that the MX5 stay like this for the majority of the race, because on fuel there's not going to be too much difference in terms of strategy outside of other incentives.
Oh!
There's a spin there, goodness me, Vortex go round.
Oh, it's the bright pink, loved it. Maybe too much. Believe in the curse of the commentator? I do, that's for sure. And poor Adrian Lugnott, well, now has to deal with the GTPs beginning to sweep their way through. There goes Movano for wishes. Next will be Sam Ball in the Cornish Lawnmower Racing Machine. Has made his way past Brabham into second. There's a big shove coming from Alex Rogers. Working their way up through the Camel. Just see the bump drafting as they work their way through. Allowing the traffic to go the longer way around the track, and well, that doesn't help when they get in towards the corner. Big squeeze, and the MX5 gets tagged around by Sam Ball.
There's the first casualty, as, oh my goodness me, someone else has got involved there. That's Zach Merrill for Bandley Community, slowly peeling it back onto the circuit, able to get back going again. And well, it's taken us, what, just over 7 minutes into this race to have an MX5 GTP collision. If we extrapolate that over the next while, I think we're going to be having quite a few more run-ins, to be honest. It has diminished a couple from the front pack. So now we're just down to 3. Nakamata, Rogers and Hernando at the top 3 as it stands, but expect more of that from the GTPs over the next 5 hours and 52 minutes.
Tell you what, we have another interesting incentive that I'm really looking forward to seeing how it's going to go. It means we're going to have to not focus on the racing necessarily, but race control to the number 17, under the radar racing. You have been instructed to flip it and reverse it. We'll see what the GT3 is going to do here. And remember, has to drive in reverse for a kilometer. Where is he going to decide to do that?
Now, he's already done the Kemmel, so he's either going to wait a while, or he's going to very much put himself and everyone else in a sense of peril. Now, the question is, how do you measure that kilometer when you're in the cockpit? Do you just wait for someone to sort of say, yeah, that'll do?
We'll give you some leeway. How about that?
Plus or minus 100 meters. Anything outside of that and you just get gone.
I do think, by the way, they're coordinating on the radio. I couldn't quite hear where they're intending to do this, but they have given some forewarning to the Daniel Newman Racing team, sat in 5th in class behind them. So just to be courteous. And again, that's what you like to see, making sure you are respectful to the madness. And I've already seen, by the way, another one of our incentives trickle in on the bottom left. So slowly work through them. And at some point, I've got to press the button, Zach, and send out the safety car. When do we do that?
Oh, that is a great question.
We can be influenced.
It's true. That is true. Very, very true. Especially on a day like today, in terms of influencing the outcome of a race. Maybe we could do a poll in the YouTube chat, something similar. So get the guys to decide when we throw it out. I want to do it at a point that will cause the most carnage possible.
See,
the biggest overlap of the 3 classes. 40 minutes in when the GTPs are coming in.
Oh, but you're trying to determine whether people will come in during the caution, at which point they will split apart again, right? So I think actually you want to make sure you do it on either side. Oh, here we go. Oh, this is intelligent. Matthew Quinton waits until the Kemmel, flips it around on where you typically would exit pit lane racing in the Spa 24, the endurance pit layout. And then as you got the field flying past him, what a sight this is. Flip it and reverse it.
That is terrifying. Oh my word. He's keeping kind of to the grass. He's trying to look backwards to sort of actually see where he's going. And obviously outside his windscreen to see what's coming at him. Very cleverly staying on the race line here, because what I think he's going to do is at the top of the Kemmel use the runoff of the Lacombe chicane to flip it back around. And if he's on the other side of the circuit, he's then going to have to dart across the race line in order to do that. The McLaren are leaving it very late. Oh no! We've taken an Aston!
Oh, I think that's Charlie Douglas in the Vortex Motorsport 691 that saw. Worse for wear at the front, but good news, we've got an unlimited supply of spare parts for today's event. Good news is the damage bill is going to be comped by our iRacing team. Now, how much further does Quinton decide to go? Traffic for an Aston Martin and Ford, fighting for second place, now 10 seconds or so behind, well, professional racing driver Hugh Barter. So Sebastian Kern and Lawrence Dezofa fighting amongst themselves. Oh, there we go, beautifully executed.
Yeah, that's probably as seamless as it's going to go, and probably what we're going to see from the majority. I think that was intentional by the McLaren, you know, leave it as late as possible, because the Aston was tucked up underneath them, dart out as late as possible, so the Aston just almost completely went straight into the Porsche. That was, yeah, crafty to say the least. I have to say that Aston of Perfect Pace Racing looking exceptional in, I will say purple, it might be pink, but nonetheless a very nice looking Aston Martin as they deal with the MX-5s, catch them down the inside of La Source. Look at the size difference. Oh my word, it looks like someone's changed the setting.
We need the memes of the BMW M8 popping in through the background
exactly
as
what
well.
I was thinking.
Race control has something else, by the way. It's the number 1, I believe. So, cue up the radio. Race control has sent Brabham Motorsport number 1 back to the pit lane. It's the pits for you, Aidan Millward. Let's see what he does. Will he peel off to the right? Lewis McLean impersonator, as many will know him.
That's so true. No, he's missed the pit lane. That would have been a golden opportunity to do it there and then. Aidan Milward, he also does a lot of content in the world of YouTube, so very public with his lookalike of Lewis McLean. Or who copied who? Is McLean a Milward lookalike, or is Milward a McLean lookalike?
Oh. Well, now we're gonna try and figure out who's older than who, and that's a dangerous conversation to have. A couple more things already from Race Control as we wait for Brabham to head back to the pit lane. It's another flip it and reverse it. So, Race Control has instructed Movano for Wishes, the number 75, to flip it and reverse it. And now we have to wait. He's just left the Kemmel again, Zach, so we're going to have to wait another almost full lap for him to do that.
Yeah, unless he wants to be brave and do it in the midfield, I would strongly advise against that. But we get to see it in the GTPs. Now, I would expect these to be just as quick as an MX-5 in reverse, so we'll hopefully have a bit of a reference point for that one. Do just want to say as well, I really like the look of that Movano livery. I like how everything just looks cool. I like this sort of the geometric pattern on the back end as well. I really like that Movano livery. I have to say that's up there for me so far.
Oh, by the way, a big shout out to one of our partners, Trophy.ai, who have just donated $500. We'll talk more about that in a second because another instruction from Race Control has got to be announced. And I'm going to try and do this in a somewhat humorous way. You know how sometimes they have those memes, leave it or double it for the next person? Well, Race Control has decided that Movano should have their flip it and reverse it doubled. 2 kilometers, please, reversed for Movano for Wishes, the number 75.
Now, conveniently, 2 kilometers is the exit of La Source, up Eau Rouge, Radion, and towards Lake Combe. Will they do all of it?
That would be very intelligent.
He's going to do it, is he? No, what?
He thought about it. He thought about it for a good second, I think. Oh, Zach, that is a good shout. That is a Paul Smith fact of the day right there.
Thank you. I aspire to that level of fact. He's gonna do it. I guess he's gonna do 2 laps in a row, surely.
Okay, we'll
I would want to be going reverse Eau Rouge.
Can also tell you that Aidan Milward has headed to pit lane, so Brabham Motorsports have indeed. It's the pitted. We'll come up with a better phrase for that one. Oh, this is dangerous. Oh, this is dangerous. Oh. What this does mean is we have a new race leader, the Presovix 6-man team, Ian Lawrence Brown. But I am increasingly getting nervous as to how many close calls we're going to get from these reverse it moments on the Kemmel.
We're just over 15 minutes through this race. Oh, he's still going. No way is he going. Oh my word, I have never respected a sim racer more. Now this is sensational.
This
the way
is
he's
content.
Absolutely. Clip farming if I've ever seen it. Oh my word. He's still going as well. Yeah, I mean, this is probably going to be one of the moments of the race. He's kept it pinned through the infield. Now I thought he was going to do the La Source thing. Now he's flipping it back round. Or is he? No, he's going to say.
I think he can't have done 2 kilometers yet. Like we have to be reasonable with. This is awesome, amazing, and we will give him credit for 2 if we can get to Puon. I think that's our cutoff point, right? I think that's fair.
Yeah. So he started. Oh yeah, Radion to Puon surely is 2 kilometers because it's what, about a third of a lap? Because Spa is just over. No, Spa's just over 7. It's 7.004, I think. Oh, nicely done. If he almost got the flick.
Almost worthy of a Ken Block Gymkhana video was that moment, but I'll tell you what, fair enough. Loic Marchand, that is credit for 2 flip it and reverse it. Great thing about this, it's not going to stop anytime soon, so let me find the correct button. We have another couple of flip it and reverse it's to announce. So first, for the Samantha Tan Racing number 9, flip it and reverse it, please. And also for the number 69, please flip it and reverse it for us. That's the Drago Racing GT3. Yes, thank you, Zach.
Oh my, hang on. Are they going to be pit lane? No.
Well, it was close. That was nervy, but this is incredible from Ruby Nekomata just to flip it around at the bus stop and instantly go into flip in and reverse it mode.
Seamless transition there from the number 9, I have to say. Now doing their best Tomato impression. Simple as that, really. Down and towards La Source. Now, from bus, I mean, it would probably be the base of Eau Rouge, maybe the top of Radion, actually. Can an MX-5 get up Eau Rouge and Radion in reverse?
I mean, it's got, what, 120-odd horsepower. It's just as nimble in reverse as it is going forwards, to be fair, so we're learning a lot about the MX-5 right now.
The capabilities of that car are endless. I love the MX-5. We'll have to wait and see as to how long Samantha Tanner can commit to this one, and also when Drago Racing do it. They've got 13.2 seconds back to perfect, so that almost inevitably is going to swap around the lead in GT3 and put Drago back on the chase for the rest of the opening hour of the stint, I would imagine. Well, I think genuinely one of the best ideas for an incentive I've possibly ever seen for a charity race. This is quality. There we go. Now Drago are doing it.
It's an interesting place that they've chosen to do it. And I've just seen a message in the iRacing chat that apparently wrong number was entered and it was meant to be a different number. But it doesn't matter. Hugh Barter still responds to the call when it's asked. And wow, skill. I mean, again, professional racing driver Hugh Barter, we should be clear. Oh, around the outside. Perfect pace racing, take the lead.
This is so good. Yeah, Drago, I mean, that was seamlessly done, as I think that's the Samantha Tan car as well, flipping back around at the top of the hill, so pretty much bang on a kilometre. Drago Racing will be doing it at the top end of the Kemmel. Now the question remains as to what the damage is going to be relative to the rest of those in the field, as one of the GTPs splits the two of them. And, well, that Merc, he's going to be probably quite clenched, I would imagine, towards the Lecombe chicane.
Oh, I was going to say, has he flipped the traction control off? And yes, he has. Worthy of a Fast and Furious cameo there from Hugh Barter. It's almost as though they practice that in their spare time. These racing drivers, when they're having fun on iRacing, that's the kind of stuff they do. Oh, MX-5 causes some GTPs to go wide, and I think some of them may not have left the scene of the incident.
No, maybe there are going to be some casualties, and a bit of a bump draft coming in already to the MX-5s. No, that's dangerous. Oh my goodness me, is that the 631? That's Ian Brown giving the MX-5 a bit of a bump draft. Oh my word, what is going on?
Oh, core blimey, sent over the barriers. Well, we're only 20 minutes in. Poor David Haynes is watching, thinking, I've got to get into the commentary booth in about 2 hours' time and still have some energy. Watching all of this fight for 6th position sends Ian Lawrence Brown a little bit wide. I mean, they were trying to do some bump drafting. Fair play to them.
Oh no! Oh my goodness! You could see that coming from a mile away. I mean, they've just missed the Winter Olympics, but I can almost guarantee they would get some sort of a gold medal for acrobatics. The closing speed, oh my, I don't think I've ever seen an MX-5 do a front flip, let alone 2, and then almost land it into the catch fence. That was 10 out of 10, I would say.
It's the pits for Under the Radar GT3, please. Already have seen the Under the Radar crew, the number 17, do a flip it and reverse it. Someone's got it out for them clearly. Not just it's the pits for them, it's also going to, I'm just trying to figure out what all these car numbers are to make life easy for the drivers. It's the pits for Geezer 3D number 22 as well, please. And we've got some Wrecking Crew ones coming in, Zach, which means that we're basically going to put a target on the back of a couple of specific teams. It's going to be great.
Oh, it's like setting a bounty, isn't it? In like GTA or something similar to that. It's I mean, this is going to be sensational. I wonder how committed the teams we designate as the bounty hunters are going to be to their cause. I hope very, as coming into the pit lane comes Matthew Quinton. Nowhere near where they would be scheduled to stop, so I doubt we're going to see them actually taking a pit stop. and they'll just be probably making a drive-through, I would imagine, is going to be the best way of doing that. But yeah, nice to see that no one's holding back in the incentives. That's what I was hoping to see, is that just sheer brutality over the next few hours.
Have a couple of more flip-ups coming. I'll flip it and reverse it, I should say. I tell you what we probably can do at this point, Zach. 1 caution an hour is what's already been set up through our incentives. Those are sold out pre-race. Shall I go ahead and hit that safety car button?
Well, it's looking at you like the Green Goblin mask right now, isn't it? It's like it's staring at you, asking you to press it. I think we should.
You ask, I deliver. First caution
Boom.
of the race. We have 5 more of these to come. And it's with Sam Ball, your race leader in the Cornish lawnmower race. Some great team names, some great liveries. This is a great event, isn't it, Zach?
Yeah, I mean, it's such a great excuse for sim racers and everyone to sort of just blow off some steam and have a bit of fun. Obviously, you know, get the most out of it and yeah, have a level of competitiveness. But it's all for a fantastic course. The mission behind Make-A-Wish is remarkable, genuinely, and to see this side of the community and so much good come out of it. I mean, 6.6k raised, and we're 24 minutes into the race is just almost unfathomable. And I think just, of all the awkward stuff that sometimes happens in the world of sim racing, this is one of the best ways to showcase just how good this community is, and everyone's proving it already. It's a way to just have a bit of fun, take things semi-seriously, and just enjoy it. And I think we've seen that already in terms of the incentives that we've seen and just the behavior on circuit. And I'm here for the next, I'm here for the next 2 hours, but I will be very eager to tune in for the last sort of hour to see how the shenanigans have unfolded.
David Haynes will join myself, Arjuna Kankipati, in a couple of hours' time as we work our way towards the halfway mark of the race. I will say, this is the first time in quite a while I've done a broadcast and had the racing driver's radio enabled in my ear, and it's interesting, distracting, a little bit of everything thrown together. What's so interesting about Make-A-Wish is all the different things that sometimes get requested. One of the most popular requestees is John Cena. I'm a big wrestling fan, so always been great to see how willing someone who no one can see, yes, I'll make that joke, has been to give his time and give his energy as well. Like I said earlier, these are children fighting, and so giving them a little bit of positive energy can be so important. I don't think, by the way, we're going to mix up the fields when we go racing like they may do in some real series. That means all 3 of our classes will be together when the green flag drops again.
Oh, this is going to be... How long do the full course yellows last? Is it a lap, or
should
at
be
your
one
discretion
more
again?
lap after this, I think.
Cool. So yeah, not wasting too much time and getting it back going again. So everyone at the moment, I think, is just taking a breather. But the fact that, yeah, like you say, we've got everyone bunched up together off the exit of the bus stop, where probably we're going to see some of the biggest difference in terms of the classes, in terms of their actual acceleration, the GTPs, GT3s, and MX-5s. A couple of them towards the sharp end of the queue as well. This is going to be a very testing restart, and if we make it through all 39 cars nice and cleanly, I will be astonished. Awareness probably going to be the name of the game for these drivers if they want to make it to the first hour of the race without using a fast repair.
Again, no limit on fast repairs, so it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world if it does happen. I'm just trying to count them out right now. Is it 4? I think it will be 4 individual flip it and reverse it's to be used at some point. Do you think we should give them the chance to do it under safety car? Is that fair?
I was just about to ask, should we let them do it under safety car? I mean, do it at the restart. Let's be awful. Let's call it in to have to do it at the restart.
No, I tell you what, I'll call it out now, and if they're intelligent enough to do it, you know, you got to give them some credit. This is all about
sim races.
It's gamesmanship, right? That's what this racing is. Oh, we do have some takers to pit lane. Race control. Oh, there's a crash at the final corner. Never mind. Flip it and reverse it, please, for the Grid Up 25, Hyperion 44, Mivano 75, and the Joshimite 623, please. You are welcome to do it under safety car if you wish. There we go. Instructions handed out. And there was a crash at the final corner as Hubert is already proactively going in reverse.
Yeah, good idea there, I think, to get it over and done with. Yeah, of course, a much less penalising flip it and reverse under safety car. And also, I mean, granted, maybe there are a lot more cars coming at you, but they're doing it at considerably less speed, and hopefully you shouldn't be hitting a reversing car under safety car. If you are, you're clearly not abiding by the rules of said full course caution. Yeah, approaching the first half an hour into this race, and I'll be honest, it's flown by as one of the MX-5. Well, they'll be doing their flip it and reverse it as well, and again, very cleverly to do it, basically just using the reference of the Kemmel Straight as the methodology for that one, as it's getting very bunched up here under the full course yellow, as well the MX-5s, they're struggling to keep up with the pack in reverse. There's McLean Grid Up white, and Mivano as well, doing it in tandem. Nice to see.
Yeah, and I think the Joshimite McLaren 2, so 3 of the 4. Hyperion, the only one of the drivers and teams called out, not able to do it because they're trying to catch up to the pack. So they're actually going to do it now, heading out of turn 1 at La Source. Intelligent. There's some drivers who are making use of, well, let's call it what it is. Our generosity, Zach, our willingness to let them do it under safety car.
I know. I mean, you give commentators power, and typically you're not going to be very nice about it. So I think you're being merciful there. Arjuna is the word. You're letting them off. I mean, for the first hour at least, right? Let's be nice. As we get through the rest of the race, maybe strip back some of that nicety and be punishing.
Yeah, oh, exactly. Especially because some of these incentives do, at the end of the race, become unavailable. Last 30 minutes or so, not all of them will be possible. Is everyone flipped back around in the right direction? Yes, I think Mivano is as well, finally. Yep, they're going to catch up. This is the benefit of letting them do it under safety car, is they will be able to regather their place in the line. Hugh Barter is just showing off at this point, isn't he?
I think he's doing it for the love of the game, I'll be honest. I think he's just because this is where we saw him do it in practice, isn't it? So he's fully with it in terms of this section of the circuit. I think he just wants to get a good view of the rest of the pack and see what he's up against, because he's easily done a kilometre. When did he turn around? He turned around. He's done the entire lap, hasn't he?
Yes.
Good effort.
Not bad. So I think that's us caught up on flip it and reverse it. We do have some wrecking crews where we're basically going to send out, like we said, target on the back of a whole handful of teams and drivers. Lights are still on the pace car at the front of the field. I say pace car, it's a safety car right now. It's a pace car at the start of the race if we want to get uber pedantic. Does that mean we're going to get another lap under yellow? These are long laps as well for the drivers, so just imagine what will happen when we go racing again, and some of them may be caught out slightly, to put it nicely.
Yeah, potentially so. On board with the safety car, and yeah, I mean, just over 7 kilometers crawling under safety car. It takes a lot. I mean, we've been going for a good, I'd say, what, maybe at least 10 minutes now, probably, or so of, or coming up to, of safety car, and we're going to get another one. There's Benny, good old, it says pace car driver, it's wrong, safety car driver, leading the race for what will not be the first, well, it definitely is the first time. It won't be the last time of this race. I'll be interested to see how many people this does catch out. Obviously, when we go racing again, they get used to the slow driving, and then very quickly it's going to be very much back into the chaos. I did see a couple of cars make their way into pit lane. I think, well, the grid is stopping around a little bit, but I think Potato Nation Stream is coming into the pit lane at the 32. So using it as an opportunity to get that stop out of the way. But only 33 minutes in, none of the, well, definitely not the GTs or the MX-5 will be needing a stop.
Yeah, this is interesting. Potato Nation streamers who came into the event as the highest team fundraiser, continuing to lead. Now $1,477 attributed to the crew. Grid Up Sim Racing are second, Samantha Tan Racing third. It's a long way to go in this race, not even 1 hour complete. One of the wishes featured on our donation page was 10-year-old from Taiwan, IU, whose wish was to be a race car driver, and a great picture of them in the passenger seat of a Porsche GT3, not race car, the road-going car, which could be a race car if it really wanted to be, let's be honest. But thumbs up and having a lot of fun, and that's what this is all about. $6,682 already collected, and we're not even 1 hour in.
Yeah, like I was saying, I mean, it's one of those things where everyone here loves sim racing, right? It's our passion, it's what we love to do, and you know, when we've got a cause this good, everyone coming together, it just shows how sort of easy and seamless it is for everyone to come together for sort of a common good. Like I say, let off some steam and have a bit of fun, but ultimately everyone's here doing it for a good cause. And I think it's just amazing to see and telling of how good of a community sim racing has built over the years. You know, you look at the likes of Jimmy Broadbent and what he's been able to do, and obviously here today proving that in the world of sim racing. So incredibly proud of this community. I think everyone involved should be incredibly proud of themselves, and obviously a big thank you to everyone that has donated and everyone that will continue to donate over the duration of this race. $6,700 raised, and we're 35 minutes into racing. I mean, yeah, incredible to see, and yeah, it's just amazing what Make-A-Wish do, and yeah, thoroughly deserving of it as well, it must be said.
Just looking at the rewards, we still have all 3 of the Mazda Go Vroom incentives available. That's when, well, we don't do an actual safety car, but we basically let the Mazdas pretend they're the fastest on the track and fly past our hypercars at the front of the field. These are purpose-built race cars in this prototype category as compared to the road cars converted to go racing. Although, let's be real, best racing on any weekend is a Mazda MX-5 race, especially, Zach, if it just happens to be at Daytona.
I was literally about to bring up Daytona. I remember I was sat in the airport coming back from, where was I coming back from? Somewhere in Italy, I think. I had about 2.5 hours to sit and chill and watch some racing, and Daytona was on. But I purposely went and watched the MX-5 race just beforehand, and it was incredible. I mean, just the bump drive that you get in MX-5s, it's insane. And when I'm jumping on iRacing, I don't tend to do a lot of MX-5s, but when I do, I remember it was at Daytona, it was just incredible. And I think we've seen so far what can that deliver around Spa. Are we ready to get back going again?
I think we are, finally, but we are 2x2, and as the BMW M2 safety car whizzes off to pit lane, this is going to be raucous, to say the least. Some MX-5s trapped in some awkward places as the green flag drops once more. They're in Drive for Wishes. Oh, out wide into the gravel. Momentarily goes one of the prototypes, and then down in towards Eau Rouge. A storm. Separated out slightly. There is a couple of incidents trickling out through turn number 1. Oh, chaos, as you'd expect on the restart.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what we were looking out for, and I was going to say there was definitely going to be some people lost as the MX-5s get caught up into Eau Rouge and Radon. It was actually the MX-5s that was the talker of that one. Oh my word. Now that is a very brave MX-5 going down the inside, rolling back onto the circuit and collecting a fellow one as well, as they all managed to get back going again. A good thing that unlimited fast repairs are a thing, but when you've got all three classes all jumbled up and mixed together at the beginning of a restart, well, that's exactly what we were going into this one expecting for, and well, absolutely delivered. I have to say, that MX-5 down the inside of La Source, I didn't think the MX-5 had enough weight to spin around a GT car, but evidently most is the case. Maybe we should get the MX-5s to be the ones hunting down the GTPs and the GT3s.
It did feel as though the MX-5 just kind of pinched on the inside, not really too much that they could have done, but end of the day, restart at turn 1 goes a bit messy, and it's Cornish Lawnmower Racing leading in GTP, Perfect Pace racing in GT3, and it's Project 91 that currently lead in the MX-5s. It's a black flag, it would seem, for Movano for Wishes, likely for something that happened on the initial restart, maybe just jumping the column slightly. Oh, not a great exit by any means, as grid up red. Andrew Fabian loses out to Matthias Moser as they climb up towards Blanchimont, apparently still trying to get heat into the tires.
Yeah, I mean, in GT cars, it takes a while to actually get confidence in the tyres. I was driving in all of them as well. I was about to use the Mercedes as the example, but pretty much in all of them, it takes 2 or 3 laps to actually start to build up the pressure you need to feel confident. Before that, you might as well just be driving a cruise liner, to be honest. It's just the way it is. There's no traction, no stopping, no turning. So yeah, for a couple of laps at the very least, they'll be trying to get some temperature into the tyres. GTPs probably not so much. I'd imagine they're able to get the tyres warmed up fairly quickly, as we're seeing them towards the sharp end beginning to push, with the 99 actually running away with it. Back on board though as Drago and Hugh Barter look to retake the lead for probably what is the 6th or 7th time so far this race.
Yeah, but I think Hugh's just here and toying a little bit, and I mean that in the fun way, right? He's here having some fun, obviously, and so actually go wheel-to-wheel racing. He's got Nicholas Boy, Nicholas Rubelar, his 2 teammates. Those are World Championship level drivers if I've ever seen a lineup, by the way. This is the type of lineup they would deploy to win an iRacing special event. It means Sebastian Kern's going to have a fun fight on his hands. He's going to have a racing driver showing him all those little tricks on how to fight Zach, all the little nuances. One thing that Hugh's not done yet, as far as I can tell, deploy the attack of the flashing headlights.
I am surprised about that. Oh my goodness me, the Aston goes round. That's the 161. Hugh Barter almost lost it himself. I think maybe the perfect race car was just able to keep it out of the wall there. Sebastian Kern, maybe under the pressure of Hugh Barter, didn't even need the headlights to deploy that spin yet, but able to rejoin fairly cleanly, almost collecting the 18 Daniel Newman racing car. But thankfully, David McRoberts had the wits about him to get out of the way for that one. There's Ian Lawrence Brown, who so far in this race can't seem to catch a bit of a break, spinning around on the run into the bus stop. A weird place to spin there.
Well, it was really through Blanchimont where it just pitches around on him. Aero clearly at its limit. I tell you what, now that Hugh Barter's taken the lead once again, Race Control has requested a flip it and reverse it for Drago Racing, the number 69, please. Don't you love our community? Oh, block there from one of the GT3 cars, sends a Cadillac. Brabham Motorsports and Aidan Millward skipping over the grass at the bottom of Eau Rouge.
Yeah, quick hands there from Aidan Millward as Drago get that flip it and reverse it done and dusted. They're spending more time in reverse in the opening hour of this race than they have done pointing forward. And side by side, oh my goodness me, almost collected. That was quick there. Is that the 17? Fair play from the Porsche to get out of the way going into La Source. And side by side, when you're facing there, and Hugh Barter completely a passenger in that exchange. Well, I mean, counting their lucky stars not to be sent straight back to pit lane with a fast repair after that one.
Did you see how, by the way, Hugh went through turn 1 as fast as everyone else did the right way around? So clearly he's got some practice. Also, just been informed, it's the pits for number 161, Perfect Pace Racing, please. So the purple Aston Martin that spun from the race lead as Hugh Barter spins himself back around. That Aston Martin under pressure now. Potato Nation through. Oh, some contact behind as Grid Up and Vortex Motorsports bang door handles with one another. This GT3 class is full of action.
Yeah, I'm loving it. Cannot wait to see what happens as an MX-5 goes round through Rivage. Able to get very quickly out of the way of everyone else, but Sebastian Kern, to add insult to injury after the spin through Pool 1 a lap ago, will be making a trip back to pit lane. 17 minutes off the hour, potentially maybe worth actually just doing the service while you're in there cutting your losses. Yeah, perfect pace, able to keep it fairly clean through Pool 1. I think largely down to tyre temperatures in the opening couple of laps, trying to get the power down and committing on the exit there. Definitely not helpful. Now in and amongst the pack of GT cars, which I have to say, like we've been saying, very close, very competitive around Spa. So nice to see some nice equality between each of the manufacturers, each of the cars that we've got in the GT3 class, which largely has done pretty well. Yeah, keeping it nice and close. But we'll see Sebastian Kern into the pit lane this lap, which around Spa, and especially the endurance pit lane, is even just a drive-through is an incredibly large penalty to take. I mean, you're looking probably just shy of a minute, surely, for a drive-through.
It's better than if it was the endurance, lad. I think it's only about...
Is it just the GP?
Yes. No, it's only 25, 30 seconds, I think, at worst. It's the pits for Hyperion number 44, please, and MX-5. Oh, perfect pace racing. Charlie Douglas didn't get the memo. Oh, and Vortex Motorsports get slightly off kilter there through the final corner.
Yeah, that was a close one, and Spa always lends itself to that one. And if you're offline and you need to get into the pit lane, well, there's no choice. You've just got to try and do your best to dart back across. There's Zach Merrill for Mandalay Community. At the moment running in P2, 10.3 seconds off the Cornish Lawnmower Racing. Samuel Bull driving incredibly well at the sharp end of the field. I think maybe someone needs to send a flip it and reverse it their way in the near future. The number 12 from the 922 team 922, obviously, and Danish Ramat getting onto the back and probably feeling a little bit of dirty air as they cart their way through some of the traffic, getting close to the hour, 45 minutes in. So on pure fuel, probably the GTPs, I mean, I know we have 3 laps under full course yellow, which will definitely extend their stint somewhat, but it won't be long until we start seeing some of these GTPs make their way into pit lane for a legitimate pit stop.
No, and what a fun place pit lane is with these modern LMDH machines. The fact that they leave their pit stall under the electric power, and then you hear the dum as the internal combustion engine gets fired up, and well, different sounds for different cars, but the Cadillac in particular is just fantastic. And I'll just do that again because my producer has specifically requested it. On pit lane, it kind of sounds like this. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, that was worse, actually. The first one was not bad.
Just stick to commentary, Junior, I think. Race car impressions not for you, I would imagine. And you've heard the Caddy in real life. I mean, the bass probably you could feel quite a lot, I'd imagine.
Yeah, but you know, the one that I want to talk about is the one that doesn't do the startup. It's the one that just always has the V12 running. The Aston Martin, which is just like...
Oh, yes. Go on, do a V12. Go on, commit.
No, I'm not. I was just going to say, though, old school Formula One vibes with that car. There is no doubt about that. Hyperion Racing into pit lane, and they've actually stopped, by the way, so I'm quite curious how that's going to end up impacting them. Tires. Didn't know if they were going to take them, but it takes a little bit longer in these MX-5s than it does in an LMDH, where just a single nut to loosen and tighten back up. Right, I've been trying to figure out the correct phrasing to announce these particular penalties, but we've got 2 very interesting ones where effectively, like we've been talking about, target placed on the back of 2 teams. Race Control is announcing a Wrecking Crew target on Movano number 75 and Hyperion number 44. It's open season on them for the next lap. I think that's probably the best way to phrase it. Who's going to take the bait here?
I cannot wait to see. So Movano down in P8, have they got anyone close to them? I mean, they've definitely got people close in terms of on track. And actually, to be fair, they've settled into a nice bit of track space here. I wonder if anyone is going to be homing in on them. Also as well, Hyperion in 2nd position. Again, they're in a little bit of a gap. I think because the MX-5s are coming into the pit lane and such, they're actually not too far away. I wonder, maybe, could we see a little bit of collateral between? Maybe Movano and Hyperion go for each other.
that would be interesting. Now, this GT3 car is given a wide. No, there we go. Tried to turn in. Oh, and poor Ricky Paz. Thank you to the DZ195 Motorsports Aston Martin for giving it a go. And then the damage is done, but it's not to the right MX-5 car that ends up landing on all four.
Oh, that is quality. Oh my goodness me. I love my job. I love this community. I love sim racing, just full stop. That was class. I mean, the commitment there, even at their own peril, was just like, I'm committing to this bit. Yeah, fair play to whatever MX-5 that was. I think, I'm not entirely sure as to who it would be.
Racing for James. That was who it was. Travis Harris, 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10, mate, 15 out of 10 from me, I'll be honest, in that one. Oh, what an effort, and landed it as well.
I can already tell you that went way better than anyone could have hoped for. So, who is going to do the same to Movano for wishes? Poor Loic Marchand at the wheel is probably thinking, I've got a direct drive wheelbase, don't hit me. To which I will say, hands off the wheel, Loic, we're coming for you.
Oh yeah, I mean, direct drive getting smashed into, that is a wrist twister if ever I've seen it. Hopefully he's not got his face anywhere near his steering wheel. That would be disastrous. Now this is on board, so saw it happen. Here we go. Oh, beautiful. Oh, beautiful.
You are referring, I'm sure, to the clip of Brendan Lichtenberg from earlier this month, when he's talking about his face, right?
Potentially. I don't know.
Yes. Oh, there was a clip where he was driving the Indy car in the Creator Series. He went to go reset, and oh, this is going to be a great...
Oh, yes. Oh, slow-mo. He's hit him twice. He almost did the flip around as well. Do you know what this reminds me of? I don't know if you've ever seen Speed Racer.
You know what it was making me think of is on the front windshield it said, I think it was Jumbo's Chip Shop. Mr. Producer, can we get that in slow-mo once again from this exact angle? Just like 10 seconds back or so. Jumbo's Chip Shop. That was a great livery. So many details. And yeah, there you go. Jumbo's Chop Shop. Ah.
Chip Shop would be better though, I will say. Maybe a Binley Mega Chippy livery would also be good for the next edition of a charity race also. No one's targeted Movano yet though, which I'm deeply disappointed about. I think their vendetta has run out as well. So Movano
got away with it.
Skating through this time. Next time we'll see if they're going to be able to survive.
We have another call to the pit lane. It's the pits for Team Matthias Moser, the number 404 GT3. That's second, by the way, in class, and so the Aston Martin, straight off to pit lane, no hanging around.
Yeah, very good stuff there. Didn't have any error in the 404, straight into the pit lane. Despite contending for the race lead, so straight in, and again, only 9 minutes off the hour. Probably makes sense to have the service here and now, as they dawdle their way down to quite far down the pit lane, it must be said, as they'll pull over and, of course, make their way in. In fact, actually, no, they're not stopping, so they're just doing a drive-through. Interesting, actually.
Hey, nowhere in the regulations, which are codified exclusively on the donation page, did I say that? Did I see rather that you had to stop anywhere in pit lane? It just says to the pit lane.
No, I know, but I mean 9 minutes off the hour for GT3. Surely it makes sense to have serviced it, but alas, they didn't.
Now, is he thinking that there's a risk of another safety car?
Do they know it's only 1 an hour?
Yes. Now, it is only 1 an hour, but that could come in 8 minutes' time, theoretically. That's
true.
We still have to figure out when it would be maximum chaos, by the way, so do let us know in chat. We're watching iRacing YouTube and Twitch, RaceBot TV channels as well. As Moses already back up to 3rd position, even with the drive-through penalty, by the way. It cost him 18.4 seconds to run between the cones in pit lane.
That's good effort. Probably as efficient as it can get done. His entry was really, really good as well. So that's good data, I suppose, to have had. And I think it's the best way to interpret that as 1 safety car per hour slot. So from 6 hours to 5 hours, 5 hours to 4. rather than an hour countdown between each one. I think the way that because in theory we could have done it at 5:01 and then done it back to back straight after that one. So I think, yeah, that's going to be the better way of causing and maximizing the most amount of chaos. Is that's 29. You're not inside the top 5 as it stands, but again, probably as long as you're driving and facing the right way, you're doing something right in this race. And with how quickly things can shake up, probably I'd imagine we're going to be seeing a very different order by the time we get to this point in 5 hours time, as Potato Nation, who were one of the first people to actually come in and service their Mustang. It was under the safety car, making some progress as well in the 32, got their eyes on that 13 BMW directly in front as they make their way into the bus stop chicane.
I do love this Ford Mustang. What an addition it has been to the GT3 class, now around the world. And maybe not all kangaroos are going to agree with me on that statement, but Daytona winner last year, of course, at the Rolex 24, went on to win at Detroit as well, the Interweathertech Sports Car Championship, and this year, Logan Sargent going to be paired up with the likes of Sebastian Frio and Mike Rockenfeller as they challenge the World Endurance Championship, all in the build-up to the Ford Hypercar program. I say Hypercar, it's, again, really an LMDH, but we'll be racing in the World Endurance Championship. Nice and easy. Draft assisted. Xavier Williams in the Grid Up 13 machine can do nothing because the BMW M4 slots back into line, and the Ford Mustang with the V8 Coyote engine roars its way up. Now, that did come into pit lane about 8 laps ago, and I'm pretty sure did a full service as well.
Yes, from what I could see, it was a full service. They did change tyres, and obviously with it some fuel. I believe they did it on the penultimate lap, or even going on to the final lap of the safety car. So yeah, very, very recent, and it just means that they're going to be gaining a lot of time relative to those that are going to be forced to take their well, not mandatory, but they're going to run out of fuel, so it's kind of is mandatory for them if they want to continue in the race. Their pit stop in what I would imagine, obviously with the 3 laps under safety car, probably within the next 10 minutes we'll start seeing the GTs come in.
I'm thinking now you've just described a new strategy for this particular race, which is just go until you get crashed out rather than run out of fuel, which could also be a very viable strategy. Someone really has it out, by the way, for the Aston Martin, and so flip it and reverse it, please, to Team Matthias Moser in the number 404 Aston Martin GT3. So he's already been told to drive down pit lane. Clearly not enough of a penalty for the driver with 5,100 I rating, which means that of those out on track right now, he's about the 4th or maybe 5th highest, so pretty high up there. Oh, so he's not got a button map to turn his traction control off.
No, I mean, you can do it on the black box very easily, but evidently didn't want to waste too much time doing that and wanted to do a nice seamless 3-point turn. Going very wide here at the source. Interesting, because then you're going to have to cut straight back onto the race line, but thankfully there's no one else coming through. Yeah, whoever has got it out for the 404, yeah, that pit lane run, clearly not enough. They're not happy with an 18.1 second loss. They just want to see the Aston Martin struggle a little bit, as they struggle to keep it on the road a little bit. Matthias Moser very clearly not going to be hired by Disney as a Tomato stunt driver anytime soon.
I was waiting until you would slip a Lightning McQueen reference in. You hadn't done it yet, right? Just to make sure I hadn't missed one.
I don't think I have. If I had, I'm proud of my subconscious. But no, I don't think I've intentionally done it.
10 out of 10. See, as much as I'm now excited about a new Toy Story movie coming out, Zach's of the generation where he'd be more excited if there was a new Cars movie coming out, right?
Me and Cars, we have grown up together, okay? Cars turns 20 this year, I turn 20 this year. I am also very looking, I love Disney full stop, thank you very much. So I am also looking forward to Toy Story 5, purely because it's about digitalness and that sort of thing. And that's exactly what I'm studying at one of my modules in university. So part of me is very keen to see the educational side of the new Toy Story movie, which is Not what I would have been saying a few years ago, but nonetheless, that's what I'm going to be taking out of it. Yeah, very much looking forward. Cinema this year is looking very good. Unfortunately, no new Cars movies though, which I'm deeply disappointed about. I want a Cars 2 sequel.
Yeah, it was me, Zach. Was Darragh Thacker there? Yes, I think Lewis McLeod was there. The only one of our crew that weekend that wasn't there was Ewan O'Leary, right?
He was boring. Cam was there in body, definitely not in mind. He was wiped out by something in that hotel room.
Exactly. Yes, we were all together a couple of years ago, and we had a Cars movie night. We had a lot of fun, and I believe when only half the crew returned for that event the next year, they had a Cars 2 movie night. The Vandelay community team, or as Zach may call them, the academy team, down on pit lane. Once they're out of pit lane, I have a very interesting penalty to explain, and we'll get to that in a second. It may require us to actually throw the next safety car here, so just if any of the teams are listening, that's all I'm going to say for the time being. Samantha Tan Racing, we saw the great effort from Ruby Nakamata to flip it and reverse it at an awkward part of the track. Now in 4th position, tucked up behind Grid Up White. Remember Bill McLean? He was another one that had to flip it and reverse it, albeit under safety car.
Yeah, got quite lucky with that one, and now back into a little bit of a train, which I'm sure he's going to be happy to see other cars and also facing the right way this time. Yeah, Grid Up got the penalty. The general team did, and then the subsequent denomination as to which car that was going to be, all down to Arjuna. So any complaints, please direct fully to Mr. Race Control himself.
Great power. With great power comes great responsibility. You know what they say. Battle between teammates here. Xavier Williams and Andrew Fabian. Out through the pit path. Awkward place to squabble in GT3. Cars in a very tight line for Williams in the blue. Fabian in the red is going to sweep then out through Curve Paul Frere. Oh, and with the up and under. Pass made before they even get to Blanchimont. Great racing between them. And remember, rule number 1 of racing, do not hit your teammate. Couple more things coming through as we are inching closer to $8,000 here in the Drive for Wishes 2026. Oh, GTP car blows by. Speed difference is mind-blowing. But flip it and reverse it, please, for the 911 and 44 MX-5s, Project 91, and Hyperion Racing Team. They're running 1st and 2nd, Zach.
They are indeed. Thankfully, with quite a big differential between them. 2 minutes is the gap for the Project 91 car, so they're going to have absolutely no dramas in terms of retaining their overall track position. Question remains is whether, well, I say no question. In terms of if they keep it clean, it's no question. If not, then that's a completely different story. But yeah, flip and reverse going their way. Well, not able to do it halfway down the Kenmore Straight, and very wisely so. I think we're going to be waiting an eternity for them to come back round and do it again. Hyperion have had a couple of penalties so far this race, I think. So this is going to be another one. We should have kept the tally, shouldn't we? I mean, we do kind of have a record, but of what teams get the shortest end of the stick in this race.
Movano initially had been given quite a lot. Now they are a lap down, but you know, you can never count out a team as big as that. There is also a move aside penalty, so let's quickly dish that one out to the Preservex 6-man team. Move aside to the 631 GTP. Ian Lawrence Brown, please move aside and let the 99 Cornish Lawnmower Racing Team get in front of you. Beautiful livery, I must say.
On the 631.
Yeah, quite like it.
Yeah, I have to say, I was scrolling through the channel because all of the teams have put their livery photos in. I have to say, I'm a big fan of quite a number of them. I think everyone has done a pretty decent job. It's the 631. This is the punishment, isn't it? I mean, it could be a case of, like we saw earlier with Movano, you lose a second. Or in the case now, when the race is settled down, that you lose upwards of 30. It would be brutal if someone done it in the MX-5s. The 911 would be waiting almost a lap to let Alex Rogers through and take that position, but Samuel Ball blasts through and will take second place from Ian Lawrence Brown.
It's a good point, actually. You know, if you are Samantha Tan Racing Esports, a move-aside penalty to Project 91 would see them basically have to park on the side of the road for 2 minutes. That seems wise. Oh, spinning through the final corner. It's the Ford Mustang. Has it shed the rear wing? No, Potato Nation have kept it on. Oh, what's happened here, though? What has happened here? That is indecision and awkwardness.
What are they trying? Are they trying to reverse through the pit lane?
I think now they are.
Is that? Can you not get DQ'd for that in iRacing?
We're about to find out if we didn't already know.
Because the reason the team I was with in for the Daytona 24, we got disqualified for reversing in the pit lane. We'll very quickly find out as to whether or not that's the case or not. I mean, they're still going, not at much speed, but this is probably one of the safest ways of doing it if it is allowed.
Oh no, oh no, Hyperion Racing, flip it and reverse it, going up the, running towards Radion, and Sam Ball just gifted second from our move aside. Oh, it ends in the tires.
That was, you could see that coming from a mile away, and when you're on that level of commitment, there's not really much that you can do. Slam on the brakes, you're just going to lock up, try and turn, and you're not going to do it. Although, maybe, are you looking that far up the hill? Could you have seen the MX-5 going slow enough? Maybe a few flashing headlights or some hazards probably wouldn't go amiss, and probably would have saved the 99 of Samuel Ball, but alas, that's not the case. They're back into pit lane. Thankfully, they're just going to be waiting for the tow and not the repairs, because that would be remarkably substantial, as we're well and truly over the hour mark of the six, so just 4 hours and 56 left to go, and a very, very damaged. I mean, you can barely tell as to what prototype it is at the front end.
Yeah, you couldn't really tell the difference as to whether it was the brand new M Hybrid V8, the update launched at Daytona earlier this year. Slightly slimmer grille and profile at the front. The main difference, though, really is about the window of the car, making it a bit more consistent across everything. The conversation on the radio is great, by the way. I'm struggling not to focus more on that and listen to Zach as stuff is coming in. Into pit lane for Under the Radar Racing, Matthew Quinton. This is a scheduled pit stop. He jumps out. Cooper Ross jumps in.
Yeah, so some driver changes, of course, coming in. I wonder how many teams are going to be just splitting it up an hour each and letting as many people deal with the carnage as possible. Did I see there was a team that had 50 drivers registered at some point?
50?
I could have sworn someone has 50 drivers registered for a 6-hour race. I don't know if they absolutely are not going to be using all 50, but at least 50 were registered into the team.
I'm clicking in iRacing. The problem is if I click the team with 50, it might crash the sim. I've never seen that before.
Grid Up Black, the 15, apparently has 50 drivers registered.
15, you said?
50.
50.
According to Hugo in the Discord, from what that is the only source that I've got going off.
Well,
in that one.
The problem is there is no there is no number 50 car. There's a 15 which has 3.
No, yeah, it's for the 15, but they have 50 drivers registered. Sorry if that was
no, okay.
Right. Sorry, no.
Wordplay there, number play. No, they've only got 3. Jacob Reed is, I think, part of that lineup, currently at the wheel as well. Atenwa Theba and Faraz Ibrahim, I think, are the other 2 drivers. But no, I think the maximum you can have, Zach, is 16. And even that for a 6-hour race would be ludicrous.
Yeah, I have no idea what was getting at there, but it would have been hilarious if that was the case. You'd be coming in every other lap to swap out drivers. 60, I mean, yeah, that is excessive, to say the least. But perfect time to do it than a chariot. I mean, you could just be swapping out every lap. I think it would be a bit of fun. Imagine to try and get the fair share of all 16 drivers over a 6-hour race. I mean, what would that be? Is, oh, goodness me, a spin there for the Porsche down the inside of P1. Probably going to be able to keep that one out of the barriers. But yeah, what would the fair share look like for 16 drivers?
Now, I wonder if that was cold tires, by the way, for Cooper Ross, who's shed the main plane of the rear wing. That's suboptimal. Into pit lane for a whole handful of other GT3s. Not much you can do there. Oh, you're holding on and hoping. Smallest of contacts, the biggest of impacts. In terms of that car is going to require a trip back to the pit lane to replace that. To the pits, please, for the 911 Project 91 Racing Team, Raul Hernando. Please head to pit lane in the next couple of laps. That's our race leader in MX-5. Now, I thought the wiser call would have been move aside, but someone at least has done something to try and eat into the 2.5-minute gap he has.
Yeah, it's going to be something. I mean, it's going to be, what, 18 seconds lost. The MX-5s comfortably can reach the pit lane speed limiter, so they will be taking a similar amount of time through as the rest of them. Doesn't come in on this lap, Raul Hernando, as the Porsche, very understandably so, will be needing a rear wing around the circular spa crankshaft, so comes in to get that one nice and fixed. But yeah, 2-minute 40 gap is remarkable. So they have gone very unnoticed up until this point. So yeah, hopefully we can have more of those incentives come in to have a bit of a fight in the MX-5s, because I thought it was going to be the closest of the bunch. Definitely was for the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, you know, I'm looking forward to watching MX-5s on the streets of St. Petersburg this weekend, cheering on the likes of Nathan Nicholson, Cam Eben, a couple of sim racing, real world crossover drivers there. Nathan Nicholson also going to actually be racing in the NASCAR Truck Series, which is that's a wild shift from a Mazda MX-5 over to a NASCAR truck. That's an interesting mix of machinery on a weekend. It's almost as different as jumping from an MX-5 to a GTP in this particular race.
I was going to say, you're at least tripling the power, maybe even more than that, I'd imagine, going from one to the other.
Yeah, but you see, I've got plenty of experience now in iRacing Arcade over the last 24 hours. You know, that's taught me that they're basically the same to drive. Just hold the controller slightly differently.
Yeah, that's all you need, right? Just turn, brake, go. It's not rocket science, really, is it? On board with Jacob Reed. Do you reckon he's got enough guitars? Or
oh, well, see, Zach, you've just made the crucial mistake. You see the white thing there?
Yeah.
That's not a guitar, that's a bass.
Oh, they do. It's got strings.
So he's got the blue one is a guitar. The one behind it's a guitar as well. The strap that I assume is the Union Jack, maybe.
Yeah.
There's 2 basses, and I would say 5 guitars. Is it 5 guitars that we can see? Yeah, 3 behind the 1 bass. Yeah. So he's definitely not a guitar. I agree with our producer. I wonder if someone's just told him what's on the stream, because he's having a good old giggle right now. A couple more penalties. To the pits, please, for Drago Racing number 69. And move aside to the Brabham Motorsports number 1. Swap position with the number 12. That means a full 61 seconds that Aidan Millward is going to have to give up here.
Yeah, he's going to be not very happy about that one by any means. And yeah, I mean, it's not quite the 3-minute gap nearly that we've got between the 911 and the 9 in the MX-5 Cups, but it's at the very least something. This is Drago on the back of the Z195. Ricky Paz just in front, making a quick little swap on the Kemmel, as one of the MX-5s is on the is offline going into the Lecombe chicane as Drago lose their front bumper. A little bit of contact between the two of them, and that's going to be suboptimal to say the least there from Hugh Barter.
Yeah, don't think that was how he drew up that. Well, good thing is, he was due for a pit lane visit anyway. I'm always trying to look on the bright side of things.
You're a glass half full kind of guy, Arjuna, and I do respect that indeed. What an angle that is. Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be a quick little, you know, hold the brakes for a second, whack the old front bumper back on and go again. But it just looks like the Mercedes has done a face mask, isn't it, when it comes peeling off? As, well, Aidan Millward slowly slowing down for the number 12 Vandalay. Do I start calling the Academy car? Do I lean into the meme?
No, we'll leave that mistake from how many years ago was it now?
3. It's got to be 3 years ago, hasn't it?
No, it must be 2. Must be 2. I refuse to believe it's 3, and so that's the main reason why I'm not going to believe it's 3. I can control my own reality. That's one of the lessons I took.
You are race control.
That is true. I am race control, and we still have a very interesting thing to come down. Oh, the poor Vandelay community car. It might need to go to the academy. Zach Merrill's looped it at the top of the track and now stranded momentarily in a perilous place, but spins it around. It's going to gift the lead eventually to Ian Lawrence Brown, because poor Aidan Millward is still having to wait now on the exit of Pouon.
He's suffering from success, isn't he? Imagine being that far in front that you've got to wait this long to give up a position. He's probably loving that. Probably the first, maybe even the last time in his life that it's ever going to happen. So we'll have to wait and see as to how long it eventually takes for the position to swap, as the grid up cars are still quite close with one another. Draga come in, they stopped for, well, how long? They are stationed. Oh no, yeah, they are. They were stationary for quite some time actually. 6.5 seconds. Definitely doesn't take that long to do a fast repair. So I wonder if there's been a splash of fuel or something. Yeah,
you'd assume so. Give a racing driver this opportunity. He's never not going to think of the bigger picture, and he's still in third, so hasn't lost too much time. I'm curious, by the way, what the lap time is going to be for Millward, because still yet to give up the lead here. It's finally within 10 seconds, the gap to the 631, and then a further 6.5 back to the Vandelay community car. Very slow roll off the final corner on the run to the line. It doesn't count as a valid lap time, so maybe having a couple of internet issues is Aidan Millward. But he has had to give up, I would say, more than 60 seconds, probably closer to going on 1.5 minutes at this point, with everything that's happened behind him. And finally, as Ian Lawrence Brown sweeps into the race lead, Brabham Motorsport can put pedal to the metal once again.
They can indeed. Zach Merrill probably feeling a little bit, I say hard done by, as if it wasn't completely his fault that the reason that he's not in the race lead right now. Aidan Millward, though, able to put his foot back down. Now, he didn't stop on the circuit. He, crawled around at a very, not reasonable pace, but, he wasn't dangerously slow or anything like that. And then he didn't time the restart in order to stay as close as possible to the 631 as possible. He sort of, was quite delayed in putting his foot back down again. So the gap 2.4 seconds, and the entirety of the lead in GTP separated by less than 7, as it's getting very busy once more in GT3 under the radar. Cooper Ross, who definitely has not been flying under the radar, trying to work their way through the Oreo liveried 24 Corvette, who definitely have had a couple of struggles so far this race. The rear-engine Porsche trying to use some of that agility and go the long way round of Piff, then the inside of Paff, and nicely done there from Cooper Ross.
In the lead now of the MX-5 class, it's still Project 91 racing team, but it's Conan Wern, who we saw attempt 5 races in 5 different cars in VCO Infinity. And the audience has finally listened to me, and clearly what is not a bad idea. Occasionally I have some decent ideas. And Conan Wern, Project 91 racing team, you have been given 2 move-asides. Please drop to 3rd behind Grid Up and Bill McLean.
Oof, brutal straight into that one. Here we go. Let's time how long it takes Conan Wern to give these ones up. I mean, it took them long enough, didn't it? But eventually they came through. I would have liked to maybe have seen it wait for the gap to get to 3 minutes and then deploy the move aside. But yeah, brutal. The gap between Nekamata and McLean is only about 9 seconds or so. So they're not going to be losing too much time once they've lost the initial position. But yeah, throws a spanner into the works, and the 911 couldn't get away scot-free for too much longer than that. So big respect to Heather, put that incentive in, and big thank you for the donation as well.
Apparently the same person redeemed 2. So my Sherlock senses are telling me that someone from Grid Up has potentially given us this opportunity. Oh, I mean, if ever you could see the contrast in speed, look at a regular MX-5 be passed by a GTP, and then look at one that's doing, I mean, Conan's still doing 120 kilometers an hour is what my timing screen is telling me. So wise. Don't stop on the racing surface. Stop off the racing line. This is heads up.
Yeah, very, very wise driving there. So you can let the time tick down. The only thing here is obviously going to be the tyre temperature come down, but MX-5s have such small tyres, it doesn't take too long for them to get back to temperature. Taking no no damage in terms of risk, as, oh my goodness.
That was our leader. That could have been a lot worse. No one around him. He's probably right now having a nice discussion. What's for lunch? You know, what are they ordering in? Probably has time to run to the door, actually go pick it up as well. And now, slowly get onto the power, I would assume. No, he's going to let Samantha Tan Racing and Nekomata sweep through, and still waiting for Bill McLean here, Zach. There he goes. Another call to pit lane. It's the pits for number 404, Team Matthias Moser in GT3. Might have lost Zach Sweeney, some technical issues. Means we can focus on race control things as it continues 3 abeam with traffic. Oh, the fight for second, Zach Maryland. He and Lawrence Brown on the hunt. That was close to disaster momentarily. They'll just about squeeze their way through. And as that was all happening, for second place, Ricky Paz. Flip it and reverse it, please, for the DZ195 Motorsports 31 in second place. Ricky Paz, flip it and reverse it for us. And there's one more. I'm just trying to figure out which of the 3 Daniel Newman Racing machines it is for. And I'm letting the chatter on the radio continue between the drivers. So much of it going on. One more, flip it and reverse it, please. This one for the 21, Daniel Newman Racing, a blue machine, Tony Van Dyke. Flip it and reverse it for us.
Well, another one, and my favorite incentive of the bunch, because of the drama that it's given us so far in this race. An hour and 20 of the way through, and well, we've seen thrill spills and pretty much everything in between since then. So all I can say is keep them coming, I think is the way to go, as they very cleverly do the strategy. However, pulling that close to the racing line, probably not what I would be doing. Ricky Paz, though, getting away scot-free on that one. And a very camouflaged Aston Martin to be going backwards. It will be, especially in the Ardennes. That's a very green livery to be going backwards.
Hey, maybe that's the approach, as if he can blend in, he will avoid incidents with other teams and drive. I mean, it's a great approach for the Spa 24. I'm just, you know, I'm thinking about how I'm going to steal that. By the way, just in the front of the shot, Conan Wern fights with Bill McLean. Remember, we had the move aside. Conan Wern parked for about 70 seconds. Try the up and under on the run down the hill into the hairpin that follows. Ricky Paz has indeed completed his flip it and reverse it. Believe that Daniel Newman Racing have done so as well. Yes, there's Tony Van Dyke in the McLaren. Remember, Hugh Barter's shown us that turn 1 in reverse can be just as fast as when you're going the right way round.
Yeah, it's because you don't have to scrub off too much speed, and you've still kind of got the rotation. The car obviously very sensitive in reverse, as the 11 Conan Verne, who worked their way through, of course, well, had to relinquish the position, now working their way back through on, well, that was the 25, that's Bill McLean. So Good Up White, who we suspect to be the ones that did the double whammy in terms of give up positions. Well, they've been the first to be overtaken. Now 10.6 seconds, the gap in the lead. Now a bit of a challenge coming in for Conan Verne for what I'd imagine to be towards the tail end of the opening stint for the MX-5s, as they negotiate with a bit of traffic, as that's always going to be dodgy on the outside of the double right-hander at Stavelo and Kirkwood Frere, but for the most part able to keep it nice and tidy. And I think Arjuna may be deciding for a bit of carnage to come up soon.
Well, Tony Van Dyke's already welcomed a bit of carnage. Already things have gone wrong. Confirms the damage just by making it a little bit worse. I tell you what, got some more penalties that, yes, are coming through, but as an incentive that we need to get to that requires the triggering of the safety car. I need to hit the right button, though, for that to happen. I'm really struggling. Really struggling. Third time's the charm. Yellow flag is out, and drivers, we have a special incentive under this safety car, and we need your assistance to make it possible. Once the field is caught up behind our BMW safety car, I am going to call for the dance party. You're going to pull alongside of the car in front of you, if you have someone. We're basically going to get into a 2x2 formation, and we're going to run next to each other for the entirety of the lap. So once everyone's caught up, I'll call it out, and we'll have our dance party.
It's going to be good, isn't it? It's good. Looking forward to seeing this. So are they doing it? They're doing it under safety car or under restart?
It will be under safety car because this restart will actually be single file. Thanks for reminding me that I had to also do that.
Good stuff. Race control. Get Arjuna booked up for any and all race control inquiries, I'd imagine, both virtual and real life. I'm sure you'd be loving the power of safety cars at your disposal.
It's a dangerous proposition. Dangerous proposition.
Any minor inconvenience, safety car, boom.
Exactly. You know, I need to go and get my lunch. Safety car.
Tell you what, that actually did happen. That did happen in a real race.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
No. There was a 24 hours of Ford KAs in Enduro KA last year, and at Anglesey Trackmon in the UK and Wales. Some of the marshal posts are landlocked, and of course, marshals, you know, the amazing people that they are, race control through a safety car so that the safety car could deliver lunch and deliver food to the marshals around the circuit, which I thought was a very good use of the safety car.
That is interesting. Sorry, I'm just getting some instructions from our team about this 2x2. So I am going to get on the radio and just update all our drivers as well as to the situation. I've just been given an update on our dance party as our BMW M2 safety car has just left the pit lane. What we are going to do is restart this race 2x2. We'll start double file. All subsequent restarts will be single file. But the entirety of the first green flag lap after the restart must be done side by side. So whoever you are restarting this race with, you must be next to them when you start the race or restart the race, and next to them when you end that first green flag lap. I know this is a little bit different, but let's have some fun with our dance party.
Now, the interesting thing here is that obviously you're going to have some odd pairings. For example, that McLaren, that MX-5, is at the discretion and at the sole mercy of how fast that MX-5 can go around the circuit. The two Astons towards the sharp end of this safety car queue, well, they can go nigh on GT3 speed, so we're going to have some pretty big disparities. Now, is overtaking allowed under that first lap of restart?
I mean, if you're side by side with someone, theoretically, but that means you'd have to be four wide, because the danger with going side by side is
this could be
too many questions. Yeah, this is a good one.
But if you've got two GTPs side by side and then you've got two MX-5s side by side, are you going to sit behind the MX-5s?
Now, this is where the class ordering that, you know, they do, for example, in IMSA at the end of a safety car period would be very helpful. My suspicion is we aren't going to get that. Imagine if you're a poor GTP who does start alongside of an MX-5.
It's like your school sports day when you're doing the three-legged races, and you know, you're stuck with, you know, you get like the fast people that pair up together and they'll be blitzing off into the distance, and then you'd get sort of paired up with me, for example, and you most definitely would not be winning a three-legged race. Let's put it that way. So I think some of the GTPs might be at the discretion of that one. I wonder if we might see some tactical pit stops to hope to get a slightly better partner for this restart. There is a lot of technicality going into this restart. If teams take it, if teams look at it that deeply, I hope they do. It'd be funny.
I think what I probably need to do is get onto the radio and interrupt this conversation that is brewing between the drivers right now and just inform them of the specifics. Hi folks, just jumping in from the broadcast to remind you of exactly how this is going to work. When this race restarts, you must stay alongside of whoever you restart this race with for the entire lap. Now, if you want to go and pass someone in front of you, you need to make sure you've still got someone next to you at all times. So be very careful. If you are by yourself at any point, there may be some other penalties heading in your direction. And that means that if you're a GTP who starts alongside of an MX-5, maybe don't go full throttle at the start when the green flag drops. I know that's hard to ask for, though.
This is so good. I cannot wait. I'm intrigued as to how well this is going to work at the beginning. We should get like a disco ball or something to have for this dance part at the beginning. I love this event. I love this dynamic. It's sim racing at its absolute finest, in all honesty. It's what we do it for, isn't it?
What we really, I think, at this point need is just a magic 8-ball. Only way you could make this race any better would be to add an even more random element to it. Big gaps, by the way, in GT3, because the top two have got effectively a full lap on the field. So what's going to happen in terms of pit stops here is I see some MX-5s, I see some GT3s. I don't expect to see any of the prototypes necessarily, though. Maybe I'm wrong there.
What are we, an hour and a half? Maybe? If they... Yeah, we're probably looking... Yeah, there's one coming in. I think if they were bang on where they should be, which is around 40 to 45 minutes a stint, probably we could have seen some come in. Maybe a couple of them. I think because so many people are so off sequence, there's no way of truly tracking the ideal strategy, purely because I don't think you can. For the GTs and the MX-5, it's fairly simple, especially for the MX-5s, because 6 hours, that divvies up quite nicely into 90-minute stints, which is roughly what you can get out of an MX-5 tank. GT is typically about an hour. Obviously, it becomes a bit more complicated for the GTPs, but in terms of ideal strategy, I don't think there is one for a race like this.
No, I mean, ideal strategy? Two words that have no place when you talk about this particular race. Lights are, well, still on, but I believe we may go back racing this time. We'll wait till we get into the final sector. I do believe, though, we are, for the most part, formed up. And I'm just trying to look through behind Benny, our pace car driver. Are all the... No, never mind. I was going to say, are all the prototypes lined up with someone? No, they are not. There is going to be a little bit of misalignment, I feel, although they are still all shuffling amongst themselves right now. Basically, iRacing is telling them exactly where they need to be in the queue right now.
Yeah, they've got to abide by that, and causing a little bit of complications for the most part. So is a double file restart something you can set?
Yes, I can choose single file and double file. I've got the control. I've got the buttons right here.
So that just makes it a little bit more interesting. I've never been in a race control seat by any means. So never once have I been given the power nor the responsibility that Arjuna Kankipati has right now, and that he is relishing in at the moment.
Hey, I'm available for hire. If anyone wants the button pusher, just shout me out.
Yeah, if you want your race to be as chaotic and as frantic and as exciting as this, absolutely get on that. I think we're going to have a very interesting restart to this one, because again, this isn't something you can practice. This is a completely new dynamic for every single person on this grid, and it's just going to be guesswork. How well do you coordinate this? How well is that communication going to be with your dance partner as such, it definitely does take two to tango, and we'll see that echoed over the next lap and a half that we've got of well, the rest of the safety car restart, and then of course the well, the rest of the safety car, and then of course the subsequent restart beyond that. So let's see who's got the dance ability. Who would win strictly on this grid? Let's find out.
Who's got their dancing shoes on? Now, Strictly is a British show. I don't think there's a US equivalent of that, is there?
I have no idea.
Oh, I'm Dancing with the Stars. That's the American equivalent of Strictly.
I have just Googled it and it has come up straight away. Yeah, Dancing with the Stars.
Yes.
I have no
it
idea
took
what
me a
that is.
second. Took my brain a second. That's how much TV I watched. That at least I was able to remember it. Yeah, this is a bit awkward. They're all trying to figure out who they want to be alongside with. MX-5's a little bit further down. I still see the lights on the safety car, so I'm expecting one more lap and then we will get underway. Which is a long lap, let's not forget. 4.5 minutes for these drivers to figure out who they're next to, and then, well, figure out what they want to do after that.
What would be hilarious if we had a flip and reverse come in at the restart, and then you're stuck behind someone that has to go backwards for the entire lap. Now that would be awful, well, for someone to have to deal with.
Remember what we said on the last safety car, we're not going to do another flip and we're not going to let them flip and reverse under safety car. They've got to do it under racing so they actually feel the pain.
Exactly. So do it just as we go green flag and then you're stuck with them. That would be... I'm loving this far too much, aren't I? I'm thinking of all the mischievous ways we can make this even more chaotic.
Because you got to be serious. You got another broadcast after this, right? Serious.
I do. I've got to let it out. I've got to loosen the reins a little bit, purely because I have to be stuck with Lewis for 2 hours, and you know we all know how that goes. So I'm trying my best to be happy, and then see how I get on a bit later on.
Yeah. No, that I don't blame you. Stuck with Lewis. That's a painful place to be. Is it more painful than being stuck behind the safety car when you're behind the wheel of one of these GTP machines? That I don't know about.
Yeah, I mean, you've got plenty of horses underneath you and a BMW in front of you that most definitely is not using the full capability of that car. And, well, dawdling around. Obviously, we're going to have quite cold tyres to get this race back underway with as well. And probably quite eager to get it going, I would imagine, for a lot of these drivers. They're sat there, they just want to get it going. I do like that shot though of all basically 39 cars. That is an interesting line coming in. Is that Movano?
That is indeed the Drive for Wishes. That's a throwback. Was it the 2022 iRacing Spa 24?
3 was it?
What did I say it was?
2. Was it 22 or 23?
I want to say it was 22. No, it would have been 23, because 23 would have been the Gamers 8 year that I wasn't around, and I specifically was not commentating on that. So yeah, you're right. There you go.
Sometimes.
Occasionally.
Let's put it that way. When I want to be. Yeah, I mean, I wonder as to what he's going to be doing regarding his tyre temperature on that one. It was very perfectly timed. Just as I was talking about cold tyre temps off the safety car restart, Movano go and pull that one out. That was remarkable. A bit of rallycross. I'm sure the stiff suspension of these LMDH is probably not welcoming the grass at all, but you know, in terms of that particular patch of grass, we've definitely seen worse incidents over the last hour and a half.
I believe that we do indeed have all the cars ordered up for the most part. So LMDHs, GTPs at the front, with only a couple of stragglers at the tail end. But again, remember, if you're alongside of a slightly slower car, it's going to mean that in our dance party where you have to stay side by side with those in front of you, or those alongside of you, I should say, choosing when to make the move on those in front of you is going to be difficult. Let's just give the reminder. Just a reminder, everybody, dance party on the opening green flag lap here. Stay alongside of somebody at all times until you cross the line to end the first lap once we get back underway. This is a special request from an evil donor. You can blame them for their particularly cruel idea of fun here today?
Someone woke up and chose. That was a conscious decision that they came up with. I'd love to have known the thought process behind that and what inspired such an idea, but I respect it nonetheless. What a goated donation request that is. The incentives themselves are good enough, but this even better.
Do I name and shame?
Is it shame? Name and praise, I would say.
No, you are winning some hearts and minds by saying that. You're also losing some, but that's neither here nor there.
You can't win everything, can you? You can't please everyone, so.
You know what I think we should do? We're just after the Winter Olympics. No ice skates on, but let's turn up the tango music, and instead of Zach and I blabbering on about the beauty, the elegance of the dance pairings we're about to see here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps in Drive for Wishes 2026, let's enjoy this dance party side by side for a lap here. Our drivers have their instructions. Who's got their tango shoes on? Well, quite remarkable. A tango around Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, continuing further behind. Thanks to everyone for playing. That was a lot of fun to watch along with. And the coordination between some of our drivers. I heard it on the radio, Zach. It was almost like formation flying. A little bit faster, a little bit slower, a little bit left, a little bit right, as they worked their way around the lap.
Well, if the Red Arrows are hiring, I could definitely suggest a few people to go and take some acrobatics as well. That's not even more tango going on there between these three. As down the inside goes the Oreo Corvette, which finds its way through down the inside of the bus-stop chicane. And I just sat here and I was laughing to myself for the entire lap. It was great. I mean, the music as the and then of course the backdrop of the start-finish straight off the restart was great. Drago Racing, of course, Hubata contending towards the sharp end of the GT3 field, as we would expect, as it's all getting very, very busy. Again, off the safety car restart, very nearly there. Conan Verne getting collected in and amongst the traffic up the hill through Rouge and Radion for the first proper time for these guys, as Hubata now back into the race into the GT3s, and well, for how much longer we'll have to wait and see.
So we have a couple of incentives that have made their way down. I'm just trying to make sure that they will be announced correctly. It's the Vandelay community team that leads in the prototype class, Drago Racing in GT3, and then Project 91 in MX5. So let's begin our waves of flip it and reverse it's first. Let's begin with them. If you're just joining us, that means team has got to reverse on track for 1 kilometer. Not the opposite way, but turn the car around and drive with the direction of traffic. Flip it and reverse it, please, for the Drago Racing number 69, for the Under the Radar number 17, and as well for the Vandelay Community Racing number 12. So another 3 flip it and reverse it's. 2 of them for race leaders, Zach.
Yes, indeed. Hugh Barter and Drago Racing just can't seem to catch a break. Someone definitely has it out for them. Well, we'll see them flip it back round once again. And, well, they're experts at this point, as very quickly on it. There is the Vandelay Community racing car. They do it at the top of the hill, which, again, seems to be the meta. Although it is very perilous doing it that close, as they, well, do their best NASCAR impression there of riding the wall around the Kemmel Kink and keeping it, well, very awkwardly placed, I'd actually say, on the racing line, but able to bring it back over closer to the white line. And again, this is a kilometer run. They have to do it for a kilometer run from, well, the top of Radion to the Lecombe chicane. Drago have been very testing with where and when they decide to do their flip it and reverse it, but off the exit of the bus stop, they probably should be done by the time they get to the top of the hill at Radion, which is probably the last place in the world I'd want to be flipping it back round again. But, well, we'll have to find out what Hugh Barter can muster up as he makes it through La Source. Once again, pretty much at racing speed.
Yes, pretty much. And as he weaves one way then the other, he jinks one of the Daniel Newman Racing McLarens. Speaking of, move aside penalty for the Daniel Newman Racing number 18, Scott Parker. Please drop back behind the Drago Racing number 69. So as Under the Radar Racing do their own flip it and reverse it at the top of the track, back of the shot, I love it. You can see Hugh Barter, who's just done the J-turn, punched it back in a straight line, and off to the races he goes again.
Yeah, it's quite all right, actually, for the Merc to do the flips. It's quite easy with it being front engine. The rear end quite light, and it's quite easy to break traction. So J-turns in the Merc, pretty satisfying to hook up, and Hugh Barter obviously doing plenty of them in his stint in this race thus far. Of course, Scott Parker and Daniel Newman Racing will be pulling over and allowing the Mercedes back through, so the flip it and reverse it punishment very much mitigated for Drago there, as they'll, well, effectively find their way back into the race lead almost immediately. Although a 20.6 second lead for Daniel Newman Racing they're going to have to lose. It's by no means the biggest one that we've lost so far this race. That goes, of course, to Project 91 Racing Team, and their near 3-minute gap they had to give up not once, but also, well, not just one position, but 2 positions they had to lose about half an hour ago as well. So that move aside can be one of the smallest punishments, or very quickly one of the best bang for buck you can get in terms of the incentives.
Yeah, it's a good thing that in the last 30 minutes a lot of these incentives are turned off, because we would just be talking value for money. And you know, as it is in all racing, the team with the deepest pocketbooks might end up coming out on top. As we watch MX5, Hyperion and Alex Rogers on the back of Skylar Loverink and Samantha Tan Racing. That's the fight for second. We have a couple of other incentives that have come through. It's the pits for Potato Nation streamers and the number 32 GT3 car, please. And also a flip it and reverse it for the 669 Globe Oil team. Steve Axman at the wheel right now.
Yeah, so more brutality coming in. There's a Mustang. That is remarkable fashion. Does he get it? He gets it back rotated again. That was quality there. A very damaged front left, but I mean, what else would you use a Mustang for than spinning around, to be honest? I think that's a perfect use of that GT3 car.
It's a little bit squashed. Would have been a good time maybe to head off down to the pit lane, one would have thought. maybe he got a bit distracted by the call out to head towards the pit lane. Almost into the third hour of racing. We'll have a safety car every hour of this race. Those incentives are sold out before the green flag already dropped, Zach.
People keen to get them done, let's put it that way, which I think has definitely kept this race well, very spicy. It might have been quite cool to have a gimmick for every safety car restart, you know, sort of like how the Hunger Games had a quarter quell. Maybe he'd do that for our safety car restarts, have a different gimmick for each of the restarts. That's maybe food for thought for next time. But yeah, we had the double fire restart, of course, previously. We didn't have one for the first one, other than the fact that you could take your reverse, flip it and reverse it under safety car. Maybe we need to think of one for the third. If anyone's got any special requests for the next safety car restart, definitely throw them our way.
Well, no, not just throw them our way. Accompanied by a healthy donation. That's what incentivized us to do the dance party. We have officially now just crossed $9,000 raised, not even halfway through. Almost halfway towards the goal target in Drive for Wishes 2026. Make-A-Wish already granted more than 615,000 wishes to critically ill children around the world. And with wishes granted in over 50 countries, you can help the wish of a child come true, all closer to home. All proceeds from this event headed directly to Make-A-Wish International. Some great prizes for our teams and drivers, not necessarily for winning this race, but for being a part of the community, and in some cases for their sportsmanship and effort through the event. Something that's always nice to see rewarded by some great partners, not just our team here at RaceBot, delighted once again to be part of the broadcast, but IMB Racewear, Gomez Sim Industries, Secret Lab, Trophy AI, and Boosted Media as well. MX-5 Stealth Black look for Alex Rogers, who's now pulling away from Samantha Tan Racing. We know how important draft is in these machines. Alex Rogers hoping to break clear of it.
Yeah, he's going to try and do his best, but Skylar Lovering for Samantha Tan Racing going to be desperately trying to stay just within that slipstream range, especially at a circuit like Spa. We can have some very oval-esque racing, as we saw in the opening 10 minutes of the race before the incentives very much were incentivizing a lot of people to space out the grid ever so slightly. I think once you're in the draft, it becomes incredibly difficult to break free of it unless there is a mistake or that incentive come in, because yeah, Skylar I think was just within that draft range, and then it's just exponential. The closer you get, the stronger it gets. The stronger it gets, the closer you get, and the cycle repeats. So yeah, firmly locked into this toe. And yeah, I don't think the corners are enough of an opportunity for Alex Rogers to break enough of a gap away for the gap not just to come immediately back down on the straight. Although he is giving it a good go in terms of throwing it into the corners, the gap does build, and then of course you've got this 2-kilometer run uphill as well, which definitely plays nicely into the hands of the number 9.
We have a couple of It's the Pits penalties. Drago Racing number 69, Vortex Racing number 691. To the pit lane, please. And after that, I'm going to pile on the misery for poor Drago Racing, because guess what? After that, they'll have a move aside penalty, which means they're going to have to give up about 90 seconds as here comes Hugh Barder to pit lane.
Oof, this is not ideal by any stretch of the imagination, well, Drago Racing have definitely got a bit of a target on their backs. They've not been given the Vendetta incentive yet, but we'll have to wait and see, because it worked very, very well for one of the MX-5 teams earlier on, straight through the pit lane for Drago, so they're going to lose a position. Now, if they did them, can they choose which order they do the punishments in, do you think? Because it would have been wise to do the move aside and then the pits. That would have been a lot less punishing.
Because they haven't been told about the move aside just yet.
Oh, that's true.
Yes. No. I was slightly strategic in making sure I announced them correctly in that order. Another penalty, unfortunately, for Drago Racing. Please move aside and drop behind the 29 of Daniel Newman Racing.
You
that's going
are
to be heartbreaking.
despicable. You are despicable, Arjuna. I have never respected you more.
Well,
great.
and you know, it gets worse. While you're slowing down, you might as well also do a flip it and reverse it Drago Racing, because you've also got one of those to do.
This is great. This is great. Oh, seamless transition though.
That is someone who does have traction control off, bound to their steering wheel.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and on the Astro as well. Definitely going to be losing a bit of traction. It becomes a front-wheel drive car, so if you lose traction, you just, you know, understeer, which probably doesn't, you know, hurt in terms of some stability when you're going backwards. But yeah, nice to get. At least you've given them the solace of doing the flip it while they're waiting to be caught up. I think that was somewhat nice from you. But yeah, to do the pit lane, to lose the position, and then have to wait another 90 seconds. That was. I respect it. I respect it.
Hey. I'm fair. Yes, I'm benevolent, but I'm fair, okay? You can attest. You've got access to the same Discord channel as me. The order of operations, it's the pits came first, then the move aside, then the flip it and reverse it. And one more thing as well, I might as well just announce now. Let me find the right button. Hugh, your reversing skills are great. If you want to reverse to pit lane, you've been given an it's the pits again. I am loving this way too much.
I'm gutted. I have 23 minutes left of this. Can we just have as many incentives packed into the next 23 minutes as possible? I want to see as many as we can get. This is good. This is what sim racing is all about. Hugh Barter, I'm sure he's loving it, to be honest. He's probably laughing to some degree. He's got a smile on his face, I'd imagine. He's at the very least practicing his reversing skills. If he ever struggles to find a car parking space from this point on, I would be deeply surprised because, well, he should be able to fit in anywhere with skills like this.
He's raced in Formula 3 and Formula 2, if I remember correctly, but clearly what he's now practicing for is the Formula Reverse Championship, which very prestigious. What a camera angle. This is genuinely also a terrifying perspective as the prototypes rush on towards you. 10 out of 10 on the style. Back in a straight line, back on the power, and is he going to be straight down to pit lane? Yes, he is.
The transitions just get better and better. Hugh Barter, take a bow. Yeah, into the pit lane. Now I wonder if he is going to service the car at this point, 5 minutes off the hour. We'll have to wait and see, or if he is just going to drive straight through. He's not even lost the position yet to the 29. He was meant to do, wasn't he? Has he given up the position yet?
I was just double checking. No, he's still got to give up another 20 seconds. So
you can reverse for half of a lap and still not lose a position. That is insanity.
and that's why he's not put pedal to the metal just yet. I mean, this is some. You and I have done some unique things with VCO esports. You know, I'm thinking to a lot of different events. Hugh's been a part of many of them. This will definitely be one of the more unique things. On board with Thomas Hitchcock, who will get that second place away from Drago Racing. This is not, by the way, Hugh reversing up Eau Rouge. This is genuinely the camera looking over his shoulder. And I think he's finally starting to pick up the speed slightly as the McLaren slithers into the draft as they climb toward the top of the track. And what an interesting 3 minutes for Hugh Barter. And now he's finally going to have to give up second position.
Yeah, and he's timed that very well as well, just to tuck straight back into the McLaren. So he's minimised the time loss. Even though he's had to give up a minute and a half, he's minimised the time loss in true pro sim racer fashion from Hugh Barter. So he's on the back of Thomas Hitchcock now and, well, almost immediately trying to send one down the inside of Rivage and work his way back through. We're not even a third of the way through this race yet, and we've had almost everything thrown this way. I have to say, in terms of broadcasts that I've done over my 4 years now of commentary, this is absolutely up there as Hugh Barter finds the move to the inside of Puon and will make quick work of the McLaren. So he gave the position up, had to wait quite a while, then wasted no time in finding a way back through.
Yeah, forget working the Rolex 24 a couple of weeks ago. This is maybe one of the funnest things I've done in quite a while. Hugh Barter, I talked about having fun with perfect pace racing earlier. I think that's what he's going to do now. Side by side, this could go on for a full lap if Hugh really wanted it to. 10,780 I rating for Hugh Barter. It is not as rare anymore to talk about drivers with more than 10,000 I rating. Go back 5-6 years, we were talking 5 or 6. Now we're talking, I think it's 140 or something, Lewis McLeod was telling me a little bit ago. Prototype going to force the defensive lunge that then turns into offense. Hitchcock shoves himself up the inside, but now leaves himself vulnerable as Hugh Barter takes what can only be described as the 2020 Spa 24-hour line.
Yeah, I mean, if he ever wants to see in NASCAR at the Circuit of Americas, I think he'd fit right in with track limits like that, as he finds his very liberal look into the track limits there, keeping the position, of course, and a very strategical off-track. Let's put that. Is there an incident limit for this?
Good question. I think the answer to that, based on what we just saw from Hugh, is no.
So, off-track frenzy, I guess, from Drago. A good effort, though, I have to say, from the Daniel Newman Racing, just to send one to the inside. I respect the grind in trying to keep Drago as far back as possible. I think this entire race in GT3 has just been everyone's best efforts to be grabbing onto the ankles of Drago to stop them advancing as far forward as possible. Been really interesting to see how much nerfing it's going to take for anyone other than Drago to win this GT3 race.
Well, looking at incident points, Drago racing a 49 in 46 laps, which, you know, sounds like, yeah, okay, they've had one a lap, but really, every time they've spun around is probably counting as 2 incident points for a loss of control. Now, it's very much not a loss of control. It's very intentionally spinning the car around, but it's just the nature of the iRacing system. Already the gap grown to 7 car lengths or so, as Hitchcock now looks in the rearview mirror from the other driver, by the way, that's had his fair share of penalties as we watch in pit lane, sitting there. Long pit stop for one of the Astons, but Matthias Moser, who I think is running this race by himself, at least 3 times we've called his name out and told him, head to pit lane, flip that car around and reverse it. But still, up in 4th position, he's had a good day so far.
Yeah, P4 for the 404, he's doing quite well. The Aston we did see come into pit lane was the team 922, which was aptly the 923 because I've got 2 entries. It took me a while to translate the Roman numerals, CM XXII for the team 922 before I very quickly realised that it just translates into 922, which makes a lot of sense. There's a lovely little slow motion there of one of the that's the Globe Oil MX-5s.
Right. We've got to move aside. That's about to make things a bit more interesting in the GT3 class. That's a big, big contact for MX-5. 6-man team. Glad the replay's finally off our screen as Moses slipped through on Hitchcock. Move aside for Daniel Newman Racing number 18. Please drop behind Team Matthias Moser. So drop to 3rd position, please. And for the Drago Racing number 69, please drop behind Team Matthias Moser as well. One more penalty or incentive. Mivano for Wishes number 75. It's the pits for you, please. Another slate of incentives, and these, Zach, are really going to chop and change GT3, and it's going to suddenly become a 4-car fight for what will be the lead of class.
Yeah, come on, let's have it out for a few laps, lads. Come on, bring it to give us some entertainment as they fly in formation. Of course, McLaren's either side of the Merc and the Aston going side by side through the Piff-Paff chicane. Drago back down the inside of the left-hander. Nicely done there from Hugh Barter to retain what is 2nd position, at least for now. Matthias Moser, of course, just in behind in the 404 as well. The Atomic McLaren going way off there through Stavolo. Hugh Barter, of course, for Drago Racing. They've been such good sports. They've got a very strong chin in this race, let's put it that way.
Yes, strong chin, stiff upper lip is maybe how the Brits might say it as well. Got one more penalty that I did forget to call out. and that one was flip it and reverse it, please, for the Project 91 racing team, the 911 Conan Wern.
Well, they had to give up that monumental gap. Well, that's one way of doing it.
He's pulled right on the camel and said, let me do it now.
Just tell me you like, mate, to be honest. There's two enemy swells coming out on either side of the circuit. He's planted it in the middle of the circuit as well. Thankfully, they very sensibly settled into single file. Those were the two behind him, actually. They're fighting. That's the fight for the lead. That's Alex Rogers versus Skylar Lovering, who can't seem to get enough of each other. So the 911, of course, got back into the lead after relinquishing 3 minutes worth of gaps, and very quickly someone said, you know what, nah, you're going to go backwards for a little bit. I do love their commitment to just decide, you know what, a random point on the Kemmel Straight is just perfect, a perfect opportunity to spin round.
This is the type of race that encapsulates what sim racing is all about, not having to be confined to things that you would only do in reality. This is the least sensible thing that you could do. Racing for James, Dave Jansen slips through on Jacob Roberts. Remember, we have to give a big call out to Racing for James, because when we put the target out John Wick style on another one of the MX-5s, it was Alex Rogers in the Hyperion machine. Well, Racing for James, team that stepped up, and that was a big shunt. I regret to now inform, by the way, the class leaders in GT3, they've been given another incentive. Update for the number 18, Daniel Newman Racing. Please now drop to 4th position behind Daniel Newman Racing, the number 29.
Well, I mean, at least they're giving it up to their own team, I suppose, is some sort of solace in that one. But yeah, it's just insult to injury now. They get themselves into the lead, and now they've got to drop all the way back to 4th. At the very least, hopefully for a few laps, we can have some gloves off racing between the top 4 and keep it interesting, because Hugh Barton and Matthias Moser, they're very, very close. Dan Newman Racing, the 29, only 2 seconds beyond that. So this could be very spicy at the sharp end of GT3 as we head our way into the second third of this race. Conan Vern's still going backwards. I mean, this is the love of the game at this point. He's done way more than a kilometre.
He knows that we've got a couple more safety cars that are going to impact every hour of this race. And so every second you lose now is time that will be made up later. We have a double flip it and reverse for the Cornish Lawnmower Racing number 99. Sam Ball, you can either drive for 1 full kilometre twice in reverse, or play for the fans. 2 kilometres in reverse, all in one go.
If you're being truly pragmatic about this, you'd do the latter, purely because the time you spend flipping round is time wasted. That doesn't obviously technically get counted towards the kilometre, so you'd ideally get it all done in one whammy to minimise the spin rounds, but we'll see if they dish it up over the course of 2 laps or just decide to well, do a third or just under a third of the lap fully in reverse. Wouldn't be the first nor the last time that we see it happen, but the Cornish Lawnmower Racing, they've got a very nice livery, it must be said. It translated really well into the pictures that they sent into the Discord as well, which it does look very, very nice. They're going to spin themselves around, struggling to do it for a moment, finding themselves into the gravel, and well, now we'll see if it's a 2 kilometre run. From here, I would imagine to at least La Tours, surely, yeah.
Anything earlier than turn 1 and I am going to be disappointed. Now this livery, it is somewhat like a BMW art car, you know, kind of, it's maybe not as dark in places as an official BMW livery would be, but it has a lot of those same elements, so it's a good contender, that's for sure. Officially, by the way, the 18 has dropped to 4th, so former race leader has served the 3 move-asides that were given to it. Oh, great look from up above. Great car control on display as well. Distinctly BMW is this M Hybrid V8. Now, how aggressively will he, I was going to say, attack this final corner? He's just going to go in a straight line and then flick it into drive and drive off without needing to turn the car around. He might just get a slowdown, though, for cutting the inside of the course.
Wait and see, that is a very seamless way of doing it, actually. Very nicely done from the 99. Now, was that 2 kilometers? I reckon they still owe us a flip it in reverse. We'll wait and see as to what they do. But they've lost 36 seconds now to Ivana Fuishas, who I think have been a bit quiet over the last couple of hours. Maybe they need another target on their backs in the near future. We'll have to wait and see. I'm loving it. Some people just love to see this thing happen. Also, by the way, they're spinning background Cornish.
I love how you say more chaos, because at one point, look, Marchand was a lap and a half down and they've had to fight their way back. I think he's decided 2 separate 1 kilometers is clearly what I've taken. As side by side, fight for second. Hugh Barter's cleared up the road to the tune of 6.5 full seconds. Thomas Hitchcock in one of the Daniel Newman McLarens has slipped through, but only momentarily. Matthias Moser plugs the inside. Scott Parker back up to third, the former leader in this class. 3 and a bit hours left to go. We're about to say goodbye to Zach Sweeney, welcome in David Haynes as we close in on the halfway mark in this race. And closing in on our halfway mark in the race to the goal as well, $9,595 and the 1 cent, don't forget that, all in our chase for 20,000, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, it's remarkable. We had $5,000 raised by the time the green flag fell, which is really, really good to see, and that's continued to grow very quickly over the last couple of hours, and still got just shy of 4 hours to get to the goal. And again, all for a fantastic cause. The mission behind Make-A-Wish is phenomenal, and nice to see so many people rally behind in support of that, and some great driving that we've seen. I mean, in terms of charity events, this has been very, very good. It's been exciting. We've had some good racing. We've had some chaos to go with it as well. I mean, it's just been, all in all, a very good event, and probably one of my favourites so far in the not even just in the world of sim racing, the world of motorsport so far in 2026. So yeah, excited to see that, and hoping that we can see. I'm sure, I say hoping, I'm sure we are going to see that donation goal get closer and closer to the big old 20k.
Daniel Newman McLarens, one of them gets the final corner wrong. You know, I was just thinking, if we could try and do this in the real world, only problem would be that the budget for crash repairs would wipe out any donations that we would get along the way. It is, unless you have a better idea. I mean, that's the issue. When you've got the classes as varied as we have, Prototype tries to split the middle, smallest of contacts, and hard into the wall for one of the Ninja Turtles, I'm going to guess.
You could do it in some sort of a case of like maybe banger racing, sort of very inexpensive cars, or like MX-5s, BMWs, GT4 level cars. I guess in terms of actual crashing on circuit, you could have like a paddock target. So maybe someone goes around with a paintball gun or something, and then you've got to sort of hide out for 25 minutes or something. So there's a member of a team that gets nominated as opposed to the driver themselves that then has to be hunted down for some time, and then you could have sort of like Joker Lap-esque things instead of going backwards, so they have to, or like a spare car maybe that they have to then drive backwards around, maybe like a go-kart track. I know plenty of circuits have go-kart tracks, so maybe that's the thing. I'm trying to find a way. I know Spa definitely has a very nice go-kart track. Silverstone has one as well. So there's a couple of countries, a couple of circuits that we could do it at feasibly. Definitely something in a similar vein of challenge that could be done in the real world. The logistical nightmare, though, I think would be probably insurmountable, in all honesty. I would like to see it, though.
Still haven't solved the budget issue, but maybe we just go to Porsche and ask them very nicely. Yeah, they won't mind. I see the smoke in front. That's probably a healthy chunk of change. You've got 5 minutes, Zach, and I'm putting you on notice now. Before you go, we do need your top 3 picks for liveries as skipping through the chicane goes the 631 machine. Because, of course, let's not forget, we do have to, as a broadcast team, and with our Make-A-Wish team as well, pick the winner of our Looking Good award. They'll win, of course, a pair of Gomez Sim Industries gloves.
Indeed. One of mine definitely going to be Movano. As much as I have thrown them under the bus a little bit in terms of they need more penalties, they do have a very nice livery. So I'll give them that one. I'm trying to think as to who else I've seen. I'll try and pick one from each class. Maybe that's the way to go. MX-5 wise.
Well, before you do, I'm just going to also remind you, we're giving prizes here, so you don't have to pick car specifics.
No, but in terms of my top 3 for now, this is
okay.
sort of, I think the 3 for me right now. In GTP, my favourite is Movano. GT3, I really did like that purple Aston. I can't remember which team it was for, but the purple Aston Martin.
Pace, guys.
Yes. Very, very nice livery. Just because of the colour scheme, I really like. It's not doing a lot in terms of like sponsors or anything like that, but I really like the colours. And then MX-5, I'm trying to think as to who stood out in the MX-5, I'll be honest. I do quite like the Globe Oil. I think it's a nice colour scheme. But I think it is quite hard to make a really nice livery for the MX-5 because it is difficult. I like the red and the white. I'll go with this one, I think.
Okay, I was going to say that pink Vortex Precision one could be a choice too.
True. My memory is awful. This one is nice actually, I will say, yeah.
I mean, Samantha Tan, who have just taken the lead, I think, away from Hyperion, who have headed to pit lane. That's another contender, always a good look at the somewhat sort of art style car that often we see. While we have you, I'm also going to let you enjoy the fun of a couple more penalties, Zach, because you wanted something for Movano and your wishes, well, have been answered. Movano 4 wishes. Please move aside and drop to second behind Brabham Motorsport, please. And also flip it and reverse it for the 631 Preservex 6-man team.
Well, they're in the pit lane at the moment, so they can't be doing much of that. But once they're back out, they'll be adding insult to injury for that one. The Movano one, though, I'm not going to say I'm happy to see it. Sorry, Movano. Definitely won't be getting any Movano merchandise anytime soon. But, yeah, they're going to be slowing down. They're very quickly on it as well, which is good to see. So, Andrea Barilaro moving over and waiting now the painful 40 seconds for the Brabham car. Still Aidan Miller, he's putting in a monster stint in the GTP, it must be said, to make their way through. So at least now we'll have, once again, a bit of a slightly reignited battle at the Sharp in a GTP. Be interesting to see how long Aidan Millwood can keep the lead for.
Well, he's doing the full race by himself, so...
Is he?
Yeah, 6 hours. Endurance stint upcoming. Andreas still waiting. I can tell you that Aiden is just diving down through the second part of Pouhon now, so as Andrea waits on the run up towards Blanchimont, it's going to take another 20 or so seconds. But on board with the Cadillac, let's listen into the sound of this engine. It's a good one, that's for sure, especially when it's not on fire, as one of them ended the Rolex 24 uncomfortably close to me. One of my co-workers before I left my job was saying that all my stories about racetracks seem to involve fire. Ricky Taylor on fire, Danny Formal on fire. Fortunately, no fire on iRacing, but Aidan Millward takes the lead. Andrea Barilaro 3 seconds back. Don't know how long that lead's going to last, though.
We'll have to wait and see. Let's start the timer already in the background, and very minimal traffic between them for the time being as well. So let's see how long Aidan Millwood can keep this one up for. Of course, he has been, to be fair to him, he's been towards the sharp end of the field for quite a lot of this race, so he's been driving very, very well. Barry Lara, though, jumping into the car, taking over from Loic, has been looking also very, very quick, and like I say, my contender for livery of the field. But at the moment, the 75 now 3.2 seconds. I reckon it's going to take 2, maximum 3 laps for Movano to be back in the lead.
Well, Zach's been fun, that's for sure, this opening 2 and a bit odd hours in Drive for Wishes 2026. We are just over $200 shy of reaching the halfway mark towards our goal of 20,000 here. And so while we say goodbye to Zach Sweeney, we'll welcome in David Haynes. David, great to have your company, and what a great event this has been so far. Definitely a little bit different to a lot of what you and I have done together in the past.
Yeah, great to be in this. quite a long way to go, though, towards the end of the race and towards our goals for Make-A-Wish International. But boy, are we having fun looking at some interesting liveries and at what's got to be the third or fourth greatest racetrack in the world.
Oh, that's a discussion. That is a discussion. It's great enough that it shouldn't be in any sort of rotation on a Formula One calendar. I'd hope that's at least not up for debate as we jump on
Formula
board.
One should go here twice a year.
Oh, man after my own heart. On board with one of Zach Sweeney's picks for best liveries today. That's something that, David, I'm just going to ask you to keep an eye on. We have a couple of Gomez Sim Industries gloves to hand off to the winner of the best livery. So 3 hours and 43 minutes to talk about that as well. And while we're diving into some of the fun in GT3, let's mix up the running order in GTP once again. Flip it and reverse it, please. Mivano Four Wishes, number 75. I've never felt so powerful, David, having this ability to jump on the radio and instruct these teams to effectively kind of dance on strings.
Yeah, if you're looking at that now, giving all the spectators at the new grandstand a great view. When you see a GTP car go off there, it's nice that it stays out of the wall, and that is flip it and reverse it.
In the...
Yeah, have you made the Mater from Cars stroke yet?
Zach did once, and bless him, for someone who grew up with cars, it's effectively his canon. Only once. I was very impressed that he avoided making it more. Now, technically, the run on the Camel is just about a kilometer. The Ferrari 499P spins itself back around, but that's a loss of 2 positions for Barilaro, who's now going to take the, what I affectionately call the Max Verstappen line through Spa, and passes an MX-5. We haven't seen as much chaos between the MX-5s and the GTPs as we'd have hoped for, David. That was one of the things when I saw the combination for this event that I got a little bit surprised by.
Oh, that's flipped and reversed. Goodness, has that jumped the barrier?
I couldn't even quite tell what was happening there because there was a car having a couple of technical issues, but I think you could be correct that it did indeed end up on the wrong side of the Armco. Not the first time that's happened today.
Wow.
Here we go on board.
Oh, it's already happening.
That is definitely technical issues on board with the Vandelay Community Racing Machine. Jacob Little just sees smoke in front of him and seemingly keeps the foot pinned to the floor.
Pinned out, flat out. It's the name of the game.
There's another car, I think, by the way, parked on the exit of Eau Rouge and Radion. That has been a treacherous place, and yeah, it's a McLaren. It's Thomas Hitchcock. At one point was firing up in podium positions. I think this is cold tire related though, because he has just left pit lane. It's not the coolest day by any means. 80 degrees Fahrenheit track temperature, but oh, that's not easy. Snaps on him, and for a moment he thinks he saved it, and then he hasn't.
Yeah, very light, snappy, just at that sort of part where you've got the compression at the bottom of the hill that gives you extra grip, but once it levels off, the bit of grip comes away from you, you're turning, your tyres aren't all there, and a bit of a loop finds just a tiny bit of Armco, but I don't think that was quite as much damage.
No, that could have been a lot worse. And McLaren, an interesting choice. Not often that we get to see it in an iRacing special event. Traditionally, the Mercedes, the BMWs, Astons and Fords, those have been the 4 more favored options in the last 12 to 18 or so months. But great to see the DNR trio of McLarens, but equally, it's great to see just how willing to this event, Drago Racing have been. The number of penalties that they have gotten so far, I've already lost count, and I have no doubt they'll be getting a lot more before the end of this day. It's the only way, really, to peg back a lineup that includes Hugh Barter, Nicholas Rubelar amongst their drivers, and oh, don't forget, they've got a third world-class driver as well, Nicholas Boy.
Yeah, interesting, no doubt. GT3 being the most populous class with 18 cars in the race. Few drivers picking up slowdown penalties, not something from you and your hand of God, but just presumably making little shortcuts. So Team 922 had one. Someone in GTP had one as well. So track limits at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps in iRacing. You'd never hear about it.
Oh, I remember that Spa 24 when someone in my split from your team, Huge Ass, single-handedly had, I think, 1,200 incident points. There were teams that had, I think, double that at the very least. We also briefly talked about moments at Spa where drivers spent the run down the Kemmel with their left sides in the grass. Was that 22 or 2023? Can you remember, David?
I try not to.
Don't blame you. Zach and I were testing each other on our memory. Hugh Barter, after a great opening 2 and a bit hours of this race, jumping out of the car, and Nicholas Boy's going to take over.
Yep. Pit service underway. That's just passing 30 seconds for Drago at the moment. I think we usually expect full service around 40 or so. Hello. Oh, I'm also wearing a black and red shirt, but mine doesn't say Drago on it. It says a different sim racing company that's not sponsoring this event.
Usually see him in prototypes. Great to see him transition over for this event. Officially, by the way, not even halfway through this event, we have crossed over the $10,000 mark. And scan that QR code in the top right of your screen to help jump into the fun and maybe help us peg back Drago Racing, because that might be the only way that anyone else has got a chance to win this event in GT3. MX5 could be between Samantha Tan and Hyperion Racing. And then GTP, it's all about, well, similar to Drago, how much Movano for Wishes will be held back. It's probably also around that time we start talking about safety cars. And sometime in the next 35 minutes, David Haynes, my hand is going to move over to that button, trigger the safety car, and slow this field down for the 3rd time today.
You're going to click it in sim, or are you using one of the apps that plugs into the API?
Oh, that's a good call. I can probably just ask ChatGPT to write something for me.
Can't park there.
No, perfect pace racing in the wrong place. Although, fortunately, gravel going to dig them slowly off and away and slow their momentum. That could have been a lot worse for one of Zach Sweeney's top 3 liveries today.
Because there are some race control apps that will help you throw a caution with very little effort.
Yes, no, I should probably whip something up so that we can trigger the caution just by saying, and safety car please Jeeves, something along those lines. Would also be nice if we could automate race control and do some really interesting penalties, like stop on track where you are immediately for X number of seconds. Don't have that. What we do have are 2 things for Cornish Lawnmower Racing, the number 99. Sam Ball, please drop behind Movano for Wishes, so drop into 3rd, but also flip it and reverse it for us, please. Double whammy.
Yeah, Scott Parker in the 18. Samuel Ball here in the 99 coming into pit lane.
Oh, intelligent. Now he's not going to have to give up time to swap positions because he's into pit lane directly.
BMW M Hybrid V8. This is still the original large sniffing spec, isn't it? Yes, it is.
I don't think I'm going to call it that down on pit lane, but I do like that description. The large sniffing spec. And this car in particular, I did say it earlier, David, it kind of reminds me of BMW art cars. Like, I think they've even run a M Hybrid in WEC, which kind of had a black, red, and yellow sort of highlight pattern to it, if I'm thinking clearly.
It says LMP3 is the dentist class, but GTP is the rhinoplasty class.
All of them did go through a decent number of front-end reworks this year, so not far off.
Tell me what you know about the Ferrari in the wind tunnel.
Now, when's he going to flip it and reverse it here, as I definitely steer away from that conversation? See Matthias Moser into pit lane in GT3, so about on cue with the rest of the class. It's 1 kilometer, as we've said, to run up through the Camel. And Sam Ball, well, he's just spun up those tires and heated them up, but the rest of the Camel run in reverse as he fulfills his obligations.
Now, is a Cornish lawnmower like a type of euphemism, or is it like...
That's a good question. So,
is it something you'll get punched for asking for in a pub?
ooh. Well, see, a Brazilian lawnmower, that sounds like it could have multiple connotations. Yes, I know, but really what it is just Tony Kanaan off in the grass at Indianapolis, right? So, you know, that scared me far more than it should have. One of the Racing for James MX-5s using the draft, and then some on the climb up towards the end of the Camel Straight. 10 out of 10 on the spin back around from Sam Ball. I think is he running this race by himself, or are we going to get a chance to interrupt him and have a chat at some point? He does have a teammate, Chris Nightingale, so maybe at some point we can ask Sam directly, David, tell us about the team name.
I tell you what, I've Googled it and none of these results make any sense. But the Old Lawnmower Club in Cornwall, Helston Museum is a great place to view historic local artifacts. For mower enthusiasts, there is a small garden display sporting a 14-inch Flexor side wheel mower.
Somehow I'm not quite sure that's what they are focused about, but hey, I've been proven wrong before.
What's the weirdest museum display you've ever seen? Like, I've been to, you know, like train museums, art museums, but sometimes you come across a niche museum and it's like agricultural equipment or something.
I'm not sure off the top of my head. Probably something from the North Carolina Transport Museum that I went to last year. Would like to go to the NASCAR Museum, see what stuff they've got there as we sweep past Geezer 3D. Dan Persons sees the fight between Grid Up Red, Alexander Cortez, and the Potato Nation streamers. Mr. Potato himself at the wheel. It's been an eventful day for that Ford Mustang. And another car that's much like the BMW M Hybrid V8 being updated in the real world. A couple of dive planes added to the front of the car. And I say couple of dive planes added. They never had them before, so new additions to the aero profile of the Ford Mustang GT3 Evo. Same 5-liter V8 Coyote engine that powers it. As he sweeps out wide. An interesting contrast between the Ford Mustang and the BMW in front. They're both big for the class, you'd have to say.
Not big enough to stop a kangaroo.
Oh, I alluded to that once earlier today. I did say Ford Mustang loved by everyone except maybe kangaroos, but boy. Oh. You were at Bathurst this year, David, I presume?
Yep.
As I hope to join you one year. Yeah, that was
top of the mountain campsites are sold out now, so the only people that will ever be able to get them is those that already have one and renew them.
AKA yours truly.
Yeah, that's going to be like, my kids are going to inherit that campsite.
So it's kind of like Indy for the 500 in that regard, and that is cool.
Yeah, if you renew your campsite year on year on year, you get to keep it, and it's difficult to get. It's going to become difficult to get in.
Yeah, I was talking to John Heindorf. He, on either side of the Bathurst experience, commentating obviously this year, he made sure to actually enjoy some of Australia and New Zealand rather than just go there for work. And one day I'll get the opportunity, hopefully, to do that too. But even if I'm not working Bathurst, I'd like to come and spend some time, dig up some of the drinks buried in the ground at that campsite, I'm sure. David's never done that. Tell you what, though, as we close in on the halfway mark of this race, I'm going to give one more race control intervention. Brabham Motorsports and Aidan Millward, please move aside and drop behind Mivano 4 Wishes. 23 seconds behind you. That's another of our incentives. What a great community we have in the return of Drive for Wishes 2026 already. Halfway towards our goal of 20,000. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of David Haynes here, all in support of Make-A-Wish International. If you're curious to learn a bit more about where all this money is going to go, the amazing children that it will go to support, here's a little bit about Make-A-Wish International.
Πραγματικά σε όλο αυτό το ταξίδι μας βοήθησε πάρα πολύ το Make-A-Wish και σε πολύ κρίσιμες στιγμές και δύσκολες που είχαμε, το Make-A-Wish ήταν δίπλα μας και πραγματικά αυτή την εκπλήρωση της ευχής την περιμέναμε σαν να ήταν το τέλος όλου αυτού που έχουμε περάσει.
Όλη η διαδρομή έτσι μέσα από το Make-A-Wish, γιατί είχε κάποια αστεία, δεν είναι μόνο η τελική μέρα που ήρθε σήμερα, πιστεύω ότι τον έχει βοηθήσει πάρα πολύ.
Και στο πιο δύσκολο σημείο της θεραπείας που ήρθαν κάποια πραγματάκια για τον μικρούλη, τον κάναν τόσο χαρούμενο. Ακόμα και το νόμισμα που κράταγε συνέχεια για να λέει την ευχή του δυνατά, το έχουμε ακόμα μαζί μας.
I'm Riley and I'm a paraswimmer from the Waikato and I had a right forequarter amputation from osteosarcoma. Cancer spread all through my shoulder, my arm and my clavicle. They tried to do chemo first and it just didn't work, so they ended up just scrapping all that and go straight to the surgery, which I was like, cool, I can swim with one arm, that's all right. So that's okay.
Being her mum through that process was pretty amazing. She is such a tough, resilient young girl. She has literally gone through the hardest thing of her life, and yet she's just tackled it with such amazing positivity and grace.
Cancer has gave me a different way of looking at life. You just got to look forwards and make sure that you live your life to the fullest because you never know what's going to happen next.
A 16-year-old having that insight into life is pretty amazing, and as her parents, Paul and I just couldn't be prouder of how she's handled everything today, 1 year down the track. So we did the application to Make-A-Wish, and then about 3 or 4 months later, we met our amazing Make-A-Wish volunteers, our fairies, Denise and Tony, and they came in and kind of talked us through Riley's wish and what she wanted.
My wish is a photo shoot and a shopping spree.
Riley is such an advocate for others, and she's an incredibly kind person. And so to have this cool idea that she wanted to have a shopping spree, which was about her, but then to kind of do the second part where she can have these amazing images to get disability out there and show that losing an arm can still make you beautiful.
Just because you've had an amputation doesn't mean that you can't do anything. There's so many other resources out there that you could try. And I think just to show that you shouldn't give up on yourself even though you've had something so horrific happen to you.
I've just been blown away by the generosity of everyone that's got on board. It's incredibly humbling, and to see your daughter laugh and giggle and just have such a great time, you know, that wouldn't have actually ever been able to be made possible without the amazing team at Make-A-Wish.
I'm just so grateful to even be here and grateful for the people that have made this wish such an amazing experience for me, and I really couldn't have done it without them.
他开始不舒服的时候，真的在住院的每个夜晚，几乎就是都在流眼泪。还好说，许愿的每周就固定会在固定的时间到医院去陪伴小孩。
他昨天半夜就会爬起来，就说：“不是要去圆梦得吉他吗？”我感觉他今天真的蛮开心的，一整天。
开始遇到许愿的时候，他说：“你们可以看有没有什么愿望想要圆梦的，我们真的可以帮忙达成。”我没想到，就是你们真的就是帮了这么大忙。对啊，我也是希望说，就是正在处于治疗的小朋友，他们也可以看有没有什么愿望能从许愿这边做协助，让他们就是可以更开心的治疗这样子。
来，我们恭喜凯凯，愿望成真，耶！
A glimpse into some of the incredible work being done around the world by Make-A-Wish International. And this truly is a race unlike any other, a race in which the winner will not be determined on track, but instead by those helped off the track. And already $10,435 have been raised, all benefiting Make-A-Wish, who have already granted more than 615,000 wishes to critically ill children in more than 50 countries. In some ways, yes, Grid Up Black, Drago Racing and Samantha Town Racing Esports lead on the timing screens, but the top team in terms of being able to bring their community together to raise funds for Make-A-Wish, well, that's Potato Nation Streamers. $2,605 of the $10,000 raised just by their community. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of David Haynes in the broadcast booth. And David, 3 hours, 20 minutes to go. We've got plenty more drama on our way to the checkered flag.
Yes, we certainly do. Many, many things still in store for our drivers as the clock ticks on and the weather looks relatively mild. Bit of gravel being dragged onto the track there in places. Bit of action happening here on the way down to the corner that I always want to call Rivage.
Might still be Rivage on some people's track maps, that's for sure. Speaking of some of that chaos, let's work our way through some of the incentives that have been activated in the last handful of laps. We have move-asides for 4 different teams. So Brabham Motorsports and Aidan Millward, please drop behind Vandelay Community Racing. For Hyperion Racing, please drop behind Vortex Precision Racing. For Samantha Tan Racing, please drop behind Hyperion Racing. And Vortex Precision Racing, please drop behind Racing for James. Basically, MX-5s, top 4, we want you all together. One of the many things, David, that we have as incentives here in Drive for Wishes 2026.
I wish our lovely, lovely viewers were hearing it the same way that I'm hearing it, which is Arjuna with an echo in 2 different places, and it really, really carries extra gravitas.
Yeah, you're hearing me both in sim as I talk to the drivers and in the broadcast booth. Poor you. It's the only time I would ever encourage someone to mute race control, David, would be to avoid listening to my voice in duplicate. There's no doubt about that. Other incentives that we have, well, we also have...
But I can also hear the drivers, including one of them telling you that they need you to repeat that instruction because they didn't catch it.
Ah, well, good. Good thing I'm about to repeat it anyway. Just to repeat, move aside for Brabham to drop behind Vandelay Community. They've already done that. Move aside as well for Hyperion Racing, for Samantha Tan Racing, and Vortex. Top 3 in MX-5. Effectively, all please drop behind Racing for James in 4th position. While I also have your attention, 2 flip it and reverse it's for Potato Nation and for Grip Up number 15. That means our race-leading GTP machine is going to have to flip it and reverse it.
Is it worth it? Let me work it.
I just realized how literal I made that sound and how it rhymed as well. And oh, here we go. Race leaders instantly pull the handbrake.
Porsche 369.
Ooh, nice one. Oh, not so nice. Left rear kisses the tires on the outside of the entry to La Source. That's not a tire bundle that's often called for. But interesting. Can tell you Samantha Tan Racing have just stopped on track, by the way. Easiest way to give up the time they need to. And after dropping behind Vandelay Community Racing, to the outside, Aidan Millward is on the hunt in the Brabham Motorsports #1 machine. Our friends at Simply Race on the side of this car. Mike Yao may be watching somewhere. Hope you're doing well, Mike and team. Oh, deep through the corner goes Little, although not a place where you can take advantage in what are rather awkward cars through the slow speed corners, but absolute rockets through the high speeds. Potato Nation streamers down on pit lane.
The number 32 takes 43 seconds of service, so that's basically the whole fuel tank, and also new tyres will have gone on there. Still Lawrence Dusossois driving. Got to be careful heading up the hill here and amongst this traffic for the big boy Mustang.
Sorry, I was distracted by the commotion on the radio.
Aaron Day has a meatball flag in the 31. I wonder if that's got anything to do with the involving commotion.
We're going to get to the scene of the incident, or we were,
coming together,
until this car had to slow down. This is the Vortex Precision Racing machine that, remember, alongside of Samantha Tan, Hyperion, top 3 in MX-5, all instructed to drop behind the Racing for James 838. Here's the replay. Oh. Wow.
Ouch.
Not often you see a car off like that.
Potato Nation streamers Mustang have just done their flip it and reverse it along the Kemmel Straight, so good work to them. And a really interesting way to warm up your tyres. When I was having my food and a shower earlier, I was thinking about the mechanics of driving one of these cars backwards and what kind of setup you'd want. Now, obviously, the brake balance has got to go super, super rearwards. But if you could lay the rear wing flat, it would still make downforce backwards. The problem would be if you had like an angle of attack of like 5 or 6 degrees in it, then going backwards, that'd be a negative angle of attack and it might produce lift.
You want it to be kind of like Ferrari with their rear wing games. Again, Hugh Barter showed us you can drive in reverse relatively quickly. Samantha Tan racing off to pit lane. Wonder if that's a scheduled stop. They were 25 laps in, so I think, yes, that is going to be scheduled. They will automatically drop behind Racing for James, who now officially should lead as our mover sides have officially cycled through. That took a while. Joys of this class being separated out quite considerably. Now down the hill with GT3 traffic behind them. Tyler Campbell, 61 seconds stationary, so it's a relatively long stop in these MX-5s, and now he's going to be loaded with fuel, especially in comparison to Vortex, who will owe us a pit stop in the next couple of laps. But they are pushing each other on the run-up through the Kemmel Straight and out of the Kemmel Kink.
MX-5s together strong.
No assistance really there from Hyperion Racing. Did not want to play the games as Adrian Lugnot jumps back to the lead.
And I saw that the 24 and 13 both had slowdown penalties, so as those GT3s navigated somewhere, they both went off track together. We take a look here at Heiberger.
Very stealth black car, but usually Hyperion, seen them in the 24-hour series esports championship end of 2025 with a rather fetching Aston Martin. Pops to the inside of Michael Brennan and slipping through at what I still call Pouon, which is now officially known as the double gauche. Literally translates to the double left. Yes, correct. Double left down the hill. Brennan still now on the inside though, is into Lefania. Oh, big send from Heiberger, who's now going to give the squeeze to the all-white Racing for James machine. Clears himself and through, but 9/10 the gap up to Adrian Lugnot, who's not quite broken clear of drafting range, but with these two continuing to squabble, Tyler Campbell being bridged into the race for the lead right now. Expecting the leader, though, down to pit lane in the next lap or two, which is going to be very beneficial for him, because guess what time it is? It is time for our third safety car of the day, David.
Yes, safety car boards and flags, safety car boards and flags. Arjuna Scott Taylor Kankapati here in race control, throwing out the safety car. Now, where is that safety car? The outright race leader was about halfway around a lap, so it might take them a second to come around and catch it. What safety car have we got today, Arjuna? Is that the M2? It's got blue flashing lights, so it must be the BMW M2.
It is the official BMW M2 iRacing safety car. Actually added to the sim before the M2 racing car was made available. Now, one note, as we close in on the halfway mark of this race, this will be a single file restart. And from this point forward, so about 3 hours left, probably a little less than that when we go racing, we'll have 3 more safety cars in this race. Drivers have no idea when they are. So any sort of strategy, it's kind of a wild card. And, well, Vortex Precision Racing not only needing fuel, looking like they're going to use their fast repair to fix up some of the damage on the front end of their MX-5.
Pit entry will close until they have caught the group. Race leader has gone past the start-finish line and indeed has caught the safety car. As far as I'm aware, it's the only safety car that also has blue lights as well as yellow lights on it. You can see it's got some in the grille there, and on the top, and everyone is joining the safety car pace, which appears to be 100 kilometers an hour.
which in the MX-5s are still relatively quick. In the prototypes, it is effectively walking pace. Based on what we've seen on the first 2 restarts, we will have separation between the classes, so expect the prototypes at the front, the LMP2, not LMP2s, GT3s then slotted into the group behind, and then last but not least the MX-5s. But these are lengthy pace laps as well, let's not forget. So 4 and a bit minutes, expect that. 3 or 4 of them.
Look, it's a BMW W.
Just wait for the camera to...
Oh, now it's an E.
I was going to say,
now
wait
it's a
for it
W
to turn. No,
if it goes left, it could be a 3.
I'm thinking that when we go racing once again, poor Nicholas Boy is going to have the target on his back because GT3 is going to be compressed up once again. Movano, well, they've had their target on their back multiple times today. And what I must say, I agree with Zach Sweeney. That is a great interpretation of the traditional Movano livery, David, but adapted for this Movano for Wishes look.
Yeah, a couple of interesting ones going on here. They're trying to demonstrate how much wider they are than the safety car. So Movano, but in the sort of blue and white with the black on the nose. Got a little stripe of the Italian flag there. My Italian is really good, so I know that that's the tricolori. Other Italian words I know include espresso and pronto.
To pick the best livery, which I'm struggling. I always hate doing
Who's
that.
the one that's got teeth on the Porsche? So we've got 9 GTPs. I'd like to cycle through them quickly.
Is it a GTP that's got the teeth on it? Is that the Ninja Turtle? Is it the Ninja Turtle looking car? I think it might be the Pit Stop Party Squad number 10, please, Mr. Hugo producer. They're not quite.
No, this is doing it for me. No, this is pretty good.
Is this the one you were thinking?
Yeah. I don't know my Ninja Turtles that well. Hang on.
Oh, I have no clue.
Googling.
What you do know is your minor league baseball team names and all the fun. Is it the Rocket City Trash Pandas? Am I remembering correctly?
Yep.
Something Trash Pandas.
Yep. But you know that I love some Rumble Ponies.
Oh, Rumble Ponies, yeah. No, this is not bad, but it's also a bit simple for me. So...
Okay, so red one is Raphael. Donatello's purple, Michelangelo is orange, and Leonardo is blue. So there's some more Italian words that I know.
So what was the red one, sorry, again?
Raphael.
So he's Mr. Raphael, clearly.
Who has... Those look like... So he's not got the staff or the swords or the katanas. He's got the, 3 pointy blade things. Couple of cars pitting. It looks like pit entry ought to be open this time around as well, so you're getting a whole bunch of cars taking the opportunity. Does that mean that Grid Up Black are going to end up as race leaders? I think they are going to cycle their way up to the front.
Should also mean that Hyperion Racing, I'm not expecting... They probably should pit if I was them, 13 laps into the run. Samantha Tan Racing Esports should be back to the lead of MX-5. No pits from Matthias Moser. That's an interesting one. Now, these drivers have no idea when the next caution is going to be. So it could come before the next pit stop, actually, for the GT3s, especially for David McRoberts, second. He's 6 laps into the run.
3 wide up the road. We got
3 wide on the safety car.
Yeah. Be fun to be that MX-5.
Well, you missed the last restart we had, David, which we affectionately called the dance party in the comms booth, because everyone had to be side by side with someone else for the entirety of that first lap back under green.
There's as a Cornish lawnmower. Good look here. Not a bad looking livery on that Porsche 963 either, that I believe is, no, I'm looking at the wrong car. It's giving Maya a shank.
Yeah, our dance party was a lot of fun. These drivers getting another memory of that. Haven't had our, what I was thinking was going to be most interesting incentive, the Mazda Go Vroom, where GTPs and GT3s effectively will put their pit limiters on while we let the Mazdas race around for a couple of minutes. And I'm going to quote what's on the donation page here, David. Let the Mazda zoom by and feel like a real race car.
They're the truest race car that there's ever been.
Always fun seeing the MX-5s go racing, but I mean, it's not wrong. They are road cars converted into racing machines. And always do put on a good show.
Do you know
Cam
what Jinba Itai means? It's a Japanese phrase that means person and horse as one body, and that's what it's like to drive an MX-5, to be truly connected to sports car.
Yeah, look at Cam Eben, who's one of the drivers with 10K iRating. Still races on a Logitech G27, basic setup. Racing in the MX-5 Cup Series this year in the real world.
And I'd rather be connected to an MX-5 than a horse.
It's proper racing, that's for sure.
That still lights on the safety car. I think a bunch of these cars that haven't pitted will get waved past the safety car crossing the line here. So everyone who's on track in front of this 922, all of those GT3 cars there are gonna get waved ahead and around. Or at least they, depending on, in some settings they will.
Yeah, I think we're still waiting for that cycle through. It's not Grid at Black that have ended up in front, by the way. It's Team 922, who will come down to pit lane in the next handful of laps after the restart for splash of fuel and fresh set of tires. Only 9 GTP machines. The GT3's the largest class in size. And all 18 of them are still out there and running. The benefit of having unlimited fast repairs and a great community spirit around this event is everybody has dug deep, not even halfway through. No one really miles adrift of the rest of their class. A couple more takers down towards pit lane, but the lights are finally off on the safety car, and so next time by, less than 3 hours will be left on the clock, and David, we will finally be back racing again.
Lights off the safety car, but no wave around seemingly happening here. About to approach that halfway point. Good look at the Aston Martin, the facelifted Evo Vantage GT3. The Vantage GT3 that was racing for Volante Rosso in the Bathurst 12 Hour was not the Evo and facelift. I can't remember what various penalties they got, but it wasn't from anyone donating, it was from not following the rules.
Love the little highlight. Love an asymmetric livery as well. Always a pain for the designers, but adds a bit of character. Oh, squeezes the safety car slightly. Betty. Left mirror filled with race cars right now. We have, just looking through it, a couple of flip it and reverse it, some move aside. So 3 incentives that will be handed down on this race start. In our first safety car period, David, Zach and myself were kind enough in our rule of authority, which we've now become a lot more strict on since. We let drivers serve flip and reverse it under the safety car. Not anymore. Now you have to serve the full wrath of the incentive, as rightfully should be done.
Now, did you know there is 102.2 meters elevation difference between the lowest and highest point of this racetrack?
I thought you were going to
Sounds
say
like a
something
lot.
else after that.
Well, it sounds like a lot. We've got a crash, by the way, coming down the Puon. 2 Porsche 963s split either side of the track, which, you know, it's a lot. And it's an incredible amount of elevation change that it's almost as much as Mount Panorama Bathurst.
It is crazy some of the shots you can get here, even on iRacing, of the elevation. Grid Up Black were one of those cars, I think, tangled up in what you had just called out.
They've got a spicy meatball.
Yeah, they've got a meatball flag, which means they'll be headed back down to pit lane in the next 3 laps for significant damage. And I think Jacob Reed actually has come to a screeching halt, is going to be headed back down to pit lane on the flatbed. So one of our 9 GTPs are not going to be here on this initial restart. And just looking through single file, but only one GTP at the front of the field. Brabham Motorsports second, separated from the leader by count 6 GT3 and MX5 machines, David.
Yes, but the full horsepower of their straight line should mince a bunch of these pretty quickly when they do get going again momentarily. A few things that are going to have to be served once we go back racing, though.
Slow catch up now. Not quite sure which GTP that is that's inserted itself at the front of the queue. Not sure the Porsche should be there.
You're not clearing black flags, are you? So good on them.
Well, we did previously, but that was for someone who got caught out. This is a little bit more intentional, it might appear, as we get back underway with the back half of Drive for Wishes 2026. I see Drago Racing, Nicholas Boyd, running what I described earlier as the Spa 2020 line, where track limits were more a suggestion. Out through La Source, where gravel now on the outside's caught out a couple. Oh, and someone's dug in there hard. Is that Raul Hernando in the Project 91 racing team MX5? Oh, I think it was. Former race leader by almost 3 full minutes as we trickle down the hill. In through Eau Rouge and up towards Radion. Wheel to wheel. And the Daniel Newman McLaren slips past as big string now out and stretch out through the field. 4 seconds between our race leader and Brabham Motorsports, but expecting Brabham to get the race lead in the next handful of laps when the 922 comes to pit lane, and so some lawnmower racing, well, hoping not. Here comes Sam Ball up the inside.
Aiden Millward had a slowdown penalty, but he's cleared it now. He's got the apex of the inside of the left-hander. Speed down the hill towards Puon will be critical. Could we get side by side through one of the fastest corners on the track? Millward's on the racing line, and Samuel Ball just sits and waits. The race leader is 3 seconds ahead of them as they tussle.
How long can you go, even with the safety cars? That's the other question. Jacob Reed has finally just left pit lane. One of the cars tangles up under caution. Oh, Hernando swings out a bit wide. Dunked into the gravel by the Oreo machine. That's slightly self-inflicted if we are being completely honest.
It
right.
was a twist and he took a tough lick.
Nice. Right. Time for some race control things. Once again, if you're just joining us, donations can influence the course of this race, and we have 2 flip it and reverse it. And so flip it and reverse it, please, for the number 17 Under the Radar Racing, and for the number 75 Movano 4 Wishes machines. So they will have to flip it and reverse it for, as the name suggests, in reverse gear drive for a full kilometer. And the easiest place to do that is always at the top of Radion, where it's a full kilometer run then to the Lacombe chicane. Wait for the GT3 cars to get a little bit closer, as here comes the run from Sam Ball as he pops to the outside. Aidan Willward under fire. Both cars pitted on the same lap. Should have the same amount of fuel and same tires underneath them. Full squeeze momentarily, but through Malmedy, race lead held on.
So the flip it and reverse it being served there as they're side by side for the race lead. It's all about the track positioning, and now we get to the left-hander, which I think will favour the Cornish Lawnmower BMW, but around the outside, Brabham Cadillac holds on to the race lead side by side through multiple corners there. Nice J-turn, flip and reverse. And Movano for Wishes will keep going in 4th place, but now 32 seconds behind the race lead.
Remember, scan the QR code top right of your screen, and you can as well get in on the incentives. And even if you don't have a particular car that you're hoping to, well, torment, trouble, there's been a couple of teams in particular that have been needing some pegging back. So Drago Racing, 3 top-level drivers behind the wheel of that car. Hugh Barter's handed over to Nicholas Boy. Now only 3.5 seconds off the tail end of Matthias Moser, one of a handful of drivers running this race by himself. And 6 hours is a lot, helped by safety cars. Oh, and Geeks 3D have run directly into the side, of the unfortunate grid up white number 25, Levi Wolf, trying to push the car out through Malmedy. Car swung around on him. And unfortunately, Dan Persons nowhere to go.
Bit of drama there at one of the highest points on the racetrack. Couple cars coming together. There's a meatball flag for Giza 3D and a black flag for Globe Oil's 6-man team. Let's take a look here. Oh, yeah, they lose it. And, well, you can't see a whole lot for a second there, can you? That's where... broken the bonnet pins for Giza 3D, and that's a meatball.
Could be worse. Could have actually hung up on the windshield, as we've seen before.
Yes, that's happened to a car that I've driven, yes.
Exactly. The new iRacing damage model, slowly they just continue to make these tweaks that make it frustrating in one sense of the word, realistic in the larger sense of the world. Fight for the lead within half a second. We have another caution that will be sprinkled in inside of the next 50 minutes, and these drivers have no idea when. They're just hoping to be on the right side of the strategy. Team 922, I thought they'd be down to pit lane a couple of laps ago. Slightly off the pace, yes, but still out there on track and extending the stint as far as they can. One thing that we were talking about a bit more on Thursday in the IndyCar Thrustmaster iRacing Pro Series was gravel being dragged onto the track at the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. There's a few places here, David, where we've seen that as well. Keep an eye on the exit of Turn 1, where has been a couple of drivers just slowly bringing that stuff, the loose stuff, onto the track.
I walked across one of the sand traps in my track walk at Bathurst, and it's really fine, like playground sand, play pit sand there, whereas at Albert Park for the Australian Grand Prix, they're all very large gravel bordering on sort of paving pebbles and gardening pebbles, so different ways to construct a gravel trap. But for the temporary ones at the street circuit there, they're using very large pieces of gravel, but very deep, soft sand at Bathurst. So I'm going to guess it's somewhere in between here at Spa.
I guess it's all about what's easier to get in and out with a street circuit, whereas purpose-built facility, much like a golf course, you'd hope that the nicer the track, the nicer the sand. For a moment, Aidan Millward got a bit spooked through traffic, but he holds on. A couple more incentives have come through, and these ones are move asides, which basically is telling one team to slow down, hold position until someone can pass them. Effectively a redress, but for no reason other than someone asked for the positions to change hands. And so, please move aside to the Daniel Newman Racing number 18, David McRoberts. Please drop to 4th position. For Perfect Pace Racing, please drop to 5th position behind Grid Up's number 26. And for Vandelay Community Racing, the number 12, please drop behind Movano's number 75. 3 teams with their instructions to drop behind someone else.
Yeah, so the move-asides happening here look like they're going to benefit a few teams. That all sort of plays out. One leapfrogs the other, leapfrogs the other. 922, one of their cars was just off the road for a second there as well. Because they got to park up, I think, for quite a while.
We had one team have to park up for close to 3 minutes. Surprised the engine hadn't stopped at one point. Jacob Little slowly through the final sector. Only 6 more seconds to give up to Movano. I can already tell you that David McRoberts has dropped behind Perfect Pace Racing, and in turn, Perfect Pace have dropped behind Grid and Up. This is also a good time, by the way, to circle all the way back up through our penalty list, because we got a penalty specifically for one driver. And so we've been waiting for this opportunity to send up the inside from Brabham Motorsports to regain the lead from Sam Ball. This is some great racing, but still somewhat inconsequential with the distance we have to the end of this race. One more incentive, this one specifically for Matt Lass in the Daniel Newman Racing number 25. It's the pits for you. Please head to pit lane in the next few laps. Targeted, personal.
Wow. Brutal, savage.
That was about, I'm just trying to check, 90 minutes ago that one came through. So we've been waiting for quite a while on that one for Matt Lass. I hope whoever sent in the donation is still watching, David.
Yeah, so they're currently 6th in class and on the lead lap to their class leader. I think about a minute back, that'll probably remain as much. Half a second between this group. Through the bus stop chicane, Samuel Ball gets much closer in the BMW.
Nice seeing 2 different manufacturers at play in slightly different strengths.
I don't see 2 different manufacturers, I just see 2 Delaras.
Fair. Snatch of the right front for Sam Ball, sent him deep out through La Source. Unable to cut back and put the power down, but in some ways it's now going to give him a slightly better slingshot. He's not as close to the gearbox of Millward as they continue to climb up the Camel. This is where Cadillac had a huge stunt in the World Endurance Championship with traffic a few years ago, but as Ball slips up the inside, Aidan Millward, 3 hours and 15 minutes of driving, not showing any signs of fatigue or the white flag just yet. They both squirrel around at the tail end as they put the power down. The Ball back on top. Will it be momentarily deep in through the hairpin?
And it's great to see some Antarctica representation. Samuel Ball with the flag of Antarctica as his national flag. Big things happening in Antarctica. The Australian Antarctic team just grew tomatoes in a hydroponic setup at the South Pole.
Someone, by the way, shares your humor in the donations. And so I've got a rather weird one to read out. Please move aside to Globe Oil 6-man. The instruction on the donation was move aside and let the pace car through. We're going to ask for you to stop for 10 to 15 seconds on track and then go once again. Also, please flip it and reverse it for Movano. Move aside for Drago Racing. Nicholas Boy, please drop behind. Grid ups, Alexander Cortez. Lots going on.
Yeah. I wonder how those tomatoes taste.
The great thing, though, about this event is with the unlimited fast repairs, all 36 that started are still out there and running. How many special events have we done where you start with 60 and they end with 36? Too many.
The good thing about flip it and reverse it for this team is that 69 flipped and reversed is still 69. So great choice of car number. Unfortunately, they've got to move aside, but they were flipped and reversed at one point.
Now, it's not quite flipped upside down, though, which, you know, that would be a slightly different sort of a penalty. That's more iRacing arcade-esque. Combine that with, I don't know, Tony Hawk or something. How slow is he going? He doesn't look like he's going that slow, to be honest. He's still doing 220 kilometers an hour on the run up in towards Blanchimont.
Dropping like 3 seconds per sector here, but not exactly parking it up. I can see that he is, compared to the class leader, dropping a bit of time. Like a 2:15.3 is the fastest lap that this car has set since I joined, or the whole race, and that was a 2:26. So they dropped about 10 seconds on that lap. They just need to drop another 5 or so more.
He's doing pace that I could potentially match up with. Should slip behind Cortez, I think, on the run after.
What's your iRating these days?
Still probably 4,500. I haven't raced since I started commentating. Yeah, no, I mean, I had 7 teammates running in the IndyCar Thrustmaster iRacing Pro Series, so that's my claim to maybe still having some sort of speed. Movano did their flip it and reverse it up the Camel. Nicholas Boy still yet to drop behind of Alexander Cortez and Sebastian Kern. Will finally do so as he slots in through Les Combes. Loic Marchand looking stylish as he spins that car back around. Nicholas Boy is going to go instantly back on the offense here. Mercedes with cool tires given the lack of effort put through them in the last lap or so. Oh, around the outside. Cuts back to the inside. Oh, rubbing doors with one another and bullies the grid-up car out of the way.
Here comes perfect pace racing. Nicholas Boy knows what he's done. They know what they've done at Drago Racing. So he comes up into second place. Grid up now, face pressure from the purple Aston Martin. You know, it'd be a good colour on a caddy, because it'd be a caddy lilac.
Oh, nice. That's clever. Not the ideal line on the first part of the climb up through the hill. And Drago Racing skipping away right now. The group 2nd through 5th, all who have been heavily penalized in the last couple of hours, only split by 3.5 seconds. And just looking at strategy, expecting Cortez Kern to be into pit lane in the next lap or so. 2 hours and 40-ish minutes left on the clock. It's a regular race distance in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. We've still got plenty of time to go, though, on our race to $20,000 in Drive for Wishes 2026. On board in the MX-5 lead battle, Hyperion Racing. Tucked in behind Tyler Campbell for Samantha Tan Racing Esports to the outside into the bus stop with some traffic in front of them. That's going to help give some draft to the lead machine as they work up to the start-finish line once again. And also helping is the fact that Raul Hernando in the Project 91 Racing Team machine, former race leader, also class competitor, feeding draft to the duo fighting at the front.
And Chris Mayle, racing for James in this class, has just picked up a meatball flag. So for the 888, they have just put a bit of damage on their Mazda. It's just before Blanchimont, I think, is where they are. So I don't know where they've been off. But you'll see the 888 in the pits in not too long. Up the hill, all about momentum, the slipstream here. 9 ahead of 44. Alex Rogers pulls out. Now you've got a lapped car here that can play Kingmaker.
Again, at one point, that car was 3 full minutes to the good. He's going to help Campbell on the inside. And now pull out of the way.
Is that you?
Pulls out of the way. Does not want any part of race-leading implications. Hyperion going to sweep potentially back underneath on the run out of Malmedy. But again, a fight knowing that with still 3 safety car periods left to go, just keep yourself out of trouble. Oh, Hyperion with the bumper. Hernando, lap traffic, trying to avoid getting involved. And knowing that these drivers surely understand that there's still safety cars to come, I'm not quite sure why they're making it so physical right now.
Maybe it's the other way. Given there's a safety car to come, what's the risk of getting a bit argy-bargy? Oh, here comes the Mustang. Got to squeeze its big way through.
Still sat behind, nothing happening. There was an interesting incentive, by the way, that has already been paid out, penalized on, but I'd like to just let you know about as we try and get a replay of what happened. Potato Nation streamers, David, they were told, take your glasses off for a lap and go and drive around Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. As someone who's wearing glasses right now, if I take them off, well, I suddenly lose my ability to commentate on the race. And here's a look at that moment when the glasses get stripped off into turn 1.
Well, they're a bit big for that kid's face, but you know, that's part of it. That's the reward. We go. What an odd little request. But,
well, and look at the top right.
Potato Nation.
He's got all sorts of other things that have helped him be one of the best funded teams on our race here, or Drive for Wishes. $2,775. Mute in-game audio for a lap. Close one eye for a lap. And only finally has someone said no glasses.
Get him some polarized sunglasses and then turn one of the monitors on its side.
Oh, that's really an evil challenge. Try to drive like that. I've got an odd one.
In my road car, there's lots of little displays about the air conditioning and the heads-up display and the media display and everything. And for whatever reason, the little screen next to the air conditioning controls is polarized like vertically or whatever. And I can't see it with sunglasses on, but every other screen works.
We have one more thing for the teams out on track. There was, by the way, just a huge crash as Grid Up's GT3 car tried to push the MX-5. A little bit closer to this fight for the lead where Hyperion are back in front. It led to chaos, but amongst all of this, for the number 21 Daniel Newman Racing GT3 car, please head to the pits in the next couple of laps. Hippity hoppity, it's time for a pit stoppity. Love from the 6-man team. That was the exact message that was sent through our way, David.
Go with like roses are red, violets are blue. It's time for a stop and go for you.
You are more of a poet than I could ever hope to be. 6/10 the gap now between Hyperion and Samantha Tan Racing Esports. Samantha Tan Racing in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge this year in an STR Random Vandals BMW M4 GT4, paired up with the legend Bill Oberlin. What a opportunity for Samantha to learn from one of the most decorated drivers, A, in a BMW, but B, in American sports car racing. Whoa! Hip and shoulders. That's the type of argy-bargy that you expect for sure in MX-5s. Slightly awkward then through the final corner for Campbell as he's put offline and off kilter, shoved from behind from that lapped machine to propel him back up to turn number 1. Alex Rogers continues to lead this race. Alex Rogers, who is sharing this car with, I believe, just Dennis Heiberger, and we've seen Dennis do just 14 laps in this race. 14 laps, I think, being about a stint or so. For Samantha Tan Racing Esports, there are a total of 4 drivers registered in this car. We've only seen 5 drivers, excuse me. We've seen Skylar Lovrink, we've seen Ruby Nakamata, and now, of course, Tyler Campbell. Might see Cam Martineau next. Here's a look at the replay. Moment I mentioned earlier, David.
No. Late move from bump draft, and the BMW came across, blocked the Aston Martin.
I guess that's why.
Big hits.
I guess that's why you don't really bump draft it between classes in real-world motorsports, because risks like that. I understand wanting to help your teammate out, but in the real world, that's a damage bill that no one wants to necessarily pay.
The problem's often the bumpers don't line up as well. Is the problem with trying to bump draft something that doesn't match your car. This is seeing the MX-5 leader just start to get a tiny bit away. Samantha Tan car with Tyler Campbell. Is hoping for a bit more bump draft from the lap down car. I think we've got Tyler Campbell and Sean Campbell in this race, but no Sam Campbell.
Oh, we have Sean Campbell in this race. Totally missed that. Not surprised.
I think I saw more than one Campbell.
Wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised, though, to see Sean in all 3 of these cars. One of our Grid and Go esports drivers.
Past $11,000, Arjuna.
Oh, look at that. Continuing to climb.
And it keeps going up.
Yeah, but Sean Campbell gave us one of the fights of 2025 in the iRacing Portimao 1000. As a GT3 car in the grass. That's gridded up red, and Justin Sadowski. What's happened? Oh, Blanchimont is bitten. He's on the curb, snaps hard to the inside. And then shouldn't be that hard to recover from there, if we're being completely honest.
This is close up again amongst these drivers, Rogers and Campbell. Tyler J. Campbell. This is another public call out to iRacing user David Haynes 2, who hasn't accepted my friend request. I know it's a bit of an alpha move, you know, when you've got the account with no numbers to go send a friend request to the person who's like, you know, second in line. But like, come on, think of the racing we could do together, David Haynes.
Swap for the lead as Tyler Campbell jumps in front of Alex Rogers. Expecting these two to be coordinated and maybe just work on some fuel numbers with 2 hours and 30 minutes to go. While this happens, let's head back down to our list of, well, there's many incentive things that are going to shake up MX-5 in particular here. So let me just quickly work through this as they go side by side momentarily and process the changes that have been requested. Up and under from Rogers on the run up towards Pouon. A great view for the lapped car behind. He must be thinking, this is a great fight. Wish I was involved for the lead. no change. I hate to interrupt this great fight for the MX-5 lead, but we have a move aside for Hyperion, for Samantha Tan Racing, Racing for James, and for Vortex. So please all drop behind the grid up white number 25 of Levi Wolf. So that effectively now means that, David, they've got to give up close to 3 minutes here. Curious how they're going to do it.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes, so... I mean, you're talking about this like, oh, some people are doing the whole 6-hour race by themselves. Yeah, you could park up for 2.5 minutes, go to the kitchen and make myself a chai tea. This is easy, this 6-hour race business.
Important thing is stay off the racing line, especially at a place like Blanchimont. The pit stop party squad, Raphael as we've nicknamed it, gave them a wide berth while they're continuing to slow down. Please also move aside for Brabham Motorsports. Aidan Millward, please drop behind Movano for Wishes. The Drago Racing Team number 69, please drop behind Daniel Newman Racing and the number 18. While you're at it, Aidan Millward, you might also want to head to pit lane. It's to the pits for you and for Cornish Lawnmower Racing as well. So that's going to be a shake-up in the GTP standings then, David, with the top two being told to do a variety of things.
You could go down the classic pit entry for 2.5 minutes.
Fortunately, not using that configuration.
You could try to investigate the old version of Radeon where it looped around to the left with a hairpin.
Or
the full old track. I miss the Master Kink.
See a meatball for Team Lee Watson. So that's one of our GTP machines that's been tangled up in something. Wonder what that was. I saw an apology, or heard an apology over the radio, so I'm not sure if I can put the 2 and 2 together there as to what has happened. Meanwhile, MX-5s, Hyperion, Samantha Tan, Racing for James, 3 of the 4 that were told to move aside. Well, almost parked at the top of the track as a sweep out through Les Combes. Still 1 minute and 50 seconds. Whoa, in front of grid up. That's a big, big moment for Travis Harris in the other Racing for James, the 888 machine on the run through Curve Paul Frere.
One of 2 Australians on track. Well, he wasn't on track after that. Michael Brennan, the other one in the MX-5 class. Other fun flags to note, I've been pointing them out. Other than the Antarctic flag. Someone on the Globe Oil 6-man team has the flag of Mongolia, which is fun. Is that the flag of the Philippines for the 923? Yes, it is. Good food there. Handful of Irish drivers. Good food there. One day I'll have a spice bag.
Great to have an international field for us, now at $11,336. Remember, scan the QR code top right of your screen. The top team, so each of the teams are able to put a fundraiser together. Top team streamer wins team kit pack from IMB Racewear. Currently, that's a bit of a slam dunk for Potato Nation streamers. Although Grid Up Sim Racing have started to build an advantage to Global 6-man team in the fight for second. About $200 between them, and then another $200 back to Samantha Tan Racing in fourth. Potato Nation with $2,775 raised so far. Our top single donor is, well, one of our great partners, Trophy AI, who donated $500 but did not trigger our Mazda Go Vroom incentive. And so this is a petition to maybe our Make-A-Wish team to let us trigger that incentive manually. Just because we're fun to give these Mazdas that opportunity to go vroom as, well, pit lane bound for Tyler Campbell and Racing for James. This is not a bad way, David, of burning some of the time off as they still wait another 70 seconds back to Levi Wolf in that grid up number 25.
Yeah, they haven't been given the time up quickly enough. Hyperion Racing only gave up barely a minute last lap, so I think you should find another way to penalise them if they complete more than 2 laps without giving up to grid up white.
Levi's Wolf still consistent. He's not had too many incidents in the last couple of laps. Although, someone just blown an engine? There's a car with a meatball. That is the Globe Oil 6-man team. And again, I'm no Sherlock Holmes, but I can put 2 and 2 together to get 4. And
well, they haven't been bump drafted over their rev limit, have they?
Can we go on board and go back 15 seconds? Because I think, David, you might be right.
I mean, the classic is you downshift too early, but if you get massively bump drafted such that it pushes the engine revs, no, I think they needed to grab an upshift before receiving the bump.
Great call, David. Well, does the engine go boom before the bump even happens? Sorry, can we look at that one more time? Okay. Oh, zoomed in. Producer read my mind.
I can see the shift lights from here. Oh, okay. Well, maybe that's what they get. Okay.
Wow, that's a new one for me, David, here on the sim.
Definitely over-revved, though. I don't know, maybe they had a problem with their shifting or their gear selection or something. The other thing, of course, is you can blow the engine if you've got damaged oil or radiator or something, and that car is... Maybe Globe Oil isn't that good. Maybe it's great. Maybe something else happened.
Oh, okay. While we were enjoying that, I have a whole slew of things to look at. Still waiting for Grid Up to get to the lead here. So, holding on for that, but there is something else to quickly just point out. For Team Matthias Moser, when you come out of pit lane, you have been given 6 move asides. So, up to you if you want to sit in pit lane to serve this, but we need you to drop to 7th on track based on when I saw this message, please. Oh, that's a harsh one.
Yeah, move aside, you might as well cha-cha, because it's, you know, slide to the left, slide to the right, one hop this time, and move aside, move aside, move aside, move aside.
By the way, I think Hyperion saw what Racing for James and Samantha Tan did in coming to pit lane, and he slowly sped up and now is in pit lane himself. So very, very interesting calls in this MX-5 class as we wait for that sequence to shuffle through.
Grid Up White needed to take the opportunity to pit them, and they should have pitted before catching everyone. And then everyone would still have to park up and wait for them, and they wouldn't be at a 4-lap fuel disadvantage. They should pit now. Pit now, Levi.
I hope, Levi, you're listening, because that's actually a genius call. See, the only problem is Racing for James and Samantha Tan have given up the position. They have moved aside, so they don't have to slow down anymore. They would probably lose a bunch of time to them. Something else, quickly just to call out. Drago Racing number 69, Nicholas Boy, please flip it and reverse it. There's also one more thing that I was trying to get to the correct number. And also, before I forget, Perfect Pace Racing 161, Please drop behind Daniel Newman Racing's number 29. Business is busy in our race control room.
It doesn't normally happen, does it? In multi-class racing? It's pretty quiet for race control when you've got, you know, safety cars, restarts, multi-class business.
I think you remember the SCO 6 Hours of Silverstone would have been in 2021. Boy, what a display of multi-class racecraft we had, not in the good way. Vortex Precision Racing storm to the lead. Expect the green and white Mazda, Raul Hernando, to be down to pit lane in the next couple of laps. I'm not sure exactly when, especially because an added complication. 3 safety cars already in the books. It's time for our 4th one of the day, David Haynes.
Sure is. Just looking at Nicholas Bowe serving at Flip It and Reverse It, was leading GT3 by a second or two when they were then required to flip it and reverse it. Okay, and Raphael, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, wields 2 Sai. S-A-I. It's a traditional pointed melee weapon originating in Okinawa.
Ooh.
It's often mistaken for a dagger, but unlike a dagger, the Sai is not a bladed weapon, instead having a rounded or octagonal middle prong which has a sharp point.
I love sometimes going and reading some of the lore around various worlds that have been built up as Loic Marchand becomes one with Benny, our pace car driver. This is going to be an interesting restart, by the way, because we are going to combine it with Mazda Goes Vroom. So time for us to give instructions to our drivers. Remember, scan that QR code top right of your screen if you want move asides, flip it and reverse it. Any of those to be actioned when we get our racing back underway. But in the meantime, quickly let the drivers know. On this restart, the GTP and GT3 drivers must leave their pit limiters turned on. What we are going to do is Mazdas Go Vroom. The Mazdas will be allowed to fly past you. And then about 30 seconds after that, I will turn off. I will come back on the radio and tell GTP and GT3 teams that you can turn your pit limiters off and the race for you guys will be back underway. I'll remind you all of this procedure just before the green flag. Should be fun.
And 80 kilometers an hour is pit lane speed limiters at this track?
Sounds right.
Yeah, I know for the endurance pit lane it used to be 60, but now it's 72, and I don't know how I feel about that. No, actually, I know exactly how I feel about that. Yeah.
With Booth with off the bat was this one of the top 3 tracks in the world? David, what else compares to Spa?
So the 4 greatest pieces of racetrack anywhere in the world are in 4th place, Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. In 3rd place, Sector 3 of Mount Panorama. In 2nd place, Sector 2 of Mount Panorama. No, in 2nd place, Sector 1 of Mount Panorama, and in 1st place, Sector 2 across the top of the mountain of Mount Panorama.
All right. Now I've got to qualify things a little bit. Mount Panorama can only count as 1. How does that change it?
Genuinely, I'm a very big fan of the Nordschleife, and all the races I've ever done there has been very good to me. It suits my skill as a driver, so it allowed me to feel more competitive than I otherwise am. obviously that is an immense track, but also that I really, really enjoy driving and have like won some races at, farmed some safety rating at. So it's a dead heat for first between Bathurst and Nordschleife for me. Spa is up there. VIR's in like 6.5th place in this list.
VIR is a very underrated track. Movano for Wishes, by the way, down on pit lane. This is not a bad time for some of those GTP machines. VIR, the question often becomes, do you include the infield section of it as well? Because
I've done the infield, the Patriot course and the full course, so there's only a few tiny bits of VIR that I don't have. So
I think when you include those infield parts, it instantly rockets up the list, in my opinion. For smaller cars,
because you like to. Not because you like to say the corner names out loud.
Not that particular corner name, no. I prefer the one at Snetterton. That one's fun.
Yep.
No, but genuinely, you know, especially you having raced around those.
You don't want to wipe out on that one.
No, you definitely don't. At least the skid marks, that would be bad. The MX-5, for example, around the infield at VIR must be so much fun. That genuinely must be like one of the top 3 in the US in terms of tracks. That's pretty easy. The US has got plenty of great tracks, though. It's not like it's got a shortage. Road America, Road Atlanta. Those are just 2 off the top of my head.
The Indy Road course as a racetrack actually isn't that great. But as like, if we built a racetrack, you know, in the Vatican City or on the moon, you'd still be like, damn, that's a crazy racetrack. And that's what Indy Road course gives me, is the layout itself is a 6 out of 10, but being inside the grandstands of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with the pagoda and the yard of bricks and the all of that lifts it, you know, to a 8.5, 9 out of 10, because, well, damn it, it's Indianapolis.
And as much as I'm going to begrudgingly admit this, it does produce usually a good race. The new version of it, not the F1 version, the one where we've updated the final sector. So, you know, anyway, Indy. I've got mixed opinions on Indy because the oval is so great, but the road course just doesn't have the same character or soul, in my opinion. Other great American racetracks, I'm going to be biased. My former home track, Laguna Seca, first ever real track featured on a video game back in, 1999 in Gran Turismo 2. It's not a great track for racing necessarily, but it's a great track.
It could be a good track for racing, you know, MX-5s and GT4s and, you know, maybe, IndyCar and some of the bigger sports cars have outgrown it a tiny bit, but there's still lots of categories of car that put on great racing there.
Just listening to the radio, one sec. Just listening in. Sorry about the silence, but Mr. Potato himself was talking. It sounds like he got a donation towards this cause on his personal team page from someone who clearly has a personal relationship and connection to the cause, to the project, and really drove home just how significant it was. And great to see Mr. Potato himself, as much as it's sometimes humorous to call him that, but letting the rest of the drivers know exactly why we are here. $11,511, 84 cents as well. Well on our way to the $20,000 total. But don't forget, we're closing in on the final third of this event. So scan the QR code. We've got some flip it and reverse it's, I think, to enjoy in these last 129 minutes. There's a look at Charlie Douglas in the 691 Vortex Motorsport machine. One of the incentive...
the helmet, Charlie. Nah. I wanted to see the helmet, not whatever flavor that is.
Just getting slightly distracted by some of the race control things. There's a message that's come through specifically to be handed out after the caution. I love how some people are very specifically targeting their friends. It takes me back to those days in school where you'd be able to have fun like this at a charity event. Unfortunately, you know, you don't get to do this kind of stuff on pit lane in serious racing. I'm sure some drivers, David, wish they could do stuff like this during a real race weekend.
Nice work on the lawn mowing. 00 has a DQ. Is that driving backwards too far? Is that something you've done?
No, not on our end. Might just be an automated thing. It's okay, I can right-click and clear those penalties. Nice and easy.
Yeah, I was thinking earlier about like school fun runs and exactly how little fun they were. This is way better than that.
Oh, if we could turn the school run for parents into looking more like this, the amount of fun they would have. Yeah, this is my encouragement, by the way. Scan that QR code in the top right of your screen. If you've got a friend in this race that you want to make them have some fun, well, it's very simple. Just scan that QR code, flip it and reverse, it's $35. If you want to send them to pit lane, that's $20. Just move aside, give position to the team behind them. Well, that's $10, and all of those are options until we get into the final 30 minutes of the race, at which point, David, you and I, we have to get a little bit more serious.
Not possible, I don't know how to do it.
You left the seriousness behind you after Bathurst, huh?
And I'm all out of serious for this financial year.
When's your financial year reset? When does serious David Haynes return?
1st of July.
Oh, good. So we've got a couple more months to enjoy this, and then the tax man will take his due, I guess. Single file restart, and the lights.
Well, it's more a homologation calendar for me.
Ah, the new model's going to get approved by the wind tunnels. I see. Lights are off on the pace car. And as it sits, 3 prototypes, then separated by the rest of their class by interspersed MX-5s and GT3s. So this is about to be a racy restart.
Yeah, well, it is for the Mazdas.
At least they don't have to have a dance partner like they did on restart number 2 when we made... Oh, I forgot to give everyone their instructions. Reminder, pit limiters on for GTPs and GT3s. Mazdas go vroom on this restart, and I will announce when GTPs and GT3s are allowed to turn the limiters off. So green flag waves in sim, and our Mazdas get their chance to feel like race cars. Off and away we go. Up to La Source. We'll give them a little bit of breathing room and an opportunity to stretch their legs before the field gets released. They're going to be 3 wide behind, surely, and that includes Skylar Loverink, who's back into the Samantha Tan Racing Esports machine. Hit limiters off, GTP and GT3, you can go racing now. David back underway with 2 hours and 4 minutes to go.
Oh, I wanted you to give the Mazdas just a little bit more. more room, but you know, here come the GT3s, GTPs. I was watching everyone's speed. 72 kilometers an hour is pit lane speed limit, and they were holding to that on the Kemmel Straight. Wince, I can't look.
Oh, this was what was expected, and it comes right as they converge through Lacombe. Sam Ball's going to see Aidan Millward spin in the rearview mirrors, and that means Brabham Motorsports in the kitty litter. And now with oncoming traffic blocking their path to rejoin the racing surface.
At Lacombe, they are off the road, and Aidan Millward, proper Millwall, still hasn't gotten back onto the racetrack just yet. Oh, a bunch of meatball flags in that GTP class for Danish Ramat and Nick Ladegerve. I don't know how to pronounce Dutch names or Indonesian names. More dramas happening as they all cycle back past the gorgeous, beautiful, vroom, 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 zoom, zoom, zoom Mazda MX-5s.
The unlimited fast repairs will come in handy, there is no doubt about that. The Hyperion Racing Blue leads the way, the pink of Vortex Precision Racing hunting him down, and then 3 odd seconds back to grid up Samantha Tan Racing, fighting for 3rd and 4th respectively. Racing for James, the 838 has been unceremoniously escorted off the track, it would seem, based on timing, and as out of curve Paul Frere, Aston Martin's getting checked up slightly. Run up towards Blanchimont, Charlie Douglas feels the heat from Team Matthias Moser. Remember, was asked to give up 6 positions just before the caution. Not going to be able to switch back underneath, you would think, and hold station. It's to the pits for the number 31 DZ195 Motorsports of Ricky Paz from your friend, the Casket Man. Very specific.
A bit of a response to that one as well, to their friend who's given them the pit lane penalty.
I believe the request now is for a pizza after this, by the way. So I think Mr. Kosketman should know the price for exactly what has been given. That's not great,
Thankfully, the Mazdas get through, not involved in all of this GT3 shenanigans.
And then Ricky Paz, I think. Yeah, that was slightly deliberate, wasn't it? Here come the 2 MX-5s that survive unscathed. Loverink and Wolf. Now 6.5 seconds off of the top 2. Closing on 2 hours left to go. No offense shown here. Here's the replay as the BMW makes it for a beam momentarily. Oh, that could have been even more dramatic than it already was. And maybe not as intentional as we first thought.
Well, that was actually dodging the BMW. They ended up in the grass and clipped the Aston Martin. So everything falls off the 31 DZ195 Motorsports. Driven by Mexican Ricky Paz.
Can you imagine? We just sent Ricky to pit lane. He leaves pit lane, only now to be having to head straight back with damage this time on his car as Mike Marchand slips in front of Jacob Little. That's the Vandelay Community Racing Cadillac in 3rd, passed by the Ferrari for Mivano. And good timing to jump back into the race control chat. Flip it and reverse it for the Movano number 75. Make Cosmo proud for us, please. Is he going to do it now? Is he going to wait? Straight away.
Yeah, so do they have a traction control disengage? What's the quickest way to spin one of these from forward? Obviously from backwards, you just put the steering wheel hard down either way and it flips around. This is actually the direction that Ferrari initially put the car in the wind tunnel.
I mean, he's going 160 kilometers an hour right now. He's fast enough that the Mazda's barely closing on him. To answer your question...
Bump, draft.
Oh. To answer your question, David, Hugh Barter was one of the few drivers we saw, beautifully judged. 10 out of 10. Hugh Barter was one of the few GT3 drivers who it was obvious that he had a traction control off button map so that when he needed to flip it around into reverse, he could. I don't think too many of the other GT drivers picked up on that so quickly. And while, yes, these GTPs have traction control, do they have traction control off in the same way as the GT3s?
Not sure. So they're now in behind the GT3 leader, the 69 Drago Racing. And they go past that there. Ooh. 18-second lead that Nicholas Bowe has got now over the perfect pace racing Aston Martin. We did see a bunch of those GT3s come together not that long ago and has sort of shuffled their order up significantly. Aidan Millward obviously went around on the restart lap and he's coming back through the field, so he's just gotten back behind 4th place. 2nd place comes into pit. So a bit of a shake-up also happening in the GTP class right now. In the Brabham Motorsport, Aidan Millward car is looking to get back up the order, having had to sit and basically watch everyone go past.
Yeah, we have 4 of the 5 GTP cars on iRacing ran on track. The only reason we don't have the 5th is because pretty sure we removed it from the class to make way for the Mazdas. Of course, that being the Acura GTP with the free revving engine intended to go into an Indy car. Well, yes, they all kind of share the same underlying chassis as David alluded to earlier, calling them Dalaras. At least some unique underpinning behind them. Ford Mustang.
I've heard with some of the body panels off, the crash structure even of the Ferrari 499P has a big resemblance to the BMW and Caddy, which obviously share the same Dallara-made crash structure, but then a whole bunch of the bits that go on the Ferrari are very different to LMDH, and the key difference being the power plant and the aerodynamics between the BMW and the Cadillac.
Big run from the Mustang, but Mr. Potato not able to make it work. And we'll see how much more similar Ferrari becomes to its LM.
Do you think that Ford Mustang is fuel injected or carbureted potatoes? I don't know, potatoes are high in carbs. I didn't quite work that joke out. I thought I'd find it somewhere along the way and I didn't.
Got some more incentives here, and someone's really got it in for Under the Radar Racing. Under the Radar Racing, number 17 GT3, you have been given 3 move aside, so please drop to 16th position behind Team 922 Racing Team. We also have got a wrecking crew target on the back of Josh Amite and 623 GT3 machine. If anyone wants to crash into them, feel free to. Reese, we recommend you take your hands off the wheel if you see someone approaching at high speeds and quickly. Haven't seen Wrecking Crew used too much. Only one time was it?
Couple laps for them.
Yeah, but only one time, David, has it actually been used to great effect.
You know, you gotta. How are you gonna work this with the move aside? Like, you've got to wait for them to get wrecked and then apply the move aside, right?
They've also, yes, just been given a move aside. That's separate. They don't actually know that just yet. We're going to wait for the Wrecking Crew to work its way through. While that happens, there is another move aside which we can let the teams know about. Daniel Newman Racing, number 18. Scott Parker, you have been given a move aside. Please pull to the side of the road, kick your feet up, and wait for Team Matthias Moser to slide past you on track. It's a good 90 seconds he's going to have to wait now. That's a
Need to give a bit of confirmation on the radio to the triple mover side team. Exactly who they've got to drop behind. Okay, here
90s.
comes. Come on. Come on. Got to remind some of these GTP drivers as they approach the GT3 as well, I reckon.
Up over the top of the hill, there's the Daniel Newman car, Scott Parker. Not quite pulled aside just yet. Excuse me, no, this is the Josh Schumite Racing Team 1. It's an interesting... Oh, never mind. There's two very similar liveries, Josh Schumite and Daniel Newman Racing. That's not confusing at all, is it? Simple commentator struggling. So Joshua might haven't been targeted just yet, so clearly they're not going to find themselves on the wrong side of anything just yet, David. Hasn't been too nervy for them.
I think everyone's almost forgotten by the time they actually caught the 623. There's your leaders in MX5 being bomb drafted Vortex. In behind and then alongside Hyperion, Derek Heiberger leading that class, Samantha Tan and Grid Up White behind third and fourth, so it's all pretty close in the zoomiest zoom class that there is.
Zoomiest zoom class there is. Scott Parker's headed to pit lane. Maybe that's the easiest way to lead off the time, especially...
In 2006, my parents bought a Mazda, and it came from the dealership with a teddy bear, and we called him Zoom Zoom.
Got to wonder for Scott Parker if that is the quickest way to give up the time. Here comes Josh Schumite to pit lane. They weren't quite due. But maybe just getting out of the way for the time being. $11,756 raised. Remember, scan the QR code top right of your screen. In Drive for Wishes 2026, Arjuna Kankipati alongside of David Haynes with 1 hour and 51 minutes left to go. And still two more safety cars. That will slow the pace down. David.
Yeah, how many spots has the 17 given up since you told them? They're not going to fly under the radar on this one from race control.
Quite sure, actually. Under the radar.
Last lap was still at pace at 2:23.
Yeah, so maybe still waiting for some clarification. We'll get word on that, but again, as mentioned, they've got that penalty already. At the front of the field, it's still Drago Racing leading in GT3 by 18.5 seconds. 22.9 seconds for Cornish Lawnmower Racing. So whatever a Cornish Lawnmower is, David, they're going great.
I am amazed that I found a forum for Cornish lawnmower enthusiasts, though. Like, oh, if you go to this agricultural museum, they've got a great old lawnmower and bladed tiller. And
Yeah,
now I'll read that same comment in a Cornish accent. No, I won't.
Still haven't got any clarification officially as to what it means for Sam Ball himself. Fight between your MX5 leaders. Basically came down to pit lane around the same time last time. Got a 9-second gap back to Skylar Loverink in the Samantha Tan Racing Esports Machine Grid Up White. Levi Wolf little bit further behind as well. Meanwhile, former race leader, Project 91 racing team, Raul Hernando, the 911, another 10.5 seconds back. The vroomiest class of them all is still where the fight for the lead is well and truly on.
Yes, the Vortex car has gotten ahead of Hyperion, but at a high average speed track like this, it's difficult to separate two good cars, two good drivers. Slipstream gives all the impression of being worth sort of 2 seconds a lap. So if you can race consistently within 2 seconds of someone, then you will be consistently just stuck to them at high speed parts of the racetrack, like here through Blanchimont, like up the Kemmel Straight, like absolutely anywhere else that you're above 150 k's an hour, the slipstream becomes oh so powerful. I got a great visual demonstration of this the other day. I was beside the highway and it had rained, and I could see all of the spray behind the trucks, and you could see not only the spray being lifted up by the trucks but being dragged along behind the trucks, and you're like, oh yeah, that's what the air's doing. I felt like Adrian Newey. That's how he must see the world, except with slightly fewer pounds in my bank account.
I wish I had the bank account of an Adrian Newey as well. Drago Racing are down to pit lane. Should be the penultimate time for them today, given GT3 cars can go about an hour or so here at Spa. Nicholas Boy still behind the wheel, and expect that to likely change hands into Nicholas Rubelar's capable controls for the final hour of the race. Haven't seen him today. It's the only fight that we have right now, though. The field is well and truly being stretched out through the running.
Well, things are going very well for purple race cars at the moment, Arjuna, with one leading MX-5 Cup. Sure hope nothing bad happens to any purple racing cars in the next 5 minutes.
That would be a bad time for that, that's for sure. I see some more consternation on the radio. Might get even worse when I announce the couple more things that we've got. Move aside, please, to Cornish Lawnmower Racing. Sam Ball, please drop behind Grid Up's number 15. That's our race leader in the GTP class. Also, race leader in GT3. Please also move aside Perfect Pace Racing. 161, please drop behind Drago Racing's number 69.
Someone else was on the radio when you tried that one, Arjuna, and it didn't go through.
I'll say that one again in a sec. Penalty, please, for the Perfect Pace Racing. 161, please drop behind Drago Racing.
Oh no, something bad happened to a purple race car. Who could have seen that coming? Kim Werner driving the 161 at the moment. In fact, it's all German flags in the top 3 of GT3, with Nicholas Bow and Matthias Moser in second and third.
And Moser is another one of those GT3 teams that has been targeted. He had 6 consecutive move-asides at one point. Meanwhile, as Sam Ball finally drops behind Grid Up Black, Ivano for Wishes head to pit lane, and with Meatball, so I'm not quite sure if they've also been tangled up in something. We still have all 36 cars that started this race out there on track right now.
Ivano for Wishes with a Meatball, and the 161 still needing to give up about 30 seconds here. That's the gap in GT3 at the moment. And a swap has just happened in GTP. So Sam Ball dropping in behind Grid Up Black. The number 15 now leads GTP.
The ring around the roses that is leading this race continues. Back in the running through traffic. Sam Ball directly onto the case. Still have not seen the Perfect Pace Racing give up any time. Now, even if it gives up 30 seconds, it's still going to be a full 78 seconds clear of those behind. The timing of the safety cars has really been crucial, I think, for many, David, because you get caught behind the leader in a specific place, you lose a lap here and there, it all starts to add up over time, and I think that's what's happened to a couple of our contenders through the day.
iRacing's race control is also mighty busy with the number of sort of slowdown flags, meatball flags. We had the DQ flag out there. And Newman Racing, the 29 Matt Lass, has picked up a black flag, and this is side by side for the GTP lead, having inherited the race lead. Got a black and not going to give it away easily. Back to Sam Ball. Looked around the outside of the bus stop. Nothing doing there. Perfect pace on pit lane. The purple Aston Martin is going to make a pit stop.
Well, and I would assume that this is also strategic because it's an easy way to lose 30 seconds without doing so on track. Had that happen with our MX-5 contenders slightly earlier, when they had to give up a full 3 odd minutes. So no surprise that this is a chance for them to continue pushing their pace. Still pushing the pace as Sam Ball. I held off on any interruption. Ooh. Oh, as Atenwa Theba goes deep and through like Con scampers over the grass, but a good chance for me to interrupt this battle. To the pit lane, please, for the Cornish Lawnmower Racing number 99. And just like that, battle over.
Box, 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 box for the 99.
Now, some people have been quite clever, David, in that they have interpreted that quite literally and just driven through the pit lane, while others have stopped even when it's not necessarily so beneficial to them. Sam Ball's only 8 laps short of heading to pit lane anyway. He may stop and do a full service here.
Yeah, it just sort of forces the hand on your strategy. You're like, all right, let's short stop it then. You notice that the track temps come up a fair bit.
Finally getting some sun. It was a gloomy day when we first loaded into the session, but it is nice to see MX-5s continuing to fight. It's now second with a almost 8-second advantage to Derek Heiberger in the Hyperion Racing machine.
Something happened to Vortex then. Yeah, because they were...
They've been dropping off slowly, so not sure.
Hyperion sort of leading all by their own, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was anything in particular. It's just Derek Heiberger really is rapid. For the Joshamite 623, flip it and reverse it, please, for Daniel Taylor. That's our car running last. That's exactly what happened to them, though, David, the Vortex Precision Pink machine.
Those rude GT3 cars. Just trying to... I think it's jealousy. They see how much fun you have in an MX-5. What a great, battle is happening. And they just gotta, get their little 2 cents in there and stick their dirty sniffing BMW nose. And gee, that sounds racial. The BMW just hates to see Mazdas winning.
Don't send that clip to Timo at BMW. Well, you can insert any manufacturer there. That's the way we'll spin it. 11,904 now raised. Jacob Reed, our latest participant. After being behind the wheel of the car, great to see him donating to the...
like you are, Junior. I can tell it how it is.
Great to see Jacob donating to the cause as well. Still have to pick a contender for the best livery. The details on the front of this Vortex Precision machine could be a contender. Samantha Tan Racing, that Mazda could be a contender as well.
Not enough animals. I need to see a livery that's got a puppy dog or something on it. Stick some pictures of your pets on, maybe make your race car like a dolphin. Oh, I saw a wild pod of dolphins the other day. It's cool.
I'm trying to think if there's anyone in this field that has an animal on their car, and I think the answer is no.
Well, a turtle is an animal, but is a mutant ninja teenage turtle an animal? Because they are incredibly... They're more human than turtle, I'll be honest with you.
And even then, that's not even really explicitly a turtle, as far as we can do. Daniel Taylor, flip it and reverse it for Josh and Mike RBS six-man team. Very similar livery to Daniel Newman Racing, also in a McLaren. While, oh, don't be careful, don't, yeah, he's just slides the right side against the Armco. While this is all going on, I want our producer, in the next shot after this, Pit Stop Party Squad, we need to figure out if this is an actual turtle-inspired car, or if David and myself have both identified it as a turtle when maybe it identifies as something else.
It's definitely Raphael. Like, that's Raphael for sure. It's got all of the
green is
turtle
different though, isn't it?
No. It's got the teeth. It's got the mouth of a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. It's got the green of it, and it's got the red headband. Look, it's tied at the back.
Okay, fair.
Of Raphael, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, who uses Tusai as his weapon. You know, that weapon from Okinawa.
Okay, fair. The tying of the headband, that's an explicit detail that lends credence to the it's a mutant ninja turtle theory. Okay, this is a contender. You in chat, let us know what your contender is. Would it score higher if it was a different ninja turtle? Oh,
yes.
Around the traffic.
What would the cooler weapon?
What's the coolest weapon, though? Now I'm wondering.
Well, I'm sorry, it's nunchucks, right? One of them's got nunchucks.
You are wiser than me in this one, my friend.
Again, the choice of weapons... I gotta bring this graphic up again.
While you're doing that, I've got some more move-asides to announce, so let me quickly do that. Move-asides. One for the Daniel Newman Racing number 29. Please drop behind 9th place JR3 Racing. Also, move-aside for Drago Racing number 69, for Perfect Pace Racing 161. So, effectively, please both drop behind Team Matthias Moser. And those GT3 move-asides will mean that top three are going to be on top of one another as Raphael is off the track.
Okay, so Raphael has two Sai, which are a stabbing implement. Pretty cool. Cooler than Donatello, who just has a staff, like a stick. But Michelangelo has nunchaku, but Leonardo with two katanas. I mean, there's nothing cooler than a katana, so I think Leonardo with the blue headband is the coolest Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle vis-a-vis color of the headband and the weapons. And that's Raphael there, his red headband and his two stabbing implements. He'd be good at a barbecue, though. He's the one who'd be best at a barbecue.
Oh, that's it. That is right for just putting over the fire. See, the problem is, by putting that image up, have we just copyright striked ourselves? Who knows? At least we're not playing the music. That would have been a guarantee.
Yeah, we'd only be in trouble if we said any of the trademarked phrases like "cowabunga, dude," or "man, I'm hungry for some pizza."
Oh, there we go. The algorithms have been tripped up as nearing on 90 minutes left to go. We've just crossed the $12,000 barrier in our Drive for Wishes 2026 and into the closing stages with still two more safety car periods to come. You have 1 hour and 4 minutes left to join the action with various incentives, asking a team to move aside. Maybe more significantly, asking a team to flip it and reverse it. Once we head into the final 30 minutes, those unfortunately no longer, well, applicable to on-track action, although your donations still very much encouraged. Could it be a determining factor in the MX-5 lead, where Samantha Tan Racing and Vortex Precision have started to work together to great effect and have cut the lead in half now, David, and last lap another 8/10 they chewed away.
Yes, a 2 minute 50.5 from your race leaders, Hyperion, while Samantha Tan were pushed to a 2:49.7, closing the gap to them and then applying the push. Vortex Precision Racing laid down a 2:49.5, so they, for their efforts, also got a 1 second closer to the race leader. Bit of drama here in GTP.
Former leader Atenwa Faber has ground to a halt. Usually the sign of a technical issue as opposed to anything else, but gets going once again. Was it the old, plug in the USB device again and hope it works? Maybe in an incident, because he's lost a lot more time than just coming to a complete stop there. But wait and see. Sebastian Kern is headed to pit lane, by the way. It's a chance for him potentially to give up some of that time to Matthias Moser. Oh, well, I guess that's a form of technical issue, but not the type we usually talk about.
Or was he just applying the targeting from earlier? It's tracked out a bit wide and into the McLaren GT3.
Yeah, that was...
Bring back the old flamethrower, I say.
Can you imagine iRacing if we added banana peels, flamethrowers, combined Mario Kart and Mad Max? I mean, that would be a fun thing.
And iRacing Arcade, I think you can get your pre-orders in soon.
I think you can get your pre-order already on Steam, actually. Releases on Tuesday.
Nice.
The most I can say about that is I was given access on Thursday night. 24 hours later, I looked at my Steam record, and I already had about 11 and a bit hours of gameplay. So, I can highly recommend the iRacing Arcade experience if you want to kick back and have a bit of fun. It's a really nice way to do something a little less serious. What's just happened to Nicholas Boy in the Drago Racing Machine? Because timing screen has come alive, and not in the good way. He's lost a good 40 seconds. Oh, that's Brabham Motorsports, isn't that? That's Aidan Millward. That's our two leaders, GTP and GT3, come to blows. And Nicholas is all sorts of confused and bemused.
Yeah, so that's off the road towards the bottom of the hill for the race leader, who's missing a whole bunch of panels and has lost the leader class because of that. Yeah,
that car does not want to go right. It wants to go left to go right.
How's the toe on the rear left corner? Oof. Ooh. How's it now?
That's a Mazda that's just gone smack bang wallop, and the global six-man team, they may be almost 9 laps down from their class leader, but could help push Nicholas Boyd back into pit lane. He is hustling on the run up towards Blanchimont at 170 kilometers an hour, crab walking.
Oh, yeah, Eurobeat stuff on that one. That's ridiculous with that amount. Those are live pictures, by the way. We are looking at Drago Racing Live. Somehow, that car does not have a meatball flag. He's electing to cut as much of the bus stop as he can. I think he can't turn right into pit lane. He's got to make a 3-point turn, and with that amount of crab, he's too wide to even fit down the pit entry.
I told him he's got to turn left to go right. Yeah, so there we go. And now, the other problem he's going to have is if we go on board, Mr. Producer, it's not just that. Wait wait. Now it's going to go right, and he's going to go straight into the wall. He's not going to be able to steer into his box. Nicholas
holding his
Boy
wheel upside down.
is indeed,
Yes,
and
he's
now
holding the steering
finally,
wheel upside down.
multiple moments today that genuinely, in a 6-year stretch in sim racing commentary, now a year plus in motorsports, I've never seen some of the things that we've seen today.
There's the Preservex 6-man team 631 on the lane with no rear wing, or it's an extremely low drag configuration. And this is what's happened to the 623 Joshamite McLaren. Now that oh yeah, that's why there's no rear wing on the other car.
So is that a technical issue, brake failure? Maybe it's a technical issue in terms of forgetting braking points. Oh, we had the wrecking crew activated. It took a while. Target was on the back for about 30 odd minutes at least.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought one of the other GTPs was trying to do when they tracked out wide into them. So wasn't that Northaba going for that maybe?
Well,
oh yeah, okay. Rafael
goes for a spin at turn 1. That's Ali Madi at the wheel right now. Team Matthias Moser, that was, I think, just misjudged slightly.
Perfectly
Great job.
executed dive bomb.
Yeah, great job to thread the needle and avoid the wall as well. That's about as good as it gets. These two have stalled out, though, in their chase of Derek Heiberger. Vortex Precision and Samantha Tan pushing each other up the camel, but still 4.7 back.
Well, Derek Heiberger's really put the foot down, so he's gotten back into the 249s. No bump drafting assistance that I'm aware of, but you need a good lap. You need the traffic to help you here if you're Vortex and Samantha trying to catch Hyperion, because sometimes the traffic isn't helpful. Like, you wanted to get down the inside of them there at Malmedy, and they said no, or whatever the Japanese is for no. I only know how to say yes, which is height.
To the pit lane, please, for Daniel Newman Racing, number 18. And also flip it and reverse it for the 691 Vortex Motorsports crew. Last but not least, Wrecking Crew has been activated. Target placed on grid up black. The number 15. Wrecking Crew mode activated. Feel free for the next lap or two to target that car. And if you see someone coming, take your hands off the wheel, Mr. Thaber.
That's a GTP leader, and already I think they've been given just a little bit of a hello in the bus stop. Now they can try to give plenty of space to the Mazda. Is that the face of a man who fears for his life?
It's the man with a clearly direct drive wheel, because David, have you noticed the yellow warning sticker on top of his wheelbase?
He says, let's bring it on, come get me.
Amazing, amazing. It does help when you're in the fastest car and you are a bit more in control. If you're the Wrecking Ball target and you're an MX-5, it's a bit more difficult. That's the flip it and reverse it.
Hey, this is Wrecking Crew versus Wrecking Crew right here. So this is, pay-per-view boxing. And they both enter the ring. And they both have a swing.
Tables turned, favor returned. Although that was about as minimal a damage as you could get. What I think this has done in some ways, Sam Ball's only 1.5 seconds in arrears now, and Cornish Lawnmower Racing will take the lead of this race back in 5 laps time, because Atin Watheba owes us a pit stop. He's on lap 20 of the stint.
But maybe here comes the Samuel Wrecking Ball. Consider that. You are now encouraged to move the other guy out of the way for the race lead. Not only is it allowed, it would be against the spirit of charity to not do it.
Are you saying we need to get on the radio and encourage Samuel to just slightly...
No, I think he heard race control, and then he probably heard at Faber as well. So that's 2 pieces of encouragement. He's 0.6 of a second behind. Lap traffic will be difficult for Grid Up Black as well. That'll help second and third close up to him. And yeah, just worry about what's coming here, mate.
Into the final corner. Bit of spacing between them. That kind of helped. But now 3 within 0.6 as we cross the line, and a big smile. Oh, loving this action. Final 83 minutes to go. Movano for Wishes popped to the outside in the white with tealish highlights on the tail end. Down the hill they go. Hybrid spooling up as they begin to flick the car left then right over the top of the crest.
By definition, the hybrid's electric and it doesn't need to spool up, Arjuna, but the slipstream is so powerful. They're closing in. The highest straight line speed I've seen from anyone is that Cornish lawnmower, and if I was them, I wouldn't notice any of the braking markers.
No, you are correct. It does not need to spool up. Tell you what, though, that even... Oh, there goes Barolaro to the inside, and Sam Ball gets pushed out into the gravel. The way they can race in these cars at speed, David, they aren't nimble through slow speed corners, but once they get up to speed, they just look so aggressive, so shifty. It's such a great era of sports car racing we live in. And Barolaro to the inside at Pouon tries to use the downforce to his advantage. Traffic in front of them that they'll try and split either side. Bobbling over the curb, Faber gets taken out.
And he took his hands off the wheel at the perfect time, but the wrecking crew does its job, and the wrecking ball gives him just another hit.
Oh, big smile on the face. He had some fun with the target on his back. Meatball for Sam Ball as well. That comes at a inopportune time. But you know what? Good one, Sam Meatball. You know what might just make Faber feel just a little bit better?
Caution, yellow flag.
Caution, back out, David.
Movano for Wishes lead GTP. Team Matthias Moser cycles to the lead of GT3 with the wreck for Drago and everything else that was going on. And that will close up MX5 Cup. Derek Heiberger's lead will be evaporated, and he'll end up with Samantha Tan and Vortex Precision Racing in behind. I think there's 2 other MX5s that are on the lead lap to their class leader, so Project 91 Racing and Grid Up White will get closer. This is actually pretty good news for everyone with a meatball flag. So Noah Faber and Samuel Ball and Amir Assad, the Simpit Racing Team GT3, have only been in the lane for a minute, so I think they've towed, and this will actually help them because it slows everyone else up. But a safety car does not extend how long it takes you to tow your car to pit lane.
No, it does not. Timing of the caution does mean that for GTPs, come in one more stop afterwards, relatively simple. GT3, there's a bit more of a question mark. MX5 should be pretty simple to come in and pit, no question about that. We'll see who takes advantage of the other side of this lengthy caution period, because the laps will take us about 4.5 odd minutes, even if it's 3, best case scenario, more likely 4. That's close to 15 minutes that we burn off the clock. And why is that important? Go back to the GT3 fuel window. David, we got one more caution in the final hour of the race. Does anyone think they can get to the end after a pit stop under this safety car period?
It depends what happens after the safety car period. Like if you had a Mazda go Zoom and they all stayed on their pit limiter for 5 minutes, then yes. If they... Oh, I'm trying to think what else. I don't think you save fuel flipping and reversing it, to be honest, because then they're banging the rev limiter in reverse gear. That must be horrible for fuel consumption.
Yeah, I think so. Probably not good for the gearbox itself, to be fair, but good thing we don't simulate the reverse gear braking, because yes, that is a thing that happens.
Do you have a sync? A lot of cars, manual transmissions classically didn't have a synchro on reverse gear, I think. So I don't know how it works on a racing sequential.
No, I don't know either, actually. Something I'll go and explore a little bit.
I think some of the racing sequentials don't really need to worry about the synchro stuff, because if you've just got... They go into the gear with the automated shift cut or automated blip, like rev cut or blip. So they kind of force their way into each gear as it is anyway. So yeah, I don't know how reverse gear works.
I think this is Loic Marchand, by the way, in Twitch chat that says he can confirm you don't save fuel from going in reverse. You do gain style points, and maybe that matters more. Priorities.
Toyota Prius has no reverse gear because the electric motor just runs backwards in one of the forward gears. So that's how the GTPs should do it if Toyota made one.
Really?
Truly.
So I guess the gear itself isn't in reverse. Well, at some point it's still got to do something to reverse the direction of the torque to the wheels.
Yeah, I mean, however, the inverter and whatever controls the electric motor is able to power the electric motor backwards.
You have broken my brain slightly, and I am now thinking through the ramifications. Meanwhile, pit stop, not surprised. Maybe surprised that Andrea Barilaro in the Movano for Wishes machine does not decide to come down onto pit lane. It's a stampede elsewhere, though. GT3 saw at least one McLaren followed in by an Aston Martin. And from the lead team, Matthias Moser will trickle in. But there is a bit of a split here between multiple classes.
Yeah, so a bunch of cars driving at 72 kilometers an hour down the pit lane. The BMW's headlight flash when the limiter is on, but not all of the cars do that. All of the V8 supercars flash their headlights when the limiter is on. They also have a light that comes on when the engine is blown or stalled, and that gives you so much information. But in the race off of pit lane, there goes the Cornish lawnmower to blend in ahead of Brabham Motorsport and pit stop.
Meatball flag now gone because of the unlimited fast repairs. I'm still surprised that Movano didn't come in, David. I think that was a golden opportunity just to cover off the rest of the field.
Well, maybe they're just thinking we're good enough, there's another safety car to come. Don't know.
Well, maybe Loic can give us an answer. He does confirm that that was him in Twitch chat. They're working through the... Well, I was going to say shuffling of the classes, but that looks a little uncoordinated. Movano ground to a complete halt there on the inside of Les Combes. Is this intentional?
Don't know what's going on for Andrea Barilaro in the 75. The steering wheel is moving, but the car was in neutral. Now it's in first. Now we're going places.
You could hear the car going between gears. That was not technical. Loic has just said, we like gambling. They must have some sort of strategy in mind.
Park up, see if it waves you back past these cars into the same spot, and you'll have more tyre temperature on the restart.
I don't know.
Did Team Penske have any strategy openings? I think I deserve a job.
Loic's just said, let's not talk about that. I wonder if that means that that was not an intentional stop out on track. I'm not sure. They are back up now, though, to where they were, so... driving through the grass.
And imagine how warm their tyres must be.
Yeah. It's not Cornish lawnmower racing. Instead, it's the Italian lawnmower services right now. Although,
so on the lead lap of GTP is 5 cars. On the lead lap of GT3 is 4 cars. On the lead lap of MX5 appears to be 5. Red Up White is the last car on the lead lap in that class.
still have the lights on the pace car. So we've got at least another lap. Let's give you a quick rundown. It's Mivano for Wishes from Vanderlei Community Racing. Those are the two at the very front. Then with some separation back to Cornish Lawnmower Racing. A couple more cars, then back to Grid Up Black and Brabham Motorsport, the top 5. And then one lap down for the rest of the field. It's Perfect Pace Racing, the purple Aston Martin that leads GT3. Daniel Newman racing the number 18. I think that's the technically red car that's scored in second. Team Matthias Moser third, with Potato Nation in fourth, and Drago racing a lap down and in fifth position, and an opportunity for everyone else to take advantage of Drago being one lap down. Hyperion still lead, but they are coming down onto pit lane now, so they are, I think, gambling on not needing a trip back to pit lane in the next 72 minutes. That's going to drop them behind Vortex Precision Racing, who lead from Samantha Town Racing Esports, Project 91, and Grid Up at Racing for James. The 838 is one lap down there with the lights off on our BMW M2 safety car. And we'll go racing next time by fielding control of Andrea Barilaro, who's probably about 10 laps away or so from heading to pit lane for the final time in this 6-hour race.
Got a new flag that's appeared on my timing screen. Nico Rubala. I'm guessing that's... No, I'm not good at my vexillology, so I need to hover over it. Chile, I thought so.
Yes, he is a Chilean, former Gran Turismo World Series player. I say player, I should say driver. Player driver. What's the appropriate word, David?
Hey, well, you can be a racing driver and be a player too.
It's true. I guess.
Who am I thinking of? Kimi Räikkönen, circa like early 2000s.
Certainly not any sim racers.
You never know.
Oh, those are the stories that I need to hear more about. Where's the books about that? There's books about James Hunt, books about, I'm sure, Kimi Räikkönen. Where's the books about all the parties at Sim Racing Expo?
Down penalty under safety car for the Grid Up White MX5. Jacob Roberts. Oh yeah, what, cutting some corners to try to catch up to the train?
He was one of those that was a bit further behind and trying to catch back up, so maybe just pushing a little bit too close and then caught out by the Concertina when they reached the pack itself. Our producer Hugo just sent us a message about those Sim Racing Expo nights and what the books about those trips could be like. I've also heard, allegedly, a lot of the books would be filled with stories of teams stealing things from other teams' houses. Flags, all sorts of small things.
Arts.
I wish. No, they're much too cruel on occasion for that. Have we just had a spin under safety car, by the way?
You
because, yeah, okay, my timing screen wasn't wrong. I just saw a very, very slow Daniel Newman 21. Is that the right car, David?
Someone was in the grass and backwards, and I think it was a GT3.
Yeah, I think it's the McLaren. Yeah, here we go. Weaving, warming up the tires as he turned on that button that disables traction control. Wait for it. Not the greatest of rejoins either, unfortunately.
All the great drivers have done it. Scott McLaughlin before the Indy 500.
Oh, breaking my heart. Have you done that before recently?
No. That's what I look like driving down the highway trying to not hit any kangaroos.
I did it literally last week on RaceBot TV. Starting a qualifying lap, spun the tires up before I even saw the green. It happens to all of us. Slightly jumping the launch there was under the radar racing. And now it's going to leave them vulnerable. They are 4 wide on the run to La Source. Challenge for the lead from Ben Williams as our 2 hypercars up front look to stretch their legs and pull away from those that made their way down pit lane. Already Brabham Motorsports, I think, have lost bodywork on their Cadillac V-Series R.
But critically, with a safety car still to come, Nico Rubelas just put the Drago Racing car back on the lead lap. He's gone and passed the class leader, and he's back on the lead lap by about 20 meters.
That's important. If the caution came out now, that would cycle him back around. Has to give room to the BMW that slices through. And as the MX-5s crest over the hill, there was one into the wall hard. And there's the Brabham Motorsports car still with the damage. Oh, and it caused some chaos in the Samantha Tan machine. It's Cam Martineau that's now pushing Vortex Precision Racing. Did Hyperion Racing get tangled up in something? They're back in pit lane, David.
Yes. Oh, dramas across our MX-5s. You saw one of them spun out at the top of the hill there before Mr. Millward. So a few things happening at the top of the hill. And yeah, Vortex Precision Racing lead class. Take a look at this. Just a little bit of helping hand from a Mustang. Hey, that's not a kangaroo. Don't hit it.
Oh, so unfortunate. It's the pits for Vortex Motorsport, the 691, and for Perfect Pace Racing, the 161. There's a couple of our incentives that have now struck in the early stages of this restart. And just a reminder, we have 36 minutes left. If you want to contribute to the outcome of this race, well, make sure you do so before those final 30 minutes. Only only two incentives will be left available in the final 30 minutes. That's Mazda's Go Vroom and the Wrecking Ball incentive. So a lot of the fun things we've been having, David, go out the window as we get closer to the checkered flag.
No, one just got hit going into the bus stop. A GT3 car. There are 2 cars stopped. Was it Team 922? Lots happening across GT3. You just read out one of the penalties, but then also they've been getting into each other there. And they are bump drafting for the lead of MX-5. Take a look at this.
Uh-oh, indeed. Into the bus stop chicane under the radar racing. How did that not end up worse? Oh.
Slotted the gap perfectly. That's precision driving.
Not intentional, potentially, but...
I think they steered right to pick the gap. I think they did.
Yeah, I don't doubt it, but whether that was intentional, as in actually hitting the mark, was another story. That's the look on board with the Aston. Move aside for the 404 Team Matthias Moser. Please drop behind Potato Nation streamers. And please move aside Potato Nation streamers. So that means please drop behind Drago Racing, the number 69. It's going to mean a big gap, David, for Scott Parker and one of the Daniel Newman machines. But Drago Racing suddenly fight back into the thick of things in the lead of this race.
That's good, because that puts Drago Racing even closer with that getting a lap back. deal. So yeah, Daniel Newman Racing, Matthias Moser, Potato Nation, they then drop back. Drago Racing end up right back on the lead lap.
Actually, now that Perfect Pace Racing blend back out of pit lane, you can see that's it in the pits for them. That's going to change up what Potato Nation have to do. Update for Potato Nation, please only drop behind the Perfect Pace Racing 161. You don't need to drop all the way behind Drago Racing as well. Eyes locked on the fight for second momentarily. Ben Williams, Sam Ball locked in combat out of the final corner. Grid up in their BMW, watching behind for JR3 Racing on their run up to La Source.
And a meatball for Cameron Martineau in the last 30 seconds. Now, I think they had... That car was dropping back to Samantha Tan Racing MX-5, but I think they've just had another drama as top of screen. You're watching GT3 bottom of screen, a bit of action in GTP. Cornish Lawnmower up into second ahead of Vanzalay Community Racing.
At this point, it's more just figuring out who's going to stay out of the eyes of our audience. Top two MX-5 contenders. Raul Hernando's been targeted previously. He knows what that's like. I do see that Cam Martineau needed to use the flatbed to head to pit lane, so that seems like a rather big incident for that particular MX-5 machine. And Derek Heiberger is out on track, but former race leader for Hyperion, far out of contention. It's a couple more things that have just come out. Here's the look on board with one of our prototypes. So this former race leader, Grid Up Black, heads into Fania, and you could just see a track limit's a bit of a suggestion for him. Move aside, please, to the number 30, Accelerate Awareness, drop behind the number 29, Daniel Newman Racing. To the pits, please, for Team Matthias Moser. And last but not least, 2 pit lane trips for Ivano 4 Wishes.
I was just thinking about ways that you could tow a car more quickly, and I remember that actually at one point A1GP used a helicopter instead of a crane to lift stricken cars. So let's get that. Let's get some helicopters going.
I need to go see footage of that. This is another look at Grid Up Black. Oh, front end launched into the air as they skip past that traffic. Oh, very lucky that landing didn't get even more squirrely.
I'm reading an article about it. They trialed it in Dubai.
While you're doing your research, move aside, please, to the Drago Racing number 69. That means please drop behind the number 31.
The Aerospatiale AS315B helicopter was chosen because it produces less rotor downwash, says Swiss company director Samamata. With the 49-meter cable we use, there is almost no downwash.
A couple more things have come through. It's the pits for Daniel Newman Racing number 18. And please move aside to the Grid Up Blue number 13. So number 13, please drop behind the number 29 Daniel Newman Racing machine. Oh, contact in towards the final corner, and it involves our MX-5 leaders. Vortex Precision Racing spun around by a GTP.
Well, the first time, not the last time that'll happen to an MX-5, I reckon, through there. Again, they hate to see how much fun it is in an MX-5. Don't get bitter, get better. Get yourself a Mazda MX-5. This is the lead of GTP, at least for the moment. Ferrari in the slipstream, a move from left to right on the Kemmel Straight. Andrea Barillaro, Movano to the inside of the Cornish lawnmower, Samuel Ball, who breaks deeper in the BMW and will not be giving that up until they serve the penalty.
That's how this race goes, isn't it? You don't have long to wait before something else chops and changes around. Tell you what, it's a bit of a hassle trying to keep an eye on all of these penalties and making sure that not only do we announce them, but they actually get served as well. Barillaro, so much speed at his disposal, but tight on the entry of Pouon. Off the track for Sam Ball in the BMW. Large sniffer model, as David quite aptly put it. And back into line. That large sniffer is going to be now sucking up as much of the draft as it can as they work through traffic on the run back up towards Blanchimont.
Road for Barillaro, power down on the way to Blanchimont. Not a worry at all. He's already doing 270, 280, 285 kilometers an hour. Highest speed I've seen on the speed trap is 310. So they've got a decent bit of straight line power. And they can even, this is crazy, they can recharge their hybrid without needing to lift off halfway down the straight.
I was going to say, he does need to serve another one of the pit lane trips. He'll do so now. And now the next of the It's the Pits cars that we're waiting for is going to be the number 18, Daniel Newman Racing, leading GT3. Although this is an opportunity for Barillaro to actually stop and put some fuel into the car, potentially. 57 minutes to the end with one more safety car. He could see the checkered flag from here.
Drago Racing 69.
Sorry, Dave, I'll go back to it. Do you think GTP can get to the end from here, 57 minutes?
Yep.
That's nice and easy, actually.
Because there will be shenanigans.
Yes, the safety car is going to definitely come and help him out. There's no question about that. Drago Racing trying to count. They are off the lead. That we're still waiting for Daniel Newman Racing to come in. So It's the Pits trip for the number 18 actually will stand as the last pit stop, knowing that GT3 cars can go an hour as well. And guess what? Right on cue, here comes Scott Parker.
Yeah, so we were just looking at second and third, and then the leader from their class comes in. So amongst all the GT3 cars, the McLaren takes a stop. Scott Parker has driven Daniel Newman Racing 18 in. Not seeing any sign of a driver change just yet until I start that sentence, and then I do. David McRoberts gets in. So Kim Werner is back in the Perfect Pace Racing. He got out and was replaced a stop ago, and now he's back. And the Potato Nation Mustang runs in third. That Mustang with the biggest windshield banner you could display an IMAX film on it.
Couple of move-ups as pit stop sequences roll through. Move aside, please, to the grid-up black number 15. Drop behind Movano for Wishes, the number 75. Also, move aside to Vanderlei Community Racing. Ben Williams dropped behind Brabham Motorsports and Aidan Millward. Last but not least, move aside for the DZ195 Motorsports team. Please drop behind Vortex Motorsport at the 691. And last but not least, while I'm rolling through all of these, Movano for Wishes, sorry, you've got another It's the Pits penalty for you.
Busy boy, Mr. Arjuna Race Control, as we're in this final hour. Still plenty of time for people to donate, though, to impact not only families and the charity, but this race.
We've got one more, actually, that could end up really helping settle some of the battles into the final stretch in GT3. One more, It's the Pits for Daniel Newman Racing, number 18. In the next couple of laps, please head back to pit lane. You say busy, but I've only got 24 more minutes of being very busy, David, before those final 30 minutes we close off the majority of these incentives, and I think that's why we're getting the flurry right now. All of our teams are trying to set themselves up in the best position possible for those last moments to the end.
Some people think that racing is pay to win, and to them I say, yes.
100%, you are correct. It is definitely pay to win. One of the trio of DNR machines. Whoa, big send up the inside from Thomas Hitchcock. They've got an MX-5 for company, but the grid up blue, Daniel Taminga trying to now square the car back up to put the power down. $12,692 raised, and they just continue to trickle in with more and more things for us to look at and to announce.
So, the outright race leader has completed 126 laps. The leading MX-5, 99. MX-5s are doing laps at just under 3 minutes. So if the whole final 30 minutes was Mazda Go Zoom, the Mazdas would only get 5 laps back on the GTPs in that time.
You were trying. You were really trying. On board with the BMW through the middle sector. Only way you could have made this race any crazier, sprinkle in a bit of the iRacing rain. Can you imagine what that would have been like, especially at a place like Spa, where, you know, one part of the track it could be tipping it down with rain, and the other place, other side of the track, totally bone dry.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Grid up, black are off the road as they're trying to serve what's about a 30-second move aside, because Movano for Wishes have just pitted. So for grid up black, they've got to wait a long time to give up that third place. They'll want to do it before Movano for Wishes serve their pit stop.
I think Movano for Wishes have actually cycled through all of their pit stops at this point.
But didn't you just give them...
And they went straight in. They instantly went to pit lane to serve it. They are... Being proactive is probably the best way to do it. And describe what we're seeing right now. We've got another move aside. So if I can find the right screen. Move aside for Perfect Pace Racing. 161 drop behind the Potato Nation streamers. Also, move aside for the number 99. Please drop behind second place Movano for Wishes, the number 75.
It's going to spice things up in GTP, but the Cornish lawnmower are going to have to drop behind Movano and then take their final pit stop. Movano for Wishes, at the moment at least, are fuel-wise in a decent place. Grid up black. Still, I think, need to take a stop too. It is, I think, 20... Ooh, wait, no, I can't decide how many laps there are to go. Is it 23? Is it 25? I think it might be 23. We're not that far off the back of the safety car either, which can kind of muddle the average lap speeds and confuse these things. So I think 23 laps to go for the GTP leader.
Well, again, that estimation doesn't factor in the safety car that is still lurking. So, does it come before we get to the final 30 minutes? Does it come after? Who knows? My finger hasn't quite decided when it wants to press that button. There's I'm laughing because our friends at Make-A-Wish have just sent me a message which is quite ridiculous. Drive off the corner. Potato Nation and Perfect Pace swap down into Eau Rouge. Perfect Pace, the purple Aston Martin. Plenty of alliteration there. Holds on to second after being instructed to give up the spot, and now will, of course, work their way back forward. Right, I won't beat around the bush anymore. The Number 99, Cornish Lawn Mower Racing. You have been asked to give up a total of 7 positions. So I'm going to ask you to drop to 7th inside of the next couple of laps, please. The issue with asking him to drop any more than that, David, is he would have to literally sit on the side of the track for about 10 minutes and wait for Team Lee Watson to pass him for 8th position.
Yes, so if he stopped and parked for 12 minutes, I think he could make 6 2-minute noodles. Because it's impossible to make them in parallel. You'd have to make them in sequence, because you've only got one microwave. So if you were going to make 6 2-minute noodles, it would take you 12 minutes. Nonetheless, they've got to give up, I think it's about 2.5 for what they have been assigned, and it looks like they want to do that in pit lane. They needed a pit stop anyway. 11 laps since they last took on some fuel. Hey, you can't smoke in the pit lane or paddock area.
Oh, don't get
That's
me
rule
started.
number 1.
No, that is suggestion number 1. The first thing you learn in motorsports is if you really want to follow that rule number 1, you'd have no opportunity to to hire people in motorsports, unfortunately. Final stages of this race, $12,893. Remember, scan that QR code top right of your screen to join us in Drive for Wishes 2026. Vortex Precision Racing, David, have just headed to pit lane.
Of course, Shay Adams smokes cigars like a chimney, doesn't she? No, fair enough. Yeah, we've got 47 minutes to go. Has the 623 Joshamite just put wet tyres on?
Yeah, they've
that
done
should have been. That should have been something we could get people to pay for. You know, you have to do a stint on wet tyres.
That's a genius idea, actually. Not the first time they've done it today, by the way. But yes. Move aside, please, to the number 69, Drago Racing. Please drop behind Vortex Motorsports 691. Drop behind DZ195 Motorsports, because Vortex Motorsports, you also need to drop behind DZ195. I'll hand out my instructions with a double whammy as there goes a very, very slow Cornish Lawnmower Racing. They're continuing to trundle around and give up all the time they need to.
Well, they've given up 3 spots. They need to give up 3 more. So the next that's going to come past is Brabham Motorsport. Hayden Millwall is just a couple of seconds away. Here comes his Cadillac to shoot straight down the inside of Rivage and maybe lock up an inside tyre as he does it. And then pit stop party squad Raphael and his Sai are going to come along, and then it's team 922, I think, is the last car that they've got to be looking out for, which at the moment is about 30 seconds behind them. Well, Cornish Lawnmower Racing are doing 80 kilometres an hour. Pit stop party are doing 220, so that shouldn't take too long at that differential. Here's pit stop party squad. Still David Haynes' vote for best livery.
We've just got a message that they were going to do total outfits for the party squad. That would have been nice. Always nice seeing the full effort. A couple more things to announce. Sorry, I'm distracted because there's so much being thrown my direction by our audience right now. Flip it and reverse it, please. For Movano for Wishes, the number 75, and for Under the Radar Racing, the number 17.
Only 5 seconds in the lead is Movano for Wishes as well. So a flip it and reverse it will almost certainly move Grid Up Black into the race lead. They still, we think, will owe us a pit stop, though, in that number 15 currently in second place. But this certainly just tips the scales a tiny bit to help them. as Andrea Barillaro will think about when and where he wants to flip it and reverse it. We've seen some people do it down here at this end of the track, but obviously the Kemmel Straight has been the favourite spot. In theory, you would lose the least time doing it in the slowest sector. So if you just spun it at Blanchimont in the reverse, backed up backwards through the bus stop, and then J-turned about here, that delta might be better.
You are the engineer behind the scenes. I'm going to be the social media manager and say, you know what, that sounds great, but can we do it for the content instead? And just, we've had some drivers literally as soon as the instruction came out, spin it on the dime and begin backing up. It's been really fun to watch.
But reversing through the bus stop would still be fun to watch. Reminds me of the videos of people reversing through the McDonald's drive-through in their like right-hand drive Japanese import in the US.
Ivano, 4 wishes. Great job driving in reverse, but you have been asked to give up 3 positions. So please drop to 5th on the road in the next couple of laps. Also asked to drop 3 positions, Vortex Motorsport. So please drop to 10th position in the next couple of laps. And last but not least, Daniel Newman Racing, number 18. You've been asked to give up 1 position. Please drop behind Perfect Pace Racing. 12.5 minutes to go until the drivers will be very relieved that they no longer have to listen to my voice.
43 minutes for me, Arjuna.
Yeah, you've still got a bit more time.
Yeah, that's changing up things, of course, in the lead for both classes. So Grid Up Black now lead GTP after Movano flipped it and reversed it, and now moving aside, and you've just given the instruction to the GT3 leader, Daniel Newman Racing, that they need to offer the lead of class to Perfect Pace Racing's GT3. So into lane comes Danish Ramat, I think. And the Varnifer Wishes are doing whatever it is that they're doing, trying to give up those spots. Daniel Newman Racing, are they giving up the time quick enough? When are we going to see that lead change as pick up a little bit of extra weight on the gravel? Oh, no, sandpit party. What do you make on the beach or in a sandpit? I make a castle.
I was going to say a burger, something like that, but that works too.
Mud pies?
Grid Up Red, the number 26. Please give up 2 positions and drop to 10th place. These move-asides are going to get more and more, I think, frequent in the final stage of the race. Is he a bassist? Is he a guitarist? It doesn't quite matter. Jacob Reed now leads this race.
If we look bigger, you just, you count strings. What I do know is he's a cyclist based on that exercise bike.
There is something about the Zwift and iRacing crossover, not just Tony Kanaan.
Have you seen the one where the only feedback Christopher Nolan got about Inception was when he was doing like a pedal class and the instructor trashed his film?
No. Flip it and reverse it, please, for Team Matthias Moser, as well as for the number 32, Team Potato Nation. And to the pit lane, please, for Perfect Pace Racing.
Bunch of meatball flags out there at the moment in GTP. Vanderlei Community Racing have one. Team Lee Watson, the 00 have got one.
I did see Vanderlei getting tangled up with something. Now, unlimited fast repairs doesn't really help you this late in the race, unfortunately. We are into...
I see the problem. I can see the problem. The front has fallen off.
They lost a big chunk of that bodywork. Also stopped on track right now is the number 18, Daniel Newman Racing, David McRoberts. That's what happened at turn 1, and blindsided as well here. That's the danger at La Source. You turn right, you punch the throttle, and you're not always gifted clean track in front as Andrea Barillaro gets in front of Arturo Morrison in that pit stop party squad machine. This is the aftermath of everything as it unfolds. 39 minutes to go. I'm struggling now to keep on top of everything happening in this race.
Absolutely chaotic, and it's side by side here for third, fourth, fifth in GTP. Movano, for which has completed their move on pit stop party, but all of that battling allowed the Cornish lawnmower of Samuel Ball to get closer. He's also passed Rafael. Here in GT3, the race leader had to move aside, but then they appear to have encountered further problems. So Potato Nation lead class, but this is second, third, and fourth. You see right here, Perfect Pace Racing blocking out their former race leader, Daniel Newman. Team Matthias Moser just a little bit up the road, on board with McRoberts in the Daniel Newman Racing McLaren.
Remember that Team Potato Nation have not done the flip it and reverse it just yet, although heading to pit lane now. Wonder if he maybe got confused.
3 wide at the apex of Radion. We've 4 wide.
We are not watching that just yet, though. It's still side by side, half for a moment as they head up towards the bus stop. This could end up being a
3 wide parade that was taking place.
This could be important, but I think Perfect Pace Racing will peel off to pit lane this time by. Yes, remember, they also got the call to head to pit lane. Potato Nation are in and out, still in the lead of the class. So which cars were going 3 wide, David?
Well, at least 3 of them, and then 4 of them. I don't know. I didn't quite catch it, but there was one of each class, and it might have been like a 6-man team who I think have a car in each class, or a team like Grid Up that have multiple cars across the classes.
That's our comment. We're going 3 wide at Radion and MX5 speeds. That was the comment in the chat. Yeah, and it wasn't just MX5s involved in that. Oh, that was the 31 DZ195 Brad Carlott that slips through. To the pit lane, please, for Daniel Newman Racing, number 29. And for the number 32 Potato Nation streamers, please drop back to 3rd position behind Perfect Pace Racing. And with that, it gives me great delight to be able to say, David, we have passed $13,000.
Yeah, that needle is moving quick. Thank you so much, everyone. Now at 13,300. And of course, there's people watching this Race Spot stream across the iRacing platforms and everywhere, but also you've seen a lot of the drivers with their streams are calling on people to donate and doing extra and going above, and it all gets counted and moves the bar. It's beginning to move it quickly. And of course, it's a narrow window left to be able to get competitive advantage, which I'm sure many of the teams and drivers and their friends and family will be eager to make use of.
5 more minutes for those friends and family to jump in with incentives. And while we wait for Potato Nation to slow down and give up the lead of this race, Potato Nation, while you slow down and give up a couple of positions, you also have a flip it and reverse it, so may want to do that now as well. Combine the punishments while you can.
Yeah, write your lines while you're in detention. So they're gonna, oh, how's this gonna work? Right, going over here to flip it around will Potato Nation. No, I haven't flipped it yet.
He hasn't mapped the traction control off button. Oh, and now in the wall.
He hasn't mapped a quick adjustment to his brake balance to throw it, 15% rearwards.
All those little things that sometimes we don't think about. There's a couple more It's the Pits to come. It's the pits, please, for Team Matthias Moser, the number 404. And once again, unfortunately, for Perfect Pace Racing, the 161. Please also move aside to Daniel Newman Racing. So that means that please drop behind Potato Nation Streamers. It is really now a battle of the checkbooks, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to my point earlier, you know, can you get a competitive advantage in racing with more money? Yes, absolutely. But only for a limited time.
That sounds like an ad where, you know, only for a limited time you could get 15% off race-winning incentives.
Only at participating racetracks and only for a limited time.
Exactly, you got it. Move aside, please. JR3 Racing, number 24, drop behind the number 26. And it's the pits for Potato Nation Streamers. That means that Daniel Newman, you are going to have to be dropping back as much time as you can give. Potato Nation, you can stay out there on track until Daniel has given up the place to be behind you. Our poor producer's having to type all of these messages out as well. His poor fingers flying on the keyboard.
He's going to become a court stenographer by the time this is all done. There's another 3 wide for up the hill, so every time they do that, we're getting some formation flying right now. Looking at Cornish Lawnmower Racing and at the GT3s, where plenty of shuffling is going on. I think that's Grid Up Red have just gone past JR3.
On pit lane now for Potato Nation Streamers.
Got a black flag.
Followed in by Team Matthias Moser. So those two have cycled through as expected. 2 and a bit minutes left to go. It's a good thing we're running the short pit lane here instead of the endurance layout. It means it's only 20 seconds in and out of pit lane as compared to the closer to full minute.
I'm thinking if a drive-through wouldn't be quicker than staying on track in a Mazda Go Vroom situation.
Fight in MX-5, Vortex Precision Racing and Grid Up White. This is the fight for second. Pink Machine on the inside is Adrian Lugno in the Vortex Machine. Jacob Roberts is sat behind. Final couple of things trickling in. 90 seconds left to go. Scan that QR code in the top right, David.
I simply wouldn't call it a trickle with all the things I've seen. So yeah, awesome that so many people want to be so involved with this event.
Yeah, we're going to hold off on those final incentives until the clock has struck 0, just so we can keep them all combined. It's a little bit ridiculous trying to keep on top of them, especially when I know for a fact the fact that Potato Nation are down on pit lane means Daniel Newman's number 18 has not given up as much time as it probably should have. So 45 seconds left on that clock before the draw line gets drawn shut on the incentives. 13,000, make it $538 raised in Drive for Wishes. It all just continues to trickle on in. This MX-5 fight is going to get closed up with Project 91 Racing Team. Remember, we've got one more safety car, David, in the final 30 minutes of this race. And I think we'll have a 5-way fight in the vroomiest class of them all.
Yeah, the greatest class of the greatest racing cars for only the most attractive and talented drivers, and rattled off who was on the lead lap across all of the classes, because that's what's going to matter post that final safety car. Both of these are on the lead lap, and they're bump drafting second and third up the Camels straight. Oh, 190 k's an hour is not bad moving.
No, it's not. Still plenty of speed, even if they are slow relative to the other classes on display. Let's see if we can begin to consolidate our list of remaining incentives. Right. We've got a long list of final incentives, drivers, so bear with me as I work through this list. Pit Stop Party Squad, number 10. Please drop behind Movano, number 75. Brabham Motorsports, number 1. Please head to the pit lane in the next couple of laps. Team Matthias Moser, number 404. Please drop behind Potato Nation Streamers in the next couple of laps. Daniel Newman Racing, please drop behind Potato Nation Streamers as well. I'm going to come back to you in a couple more minutes when I work through the rest of them. David, it actually froze my brain for a second there, trying to figure out who's got what.
Everyone's got everything, but it's all for a great cause. So that's giving up at least one of the spots for Pit Stop Party Squad. Not sure it's how they meant to do it. They needed to let Movano go, which they did, and now they are smoking it at the end of the Kemmel straight there. I'd rather fry my chips than smoke my tyres, but he was offline. He caught too much of the curb and then caught a little bit too much contact. So that's more than was asked of Pit Stop Party Squad.
As they continue to tussle around the track, let's see if we can continue working our way through the lists of incentives. That does include, of course, the just announced It's the Pits for Brabham Motorsports. Let's continue working our way through then. So for the number 31 DZ195 Motorsports, please drop behind Daniel Newman Racing number 29. Drago Racing number 69. Please also drop behind the number 29. The number 32 Potato Nation Streamers, now please give way and let Team Matthias Moser past you. And the 911 Project 91 Racing Team, please head to the pit lane when you can. Daniel Newman Racing number 18, you must drop to 5th position in the next couple of laps. Daniel McRoberts, still waiting for him to give up the amount of time required to drop to where he needs to be.
White zone is for immediate loading and unloading of passengers only. There is no stopping in the red zone.
If only it was that simple.
If only. So a lot of that to play out and reshuffle the field with 26 minutes to go. Looks like Team Matthias Moser did get their spot from Potato Nation Streamers. You see some of that here. Drago Racing jumping out of the way to make way in the way that they were instructed. Also pick up a quick little slowdown penalty. DZ195 also kicking off the roads. And despite needing a pit stop, Grid Up Black still lead this race outright by a minute and a lot. So, if I was them, with more than a pit stop in hand on the clock, I would take my final pit stop now rather than waiting for the safety car where I'll lose that time and then get cycled to the back of the cars on the lead lap. I'd take that now. I'd want that fuel in my tank.
Yeah, especially not knowing when that safety car will be and how much time we'll have on the restart. It's a nervy thing for a lot of these drivers. There's no doubt about that. A couple more incentives to talk about. Number 15, Grid Up Black, please drop to 3rd position behind Movano 4 Wishes.
And see, stuff like that is why I would have pitted a lap ago for fuel.
There's Drago Racing staying out of the way.
Well, actually, they can pit to give up the race lead, so that's actually what I'd do.
That could be an event. A race in which the more time you spend in pit lane, the better off you get.
This is a quirky format, but I'm beginning to figure it out. So it needs a bit more je ne sais quoi to it. You're looking at the outright race leader who has to give up 2 positions and also needs to make a pit stop. And also there's going to be a safety car somewhere at some point. Sun's out in this afternoon and the track is basically as hot as it's been. That sort of peaked at 38 degrees Celsius, dropped down with a cloud, and now it's come back up again to 34. Potato Nation side by side with the lap down Drago Racing 69 that Nicholas Rubala is driving. Actually some of the quicker cars that we've seen, but Drago Racing's various penalties and a little bit of damage have seen them end up off the lead lap. They are racing with that McLaren for position, but they've got a car a lap ahead of them in between.
Always difficult trying to navigate your way through these situations to the outside. Deep commitment. Understanding and trusting the Mercedes underneath to stop on the diamond turn. Nicely done as he continues to navigate his way through traffic. Now on the back of Thomas Hitchcock, which will be for position. And as easy as you like, up to 6th in class.
I could imagine it being a little bit easier, but we've seen them race their way back onto the lead lap before, so that's kind of maybe what they're aiming for. But they have been a target of many of these donation race control interventions. They sit, about a minute away from being able to get back on the lead lap. But for Daniel Newman Racing and the penalties that they're serving, this kind of maybe comes back to help Drago Racing. Grid Up Black are in the pit lane from the lead of GTP, so they're going to take that service and then have to give up 2 spots. Is there a driver change at the 15? I think Atenwa Thaber might have gotten back in.
I think he will indeed. This is, of course, them also giving up the positions as was done as part of our final wave of incentives. Grid Up Black, 30.9 seconds stationary. So still actually will end up, quote unquote, in the lead of the race. Still waiting though, of course, for one final intervention of the safety car, which will come out and leave us with about a 10-minute sprint to the end.
There we go, last safety car of the race, 6 hours, and we've had just about as many times that we've seen the BMW M2 CS Racing safety car. When I was at Mount Panorama all not that long ago, the 12-hour safety car is a BMW. Used to be a BMW XM, and then they came to their senses and they switched it to a BMW M4.
So, single file restart to come. Not quite sure who I fancy here. Movano for Wishes surely would be the favorite in GTP. Drago Racing would be your favorite in GT3, albeit slightly off the lead lap at this point. And then MX-5, I think that's the, as you've called it, roomiest class of them all. It's also the one where I'm expecting the most amount of fighting at the front.
You don't need leg room when you can have leg vroom. That's what I say about a compact sports car. I'm back in Grid Up Black here, so they're going to have to give up 2 spots, but they're probably going to have the freshest tyres depending on how everyone pits under this So Cornish Lawnmower Racing might need to take a stop, or they might be good to go depending on how much fuel they save here, but I reckon some new tyres would be very nice to have in the dash to the end.
They're talking about all sorts of interesting things I can hear on the radio. This is a chance for the drivers who have been in the cockpit for 5 hours and 40 minutes to stretch as well, right, David? Going into that final couple of laps to the end, I'm sure there's a couple who are starting to feel a bit sore, such as Aidan Millward, who's had a riot of a day, both good and bad so far.
I would love to know how many fast repairs have been used by different drivers. Now, there are circumstances where we've been able to know how many are remaining, but how many have been used is a whole different thing here today. I reckon Aidan Millward's probably used at least 10 on his Cadillac. You'd use one every time you stopped strategically anyway, and there's a few times you just have to pit for extra repairs. The tow trucks have been very, very busy here at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps, and the field is beginning to pack up behind the safety car. You've seen the leader, Grid Up Black, they found the BMW M2.
So Grid Up Black didn't actually get the chance to drop back to third before the timing of the caution. So I'm just going to wait and give them some instructions. Grid Up Black, if you can give positions up under caution without causing chaos, so if there's not too many cars behind you, feel free to drop behind Movano. I'll clear black flags on the restart. Otherwise, on the initial restart, please do drop behind Movano. And then we'll get this race finished with a sprint to the end. Thank you all for your help and cooperation in what I know has been a slightly messy and crazy race, but we currently have $39,690.47 raised for Make-A-Wish International. So thank you all for your support. At least 2 more laps, I think, behind the pace car, and then the run to the end of this race. Not quite sure what the gap's going to be, because again, remember, Grid Up Black are going to be 8.5 seconds or so based on timing clear everyone behind David. The likes of Cornish Lawnmower Racing are going to have to dispatch of MX-5s and GT3s on their way to the end.
So you've got all of these cars in the train behind the safety car, but there's another group of cars that are stuck behind an MX-5 on the pit straight, and they're only able to catch the tail of the safety car as quickly as the MX-5s can. So you're at GTP just waiting for the MX-5s, but eventually everyone gets packed together.
So, looking like we've got a big separation between the Mazdas. Let's see if I can help that out very quickly. I'm only going to wave around a couple of them. I have waved around a couple of MX-5s. I'm not going to wave around any more cars than that. So we'll have a 5-car fight, I think, David, an MX-5.
Yes, I see at the moment 4 cars on the lead lap in GTP, 4 cars on the lead lap in GT3, but in the greatest, best class of racing that's ever been invented, there will be 5 Mazda MX-5 Cups on the lead lap to battle it out to the checkered flag at the end of this 6-hour race. Project 91 Racing Team lead that class, but Vortex, Hyperion and Samantha Tan Racing will be on the lead lap, and they have been very, very quick Mazdas at their times. But a black lead with Cornish Lawnmower second, Movano for Wishes in third, but Grid Up Black need to give up 2 spots, and as the BMW M2 safety car crosses the start-finish line, what are its flashing lights still doing? They remain on.
We may get one more lap regardless, just to let the MX-5s pack up as well now, so that's also something to keep in mind. GT3, Daniel Newman have ended up in 4th through all of that. And it's just them, Potato Nation, Team Matthias Moser, and Perfect Pace. At bottom of the screen, you can see them trying to work around the track as fast as possible. A GT3 car stuck behind the MX-5. Probably
yeah,
still not at
speed's 100 k's an hour, and the fastest the Mazdas ever get to is 190. So in theory, it would take at least 2 laps for the MX-5s to be able to lap the safety car. But they'll get most of the way around to catching the tail of the train, no doubt. And I think in a few places the safety car does slow down slower than its 100k limiter. So at La Source it checks up a little bit, at Bus Stop it checks up a little bit.
I'd love to see it go through La Source at 100. That would be crazy. So
they used to do that.
I do feel as though we are going to get probably one more safety car lap after this, and then I would assume we get 3 laps to the end for your GTPs. Something like that, maybe? Does that sound reasonable?
Black have given up. Yes. It'd be interesting to see how it calculates. It might delay on throwing the white and checkered flag as well, because we have done laps that are quicker than what we're currently doing now. Grid Up Black have given up that race lead, so Cornish Lawnmower now have the outright lead, as they ought to and should have, heading towards this restart. Some of our MX-5s zipping around at only 50% faster than the pace car is trundling.
It's painful. It is painful, that's for sure. This is giving the chance for those MX-5s to close. I think they will get to the tail end by the time we get back underway. $13,710. Great effort by the community to come together. And again, a big thank you to our partners who have made this possible. Gomez Sim Industries, IMB Racewear, Secret Lab, Trophy AI, Boosted Media, all helping to power this RaceBot broadcast. Top fundraising team, I don't think there's any question about that at this point. Potato Nation streamers, $3,000 just by themselves, David.
Shout out to my Potato Nation, doing great work. Yeah, we love that. In the big Mustang GT3 as well, they look like they will restart from 3rd place in class, but there is a bit of traffic in between them and the 2 leaders in GT3, which is Perfect Pace Racing's Aston Martin and Team Matthias Moser in 2nd. We don't have a perfect class split. We need, I don't know, like Bo Barfield or someone to make that happen.
Oh, and even Bo on his day has a struggle with drivers looking to jump and time restarts. Which in this particular
Who was race control the day that Will Power threw his famous double bird?
I'm pretty sure that was Bo Barfield. That was the race director that day. Not quite sure who was driver stewards. Sure they probably had their own opinions on that. Where is Jacob Roberts now? He's leading the queue of MX-5. They're just heading out through Pouhon. So they've got about half the lap still left to go. There it is, bottom of your screen. They're having a ball of a race right now, even though they technically can't actually pass one another.
Too late in this race for me to be Googling too much about Bo Barfield. Yeah, what a good-looking group of GTPs at the front of this field. Lights go off on the pace car that's been doing 4-minute 18s. So I suspect we'll restart with basically exactly 6 minutes on the clock, which, all going well, should mean 3 laps, because the GTPs are doing laps just over 2 minutes. So we won't squeeze 4 in, but we should comfortably get 3, even if the Mazdas need to go zoom for a bit.
Zoom, zoom, vroom, vroom. 30 seconds off, they will catch. There's no question about that. And so it will be a 5-way fight in the MX-5s. And the best part about it, in many ways, is that the prototypes and the GT3s aren't going to be in a place to interrupt proceedings. So it's all going to be about racecraft, using the draft, just typical Mazda racing. Kind of what you could see this weekend with Mazdas, of course, racing on the streets of St. Petersburg, but St. Pete, Spa, two very, very different sort of tracks. Although I am looking forward to, in a couple of weeks, David, trying some MX-5s around St. Pete, coming to iRacing in the next build.
Ridden a bicycle around there at St. Pete. Not on the airport runway, obviously, but some of the other roads. Yeah, nice little track, developing its own history now. A fixture of the local area. Creates some really good racing. They get up to speed on the front straight, but it is tight technical, and you've got to use the camber of the road and the bumps through some of the other segments. I can't wait to see David Malukas take his first race win this weekend.
Oh, I like where your head's at. Little Dave would be a popular win.
Willpower and Malukas, it would be so good.
Drivers, as we head to the end of this race, we would love to get a picture of all of you once the checkered flag has been complete. So after you cross the line, see the checkered flag, go out of the first corner and stop on the Kemmel Straight. So after Eau Rouge and Radion, don't run into anybody. We're not asking you to wreck anybody. Just stop, let's grab a picture of you all and celebrate what you've done. Drivers getting some instructions for photo moments. This certainly seems like it's going to be easier to coordinate, David, than the yearbook photo they do at the Rolex 24 every year, which now that I've seen the logistics for that, don't envy the people that coordinate it.
Yeah, good of you to let them know, because otherwise they'd all write their cars off at La Source. So they just need to make it a couple corners further before they then, wreck their nice race cars. This is now 3 corners away from getting racing. I remain confident that we will get at least 6 minutes and that we ought to get at least 3 laps with the pace that our outright leading class are capable of. Cornish Lawnmower Racing, Samuel Ball will be the race leader when they get going.
But for how long? And no incentives. There's no move asides, there's no flip it and reverse it. As much fun as it has been. And some of our drivers already in the Make-A-Wish Discord talking about how much fun they've had in this event. I wonder how much fun they'll have in these next couple of laps. It will be 3 at most. See exactly how fast Sam Ball and Andrea Barilaro are able to run if they're racing wheel to wheel as the seconds continue to tick away in Drive for Wishes 2026, a race where the winners are those helped off the track. Who wins at the checkered flag? Sam Ball gets the jump on the field and up to the line. Andrea Barilaro, a little bit of a wiggle from both as somewhat cold tires. They unsteady themselves and now down the hill they plunge in towards Eau Rouge and Radion. Barilaro's through and now feeding drafts as they work their way up the Kemmel Straight.
This BMW's been the fastest car at the end of straight all day, but I don't think they get a perfect exit. Grid Up Black are going to try to come back to them. You've got to be careful managing your energy as well in these cars. Levano for Wishes moving one side, then the other, trying to break the slipstream, trying to hold that race lead. Cornish Lawnmowers are going to lose second as they get squeezed out by Grid Up Black.
Great stuff. MX-5s, bottom of your screen, a big gap already between first and second and third, fourth and fifth, trying to push and shove and hunt them down. A BMW's going to make it 3 abeam as they flick out through the Kemmel Kink. GT3s, perfect pace racing, that purple Aston Martin leading from Team Matthias Moser. All 3 of our classes up for grabs in the closing stages of this race. change in GT3 as well. The perfect pace, Aston Martin's dropping down the timing order. Matthias Moser hits the front.
The Aston Martin has been off at Rivage, and now there's a gap in the GT3s, but no gap in the MX-5s. This is what happened. Barreling down the inside, Drago Racing tried to leave room, jumped across the curb, but then bounced out and into the Aston Martin. Drago Racing trying to battle their way back onto the lead lap. Movano for Wishes, their Ferrari 499P has a 2-second lead. They're looking at the top of screen, second, third and fourth in class. Bottom of screen, you're looking at the leaders of the MX-5s. At one point, Project 91 Racing Team, the green and white MX-5, was off the lead lap. But now, in the final stint, they're in the slipstream of Vortex Precision Racing for the race win.
Great stuff. Great stuff here. I think we might be staring down the barrel of 3 to go potentially, depending on Barilaro's pace, who has got clean air and is using that to great effect right now. Slight snatch of the right front as they work up through La Source. A spin in the leaders. MX-5 fight as Vortex Precision Racing and Adrian Lugno have gone around. It gifts Project 91 the lead momentarily, but Cam Martineau, Samantha Tan Racing Esports now lead in MX-5. Hyperion sweep past the white and green Project 91 machine as well. Grid up white, not totally out of drafting range. Still 4 at play in MX-5.
Now, to make this go an extra lap, your outright leader needs to be doing laps under 2 minutes 5 seconds. Last lap was a 2:04. I think they're getting more tyre temperature in. It'll be super touch and go at how much time is on the clock when they come by. And the MX-5s, I mean, high drama for the lead there, but Samantha Tan Racing had the momentum. Project 91 had lost theirs in and amongst the fracas, and they've come through to lead MX-5 Cup. This is what happened, and it was a touch, a bump at the apex. 91, by going off the track there through the gravel, they lost their momentum, and they lost the race lead.
In GTP, by the way, Atan Watheba jumping back into the grid up black. Porsche 963 doing a great job to defend. Remember when he had the target on his back, he did a great job defending then too. Didn't end so well. Slightly different state. Has a mistake there from Sam Ball. It means Aidan Millward might get the chance to close up, but he made a similar mistake as well, and both third and fourth positions lost their momentum. Giza 3D, that's not a car in the fight for the MX-5 win. Instead, just some draft being fed, and kudos to the 631 Porsche 963. Does not involve himself in the fight as they flick out through Les Combes, then out through Malmedy. Runs around the outside of Jacob Roberts in that grid up white machine. Recognizes what he's inserting himself into, but does slip past Raul Hernando. Separates the top 2 from third.
Movano for Wishes crossed the line with 2 minutes 4 seconds left. They've just done a 2:03, and I don't know if the white flag waved for them or not. I think we get an extra in this, but in this circumstance it's so hard to know unless your eyes are on Barney. And this is the battle up front in GT3. Matthias Moser have just a couple of seconds over Perfect Pace Racing and Daniel Newman Racing, the McLaren just behind the purple Aston Martin, a lapped Porsche in front of them.
Sometimes you don't
see Barney?
I was going to say, sometimes you don't actually know if Barney is waving the white flag or not. Sometimes he doesn't start waving it until they come into the final sector. I've been caught out before. I've made the cardinal sin of a commentator. I've called a race 1 lap early, thinking it would be a checkered flag. No, instead, it was Barney continuing to wave the white flag despite only putting it out there in the final sector. There's a look at Barney, but I think we are going to be guaranteed 1 additional lap. The pace from Barilaro is blistering as Martineau pushed wide through Blanchimont. Who cares about track limits now? Heiberger, Hernando. They'll run 1 and 2 as Martineau has to give room and maybe serve a slowdown penalty as well. Will they get 1 more lap beyond this? Andrea Barilaro is coming out through Blanchimont and will put a lap on these drivers if he gets back around to them. So guaranteed to be the last lap in the MX-5 lead. Here comes Barilaro with seconds left on the clock. It is the white flag. 1 lap left to go in Drive for Wishes 2026.
I think he crossed the timing line with about half a second, and that's the kind of pace that he's got and how touch and go it was. Does anyone have any fuel concerns from this? And he is going to get a perfect view of this MX-5 battle where Project 91, the green and white MX-5, have gotten back to the lead ahead of Hyperion. But this is where Samantha Tan Racing and Cameron Martineau get to decide the winner. Who's he going to push?
Where's that traffic as well? Where's Jacob Roberts? Well too far behind to be part of this. Here comes Barillaro steaming up the inside. And no change up towards Lake Con, the highest point of the track. Atenwa Thebus flashing the lights behind and trying to make the Mazdas aware of his oncoming presence. Is Raul Hernando in the hot seat with the double toe in front of him. And the crucial climb out of Curve Paul Frere and the run up towards Blanchimont in the final braking zone. Oh, Martineau got a little bit out of sorts as traffic goes the long way around and now compromises Heiberger on the run up towards Pouon.
3 wide, heading down the hill, but Martineau's up the inside with no extra momentum. He needs Hernando to give him a little push, but stop before they go into Pouon here. Around the outside, Heiberger's trying to run that high line, runs a little bit wide. Cameron Martineau leads the MX-5s. We're all headed towards the checkered flag.
And what makes these cars so great is the fact that you combine technical brilliance, the need to be able to balance these cars on the edge, and everyone can do that. What makes the best, the great, is racecraft, knowing where to be when it counts. Couple more corners to come. And the crucial run up towards Blanchimont for the MX-5s. But up front, in what has been a monumentally chaotic Drive for Wishes 2026, a team with a target on their back in GTP survived the madness. And Movano for Wishes get it done after 6 hours in the Ardennes. 5 seconds, their margin back to grid up black. And now we wait for the MX-5s to head through the final corner. Samantha Tan Racing on the inside. Hyperion, the blue machine, looking one way than the other. Green and white for Raul Hernando in the middle. Has Heiberger overcooked it? Yes, he has! Slips off the track. Hernando tries the block. And while he runs wide, Spa 2020 racing lines from Hernando. We'll see him hold on at the checkered flag. Hyperion second and Samantha Tan in third.
It's typical. You wait at the bus stop for an MX-5 and then 3 come at once, and then the next class leader that's going to come to the checkered flag. Team Matthias Moser are leading GT3 at the moment. Decent chunk of time in their back pocket compared to the squabble going on in second, third and fourth. This Aston Martin from Matthias Moser is going to win class at Spa.
Drago Racing were the name to beat, but Matthias Moser targeted just as much as the big guns. Hangs on in front of our highest team fundraising effort. Potato Nation, second on the road, $3,120 contributed to the $14,092. And don't forget the 47 cents. All raised, David, in support of Make-A-Wish International.
And the number in the bottom left of screen keeps moving as everyone will park up on the Camel Straight in front of the fans who are on their feet. They have been for 6 hours, but they will remain so. What a great race. Unpredictable and good fun at every single moment. But then in that final 3-4 lap race to the checkered flag, we saw who had it, Movano for Wishes, laying down the pace, sending us 1 lap further in this race. Team Matthias Moser saving their pace for the perfect moment. And what a battle in the MX-5s. Hyperion Racing diving around the outside, braked too late. And then Cameron Martineau had the crisscross, but he spun up the rear tyres. And so it was Hernando from Project 91 Racing Team who managed to take the MX-5 win. Well done teams, well done drivers, well done everyone who contributed.
You can see Hernando trying to sneak through on the left to be a part of this photo. Drago Racing burning it down. Thanks to all you drivers for making this event so great. $14,142 and counting. And thanks for sticking around for the photo as well. We'll grab a quick look at results. Again, results on track don't really matter. What matters, those helped off the track. Movano for Wishes, the biggest team maybe in the class, and well, even with all the penalties and all the chaos, able to hold on. 5 seconds clear of Atenwa Theba. Led the race inside the last 30 minutes before the move-aside penalties at the end of the final thrust really dropped him back. Cornish Lawnmower Racing and Brabham Motorsports, good efforts from Sam Ball, Aidan Millward amongst others, as well as Team 922, Pit Stop Party Squad, the Turtles, Vanderlei Community Racing, Team Lee Watson, and then a little bit further down, but still finishing, the Preservex 6-man team. GT3s, Aston Martin 1st, 3rd, and 7th, with Team Matthias Moser able to outlast everyone else. Potato Nation streamers just in front of the Perfect Pace Racing Aston Martin. Daniel Newman Racing, best for them in 4th, but at times that crew really were a marauding effort. Drago Racing then scored as 1 lap down in 5th, with the Grid Up Red Vortex Motorsport 2nd Daniel Newman Racing crew, alongside Accelerate Awareness and JR3 inside of the top 10. Only a couple of seconds between all of these drivers, including DZ195 Motorsports and Grid Up Blue. Sending it for RU, Simpit Racing Team, Team 922. Daniel Newman's 3rd crew, Under the Radar, and Josh Amite, RBS 6-man team. You're 18 in the GT3 class. And last but not least, we love a good MX-5 finish. Project 91 able to hold on. Hyperion Racing 2nd, Samantha Tan Racing in 3rd with Grid Up, Vortex Precision all on the lead lap. Giza 3D Racing for James and Globe Oil make up the rest of the field. Still doing some photos in the sim from what I can see, but let's quickly catch up with a couple maybe of our drivers. Let's see if we can first catch up with Movano for Wishes. Loic Marchand standing by with David Haynes.
Yeah, joining us after a big 6 hours, and what a big race it was for you guys. Congratulations. What was the attitude? How was the feeling? Loic is still muted.
Is he going to figure it out soon?
I don't know if he has the role to be allowed to talk in this room, to be honest.
It's a good question. We'll let him sit here and try and figure it out. Maybe we'll figure it out. It was on our end the entire time. But David, as we wind things up here, I mean, what an event. Always great to do these sort of slightly different races. Yes, an endurance race, but was great having safety cars, even if it was all to intentionally close the field up. I love the flip it and reverse it. I really enjoyed you're heading to pit lane now because we asked you to. It was just nice that even the big teams recognize it was a nice chance to have some fun.
Yeah, I mean, you know what my favorite event was, and those Mazdas, they deserved every opportunity to shine on the biggest stage. Let's see if Loic has been adjusted in a way that will allow him to unmute himself and speak.
Let's see.
We're trying. We're trying real hard.
Maybe, maybe not. Let's see if we can try again. Loic, do you have a copy with us?
Now it works. Yes, I'm with you.
There you go, David.
Well, my question was, how do you approach the race? What was your attitude, and how pleased are you to be a part of this?
First of all, really pleased to be part of this. Like, on personal side, I'm a social worker myself, so such cause, such charity stuff really means a lot to me. So really, really happy to be there. And how we approach the race, basically really lighthearted. We wanted just to keep it safe and having fun, basically, with all the incentives. We knew it would be chaos, especially with the MX-5 that are like 40 to 50 seconds slower than GTPs. And it was chaos. But it was really, really fun.
Then you had your teammate Andrea Barillaro. He put in 97 laps, it seems, and you guys came away with the fastest lap of the race. Do you know at the end how close it was to being 1 lap shorter?
I think it was like up to 5 seconds. I think when he crossed the line for the extra lap, there was 2 minutes and 6 seconds remaining, 6 or 10. So right on the edge for the extra, but we had plenty of fuel to make it. Maybe too much.
And of all of the things to serve in this race, which one was the most fun?
Definitely flip it in reverse. I had a lot of opportunities to practice my U-turns, and I think I made some good ones at the end.
Good. Well, you just need to then brush up on your parallel parking, and you'll be able to go anywhere, fit anywhere. Tell us about the choice to make the Ferrari 499P.
It's purely personal preference for the weight drives. At Mivano, we drive the Acura a lot. But for Andrea and I, can say it's not the funniest one to drive at the moment. But the Ferrari, the weight drive is kind of close to it with a really responsive front end, which I personally don't find in the 2 other cars. So between the Acura and the Ferrari, it was kind of straightforward to go with the Ferrari. And the hybrid wine is big positive for me as well.
Well, you are Race for Wishes GTP winners in 2026. Great racing, great fun for a great cause. Thank you so much and well done.
Thanks for having me. And also the biggest winner of the race are Make-A-Wish for raising $14,000. They are the biggest winners of the race, and such charities need to be supported. So for everyone on the stream, just support charities, no matter which they are. If you don't have the money, there's plenty of ways to support them. So just go for it. There is a lot of good causes that need support.
Thanks, Loic. Congratulations.
Thanks again. Thanks for having me, and thanks for the broadcast.
I think he said it best. If you don't have money to support, there's still plenty of different ways to support. Look at someone like John Cena. The most valuable thing he can give is his time and all the wishes that he has helped to give along the way. Let's see if we can also catch up with, I believe we have someone from Matthias Moses' camp. Matthias, do you hear us? Matthias, can you hear us? Not sure if that's technically related or not. Let's try again. Matthias, can you hear us?
Hi guys, I can hear you totally. It was only push to talk, and I have those buttons.
So Matthias, 6 hours by yourself in a pretty stop and start 6 hours. Talk us through what that was like for you.
So basically, I'm not Matthias, I'm one of his friends, and he does not have his Discord verified. And originally, he would have been driven for Perfect Pace Racing, but it started all with kind of an accident. He joined the race server without knowing it was the race server. And then he started with his default iRacing team Matthias Moser. And then he was thinking about, oh well, the race is basically done for me. Let's give it a go. And then he said, yeah, let's drive 6 hours alone. And he absolutely crushed it. He went 2 times to the toilet, was managing everything, and it was awesome, guys.
Well, great to follow along. Great to hear that story as well. Matthias Moser running by himself, accidentally, David. But again, spirit of this event. And you, me, Zach, and the Make-A-Wish team, we've got a couple of awards that we'll hand out in the aftermath of this race. The Livery Award, Team Spirit Award. Maybe Matthias is a contender for one of those.
Well, from what we've just heard, that's some pretty good spirit. What else are we about to find out, Arjuna?
Not quite sure. $14,272 raised. Thanks so much for joining us for Drive for Wishes 2026. Glad we got to do this again. Can't wait for next year. All in support of Make-A-Wish International. For Zach Sweeney, Hugo Luis, David Haynes, Arjuna Kankipati, signing off on behalf of the Make-A-Wish team. Thanks for your support. Can't wait to do it next year.